Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. Konoha 15 years. The ninja village of the four great nations pushed the ninja world war to an unprecedented climax. Second generation of Mizukage and the second generation of Tsuchikage perished together, and Kumagakure has now signed an agreement with Konoha. But there was an unexpected surprise in the process of signing the agreement. Just when the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama and the second generation Reikage Ai had just completed the agreement, the Golden Horn Silver Corner suddenly rushed out with the Kumagakure ninja. Kaibi, Nine Tails, who possessed their sanity, directly killed the second generation Reikage, which was bound to kill all the Konoha ninjas. Senju Tobirama was also seriously injured, and fled in the direction of Konoha with the remaining few elite ninjas. It's been half a year, and the plot has finally moved like a timeline. Senju Tobirama ran at a gallop, muttering words in his mouth. But since a group of people are running in a hurry, they have no idea what this mouth is talking about. The only people who can say this are those who know the Akatsuki Hokage timeline. Oh no, Lin Feng should call him Shimura Danzo now. Hokage by some chance and took over Shimura Danzo. Yes, the Konoha Black Hand, the ultimate old silver coin. It can be said that it is the Black Hand that runs through the entire ninja world. The root of the establishment deals with the darkness of Konoha, the darkness that even Anbu ninjas can't touch. Shimura Danzo. At first, he was very broken, and he didn't expect that he would actually transmigrate into Shimura Danzo. But fortunately, he has already received all the memories of his predecessor, and what he is most satisfied with is this handsome face. You know, even Tsunade and Chizun can't help but look at Ui when they pull out pictures of Shimura Danzo when they were young. You can imagine how handsome he was when he was young. Shimura Danzo is very clear about how cruel the war is, so he has been serving as the second generation Hokage escort. After all, Senju Tobirama's strength is no joke. So Shimura Danzo got a disguised protection, and then silently waited for an opportunity. And this opportunity is coming today, and he has been waiting for it since time travel. An event no one could have predicted, a choice that determines the future of Konoha. However, Shimura Danzo is also very clear that there is one person who has been waiting for the opportunity. That is his friend, the most powerful player in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, several other people don't need to pay attention. Koharu Udaten and Homura Mito do not have that qualification. As for Uchiha Kagami, even more so, he is a member of the Uchiha family, and it is absolutely impossible for him to have the opportunity to become Hokage. The remaining two are Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who are the most powerful candidates for the future position of Hokage. Soon, Shimura Danzo put away his thoughts. Because now it is really important to escape. After all, there are two lunatics behind him, Golden Horn and Silver Horn. But what made Shimura Danzo scolded in his heart was that the second generation Reikage couldn't hold on for 10 minutes in the Golden Horn and the Silver Corner, and was directly beheaded. However, it is very normal to think about it carefully. The two people from the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have the Six Paths Ninja Tool and the Chakra of Kaibi, Nine Tails. Generation Reikage's aged body can hold up for a few minutes, which is not bad. Senju Tobirama galloped with a dignified expression, but he could still feel the terrifying Chakra approaching slowly behind him. At this moment, his face was so dignified that water was about to drip, and his black pupils exuded an inexplicable light. Soon, a determination appeared on his face, as if he had made an important decision. Tread. Instant, Senju Tobirama suddenly stopped walking like the wind. Sir, second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others hurriedly stopped and returned to Senju Tobirama's side and asked with a puzzled look. Although they know that there are powerful enemies in the rear, they dare not question Senju Tobirama's behavior, because he is the backbone of everyone. Senju Tobirama's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. The one who is chasing after us is the Golden Horn Silver Horn, with the 6 paths ninja gear and the chakra of Kaibi, 9 tails. Senju Dobirama said slowly. Then we have to stop. Homura Mitokadu's eyes suddenly widened, and his words were full of panic. Because he knows not to run at this time, if he is really caught up by 2 monsters, he will really not be able to run. And now is the time to decide the winner. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Senju Dobirama's mind instantly. The enemy was behind, Senju Dobirama chose to stop, which meant he wanted to. God level selection has been activated. Option 1, hesitate for a second, give up the future position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and obey the development of the plot, task reward, Fiton, win style, Grandmaster full level. Option 2, fight for the position of Hokage and cut off the road of Sarutobi Hiruzen, quest reward, get the body of the inactive immortal of the Uzumaki family. Boom! An instant, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered with terrifying light, and an unmatched aura erupted from his body. Pulling out the long blade on the back, he slammed it, and a gust of wind instantly rolled up. Second generation Lord. You go. I will break up. Shimura Danzo has a righteous and dignified look, his eyes are full of perseverance and that shocking immobility. There is quite an overwhelming momentum, which makes people shocked by Shimura Danzo for a while. This guy. In the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed greatly, his pupils tightened, and he was full of endless shock. Because he never thought that Shimura Danzo was actually one step ahead of him, just one step. Danzo, from today onwards, you will succeed the 3 generations of Hokage in Konoha village, and no one has any objection. Senju Dobirama showed a relieved smile. Immediately after he pulled out the golden thunder sword behind him, the aura of the peak of Kage level suddenly burst out and rushed towards the rear. I'll leave the Konoha to you, Danzo. At this moment, Senju Dobirama's back became extremely stalwart, like a giant in the sky. But Shimura Danzo laughed inwardly. Shimura Danzo, never give way. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2. Senju Dobirama made this decision from the time he was hunted down by the Golden Horn Silver Horn. Although the result was beyond his expectations, after all, he initially thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take the lead. It seems that this guy Danzo has been by his side for so long, but he has learned a little bit. Senju Dobirama would not take sides because he knew it was a fair competition and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost. Hesitate and you will lose. Silverhorn with his life, buying time for these Konoha future hopes to escape, is the only thing he can do. If he were 20 or 30 years younger, he would return to the peak period when he fought alongside his elder brother Senju Hashirama and killed Uchiha Izuna. Golden Horn Silver Corner? But it's a bunch of rats. But the years are not forgiving after all, no matter who they are, they will be smoothed by the grinding of the years. Escape. Shimura Danzo gave an order, and the 5 quickly fled in the direction of Konoha. There must be no hesitation at this time, otherwise Senju Dobirama's death will be in vain. The way to escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Shimura Danzo, with unwillingness and resentment flashing in his eyes. He hated why he didn't stand up earlier. Just 1 second, the 3 generations of Hokage in Konoha village belonged to him. But everything was in the past, and the seeds of remorse were quietly planted in his heart. Quick! Keep up! Shimura Danzo's husband acted as a Guan Wanfu, and directly killed a bloody path for a few people behind him. Fiton, wind style, ninjutsu is frantically tossing around like no chakra and can't stop at all. Like a rainbow, and the blood of Ui the gorilla is dripping all over his body, just like the Shura who came out of hell. But upon closer inspection, Shimura Danzo's face did not change much, and there was no scar on his body from the Kumigakure ninja. The blood was completely dripping from the slain Kumigakure ninja. A road made alive with the corpse of Kumagakuer missing nin. Why did this guy's strength suddenly increase so much? And chakra is like never running out. Uchiha Kagami and others were extremely shocked, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who almost looked at Shimura Danzo, who was killing gods in front of him, with almost unimaginable eyes. That he knows Shimura Danzo's strength very well, even better than himself. Between him and himself, he has not completely reached the Kage level. Now Shimura Danzo's momentum and strength have completely surpassed him, and even vaguely reached the level of teacher Senju Tobirama. And this also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face become a little gloomy, and his heart couldn't help but get heavy. If this is the case, then Shimura Danzo is hiding deeper than himself, which is really creepy. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a chill behind him. How deeply hidden is this friend of mine, even I don't know his details. Soon, in Shimura Danzo's murderous state, they broke through Kumagakuer's encirclement and returned to Konoha's camp. What's the matter? What do you say about this look, Lord Second Eye? Konoha ninjas who came to rescue were shocked when they saw this tragic scene. We've been tricked. The golden horn of Kumagakuer, the silver horn, suddenly rebelled, killing the second Raikage and injuring the second generation. In order to cover our retreat, the teacher left alone to block the enemy's pursuit. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears and said in a choked and sad tone. It is really touching, and the rendering power is very strong. No. Where's that guy Danzo? Uchiha Kagami suddenly realized that Shimura Danzo was not in the crowd, and not on their side. He was still by my side just now, why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Homura Mitokado was also shocked. Because after breaking out of the siege, he has been running frantically, and he who was originally on Shimura Danzo's left flank can't take care of him. Byakugan. A Hyuga clan's ninja had blue veins bursting next to his eyes at this moment, and Byakugan instantly turned to look into the distance. Soon, he discovered Shimura Danzo's figure and the tyrannical chakra fluctuations. He seems to have killed him again. The Hyuga ninja said with a trembling voice. With Byakugan, of course, he can see Shimura Danzo's invincible appearance, and Kumagakuer ninjas fell one by one under his butcher's knife. Kill it back. What? This guy is crazy. Homura Mitokado and the others suddenly lost their voices in shock. Go back? He doesn't mean anything. He's already sitting firmly in Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wondered what Shimura Danzo's actions meant. Because he knew that the other party was also an ambitious person and would never do such a stupid thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't guess the reason why Shimura Danzo killed him. Could it be to save Senju Tobirama? If so, he can only. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but flash a trace of coldness in his eyes. Shimura Danzo went back to rescue the second Hokage who died on the way, but was killed, so Hokage's place would be vacant. And as the most outstanding disciple of the second generation of Hokage, he should succeed the throne as the new Hokage, the third generation of Hokage. He is an ambitious person, who does not stick to small details, and of course he cannot be soft-hearted. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply understands what Shimura Danzo said accidentally. Hesitate and you will lose. Of course, Shimura Danzo, the little theater in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, is not clear, and he is not going back to rescue Senju Tobirama. Reason why he went back was because he remembered that the Silver Horn was beheaded by Senju Tobirama, the Golden Horn was severely injured, and the Six Paths ninja tools were left behind. He came back for two purposes. First, get the ninja tools handed down by the Six Paths Immortals. Second, let Senju Tobirama tell himself what he had done when he was dying. This is his purpose. Chapter 3. In the forest, the battle was fierce. Senju Tobirama and the Golden Horn Silver Corner have reached a white-hot stage. At this moment, the Golden Horn Silver Horn has floated the Kaibi, 9 tails, chakra in the body around the body. They've gone utterly mad, under the influence of Kybe, Nine Tails, Chakra, and just want to shred the Senju Tobirama in front of them. Sure enough, these two lunatics are not so easy to deal with. Senju Tobirama was pale, blood was on the corners of his mouth, and he held a golden thunder sword on the ground. Obviously, he was at the end of the shot at this time, and the reason why he was able to persist for so long was entirely due to his own Hiraishin technique. Immediately after the battle became fiercer, Senju Tobirama slashed Silver's horns with the Hiraishin slash. But it also angered the Golden Horn, who still had a trace of reason, and the anger in his heart broke out completely, and he was bound to perish with Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama used the Hiraishin cut again, but this time he didn't dodge as smoothly as he did with Silver's horn. Puff! The golden thunder sword pierced into the center of the golden horn, and similarly, the golden horn covered with Kybe, Nine Tails, Chakra's right hand penetrated Senju Tobirama's chest, and blood continued to flow down. Go away! Senju Tobirama's eyes slammed, and a tyrannical aura erupted from his body, kicking away the golden horn who wanted to attack again. Boom! Golden Horn's body slammed into the boulder in the distance and sank, lying there unable to move. And Senju Tobirama staggered back a few steps, and finally leaned against the tree behind, with a look of pain on his face. If an ordinary person had been injured so badly by Senju Tobirama, he would have already died. But Senju Tobirama's physique is different from ordinary people. It is the body of a fairy of the Senju family. It is unknown how many times larger than ordinary people's vitality and chakra. From the time that Uzumaki Kushina was drawn out of Kybe, Nine Tails, for so long. The same human Jinchuriki/column force, Uzumaki Kushina can also release the diamond chain and leave a message, but Gaara, who is a one-tailed human Jinchuriki/column force, died directly. Die! Senju Tobirama! Die! Jin Jiao stood up slowly, and murmured frightening words in his mouth. Directly at Senju Tobirama, his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent and endless anger. Bang! The golden horn suddenly stepped on, and the body was ejected like a cannonball, hitting Senju Tobirama directly. The sharp sound of breaking the sky sounded. This time, the direction of the golden horn's attack was Senju Tobirama's head. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes in despair, waiting quietly for death to come. Anyway, he is already a mortal person, but he just took a journey ahead of time to ease his pain. UI-colored chakra is approaching, and the terrifying killing intent burst out at this moment. Just as the golden horn's right hand was about to touch Senju Tobirama, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from Senju Tobirama. Boom! I saw that the golden horn's body was instantly hit by a terrifying blow, and it flew straight to the rear like a missile. The strong smell of blood immediately entered Senju Tobirama's nose. When he opened his eyes, a bloody man appeared in Senju Tobirama's sight. The originally blurred vision became clear at this moment. And the pupils shrank suddenly and looked at the person standing in front of him in disbelief. He is naturally very familiar with this chakra fluctuation, that is Shimura Danzo, who was previously appointed as the third Hokage of Konoha village by himself. Danzo! Yu. Senju Tobirama's tone was full of trembling and shock, but at the same time there was a hint of relief. After all, he was in a desperate situation, and he really never thought that someone would come back to save him, and this person was the one who was about to master the entire Konoha. Shimura Danzo did not choose to answer Senju Tobirama, but instead stepped forward quickly and pierced the heart of the golden horn with the blade. At this moment, the golden horn of the ninja world, the silver horn, officially fell at this time. Sorry Tobirama, I'm still late. Shimura Danzo walked over to Senju Tobirama and crouched down, his eyes full of sadness and grief. Tears streamed down his cheeks, forming 2 tear streaks. Ha ha ha! Danzo! I sure didn't see the wrong person. Senju Tobirama looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him and smiled freely, not caring about his wounds at all. Miss Tobirama. Shimura Danzo is a little confused, Shouldn't Senju Tobirama smile wryly? Life and death are destiny, wealth and honor are in the sky, didn't you say that? Senju Tobirama seemed to be returning to the light, and a smile of sunshine was squeezed out of his pale face. Shimura Danzo was stunned by those words. Because this sentence was a random sentence he said when he crossed into this world, but he never thought that Akatsuki would be known to Senju Tobirama. Konoha village has you, I can rest assured. But I want to ask you one thing, help me take care of the Senju clan, and raise the Tsunade child into an excellent ninja. In this way, I can go to face the big brother. Senju Tobirama finished all the words in one breath, and then his body slowly became stiff. Immediately after that, the right hand that was raised originally also fell to the ground at this moment. Shimura Danzo reached out and closed Senju Tobirama's eyes, and there was complexity in his eyes. I will take care of the Senju family. As for whether Tsunade can become an excellent ninja, it depends on her talent. Shimura Danzo stood up and made a big gift towards Senju Tobirama. If possible, he would also like to heal Senju Tobirama and give Konoha an extra insurance. But unfortunately, the heart has been pierced. Senju Tobirama hangs this breath entirely with his thoughts of the Senju family. After instructing Shimura Danzo, he no longer has any nostalgia for this world. Chapter 4. A generation of heroes will eventually fall. Shimura Danzo silently mourned for Senju Tobirama. If Senju Hashirama is likened to the cornerstone of the development of Konoha, then Senju Tobirama is the one who perfected Konoha, a true pillar of Jinchuriki/column. Konoha was well organized under Senju Tobirama's governance, creating Anbu, ninja school, and various mechanisms. Uchiha clan perfectly, allowing them to settle down for a long time. If it weren't for the Kaibi, Nine Tails, upheaval, the timing of the Uchiha coup might have been pushed back. But there's no denying that Senju Tobirama handles these things perfectly. So such a person deserves the respect of Shimura Danzo. After Shimura Danzo put the Six Paths ninja tool of the Golden Horn Silver into the system space, he returned to Senju Tobirama's side. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Shimura Danzo was about to carry Senju Tobirama on his back, dozens of figures appeared in front of them instantly. And the costumes on them are the ninjas of Kyumigakuer. An instant, Shimura Danzo's face turned cold, cold light flashed in his eyes, killing intent surged. Take the golden thunder sword from Senju Tobirama and face the dozens of Kyumigakuer ninjas. This ninja of Konoha, don't get me wrong. We are the second generation of Raikage's subordinates. Just then, a tall, bronze-skinned Kyumigakuer ninja stepped out of the crowd. Shimura Danzo immediately understood the identity of the other person after seeing the person's appearance. Isn't this the 3 generations of Raikage in the future? I didn't expect to meet here, but it's normal to think about it. According to the plot of the original book, Senju Tobirama's golden horn, which was severely damaged, died after beheading the silver horn. Then the 3 generations of Raikage came out to pick up a bargain, killed the golden horn and went to Konoha to apologize in person. I have to say that the 3rd generation of Raikage is a man, at least daring. What? Kyumigakuer still wants to kill the fish and kill the Konoha. Shimura Danzo sneered. Is the 2nd generation Hokage dead? If you're not blind, it should be clear. Shimura Danzo's cold words did not make AI angry, but instead stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees to Senju Tobirama. If you want to do it, let's go together. The golden thunder sword in Shimura Danzo's hand shone with light, and the sword was surrounded by lightning bolts. The momentum is like a rainbow, as if it can penetrate the sky, and this blood-stained body directly makes everyone in Kyumigakuer feel a strong sense of oppression. Please don't get me wrong. Kyumigakuer was at fault first, and I will go to Konoha to apologize in person after this matter is over. Get out of the way. AI's roar made all the Kyumigakuer ninjas get out of the way. I hope everything you say will come true. Shimura Danzo left with Senju Tobirama on his back, and dropped such a sentence coldly. If conditions permit, Shimura Danzo really wants to kill all these Kumagakure ninjas here. After all, there are 3 generations of Reikage in the future, and killing them can solve a lot of trouble. But instead of taking over Hokage and sending Senju Tobirama's body back to Konoha, Shimura Danzo chose the latter. This benefit is even greater for him than killing the next 3 generations of Reikage. Sir AI, is it really good for us to let him go like this? Looking at his strength, it is very likely that he will be the successor of the next 3 generations of Hokage. A Kumagakure ninja looked at Yaie with a complicated expression and said. After all, Konoha and Kumagakure are at odds with each other at this time, and if the Golden Horn Silver kills the 2nd generation Hokage, then Konoha will become mortal enemies with them. What? You still think the relationship between Konoha and Kumagakure is not rigid enough? If we dare to kill him and seize Senju Tobirama's body, then Konoha will really be with us forever. Consequences, have you thought about it? Yaie's heavy and majestic voice sounded. And this made the face of the Kumagakure ninja who asked the question suddenly changed. He forgot that this time the truce was proposed by their Kumagakure, because Kumagakure was really exhausted. Konoha's raiding force made him helpless and unable to resist, and if he continued to fight like this, I am afraid that Kumagakure would really perish. Even if they don't die under Konoha's hands, the surrounding Kirigakure and Iwagakure are eyeing them. Once you and Konoha are in a state of immortality, then Kumagakure is really over. Put away the corpse of the Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and their ninja gear. Yayuya took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. Master AI and their ninja tools are not here. Soon a shout came, causing Yayuya's face to change suddenly, and then hurriedly ran to the Golden Horn Silver corner to check. The ninja tools they were holding had long since disappeared without a trace. However, it is not difficult to see the signs of the use of 6 Paths ninja tools in the surrounding battle marks. That is to say, their ninja gear was taken away, and that person could only be the only one who was alive and took the longest. Senju Tobirama on his back. Thinking of this, Yayuya's face became a little livid. That is the ninja tool left by the legendary 6 Paths Immortal, and it is extremely powerful. An elite Jainin, I am afraid that it will be able to fight against cage-level powerhouses without falling behind. It can be said that a cage-level powerhouse can be added to a ninja village. Yayuya couldn't help clenching the fist in her hand, and anger appeared in her eyes. But he knew it was too late to catch up, and reinforcements from Konoha had arrived. If you catch up, you may not be able to come back. Only have to wait until I go to Konoha to negotiate and get things back in exchange. Yayuya is very aware of the importance of the 6 Paths ninja gear. So no matter what the price of sheep is, he will take those ninja tools back from Shimura Danzo's hands. Chapter 5. Soon, Shimura Danzo broke away from Kumagakure's encirclement with Senju Tobirama's body on his back. And Konoha's troops also took advantage of Shimura Danzo at this moment. Danzo, this way! Uchiha Kagami unleashes a huge katon, fire style, instantly showing a huge wall of fire directly blocking the Kumagakure missing nin troops chasing behind. And at this moment, everyone was shocked. Because what Shimura Danzo did was as they had previously guessed. He really killed the encirclement and brought back the 2nd generation Hokage. Soon, under the cover of the Konoha reinforcements, Shimura Danzo carried Senju Tobirama back to the Konoha camp. Danzo! What's wrong with the 2nd generation? Quick! Medical class! Get the people from the medical class over here! At this moment, all the ninjas in Konoha turned into a mess, and the medical ninjas from the medical class rushed over at this time. But Shimura Danzo ignored it and slowly flattened Senju Tobirama on a rock in the distance. At this moment, people saw the situation of Senju Tobirama clearly. The heart has been pierced, the eyes are closed, and the body has lost its original majestic vitality. Instant, the hearts of all Konoha's ninjas became extremely heavy. His eyes were full of sadness and pain, and tears were streaming down his face. No one expected such an outcome. who once traversed Sengoku and was famous for his speed, has just fallen. Shimura Danzo still did not speak, but silently took off his Konoha forward and placed it in front of him. The rest of the ninjas followed Shimura Danzo and took off their ninja foreheads. This is the highest respect for the second generation Hokage. Senju Tobirama was a competent Hokage who brought Konoha to an unprecedented heyday during his reign. His reputation can be said to overshadow the original Hokage Senju Hashirama, enough to see how successful his Hokage is. Go back to Konoha, and first bury the second generation. As for the Kumigakure thing, that's for later. Shimura Danzo's voice, mixed with chakra, resounded in the ears of all Konoha's ninjas, and the voice was full of majesty. No one dared to question Shimura Danzo's words, and no one dared to refute it. Because he brought Senju Tobirama back, there was already a feeling in their hearts that Shimura Danzo was the third generation of Hokage. Afterwards, Shimura Danzo carried Senju Tobirama on his back and walked backward one step at a time. On the way, Konoha's ninja consciously gave way to Shimura Danzo. Then they left with Shimura Danzo. The faces of everyone present were filled with sadness, and some ninjas who had been helped and directed by Senju Tobirama burst into tears. For a time, the atmosphere of the Konoha unit fell into a state of extreme depression. But the only person's face was not very good. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now Shimura Danzo was able to order all the Konoha ninjas, which means that some people started to recognize Shimura Danzo. This case, wouldn't his chances of becoming a Hokage become even slimmer? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel heavy. Second generation Hokage and the second generation Raikage officially brought the First Ninja World War to an end. This ninja war can be said to be extremely tragic. Except for the Tsunagakure village, which did not participate in the war, the shadows of the other four countries are all dead. And after Shimura Danzo carried Senju Tobirama back to Konoha, he also fell into a drowsiness, and Konoha's country of fire fell into a great sadness. Second generation Hokage, the second generation Raikage, the second generation Tsuchikage, the second generation Mizukage. The death of these four shadows heralds the end of the Sengoku era of powerhouses. The legends they wrote are enough to go down in history. Konoha, the dragons were headless, Shimura Danzo was in a coma, and no one dared to bury Senju Tobirama's body. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not propose the burial, and could only wait for Shimura Danzo to wake up. The Senju clan, the young Tsunade heard the news of Senju Tobirama's death, and cried out in the arms of Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito was also in tears, with sadness covering his cheeks. Mito-sama, do we want to bury the second generation immediately? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously. And next to him Koharu Udaten, Homura Mito Kato and Uchiha Kagami are also serious, eyes full of sadness. Reason they asked this was because Uzumaki Mito was the current head of the Senju clan, and Senju Tobirama was her uncle, so she naturally made the decision. Is the third Hokage appointed by Tobirama Shimura Danzo? Uzumaki Mito stared at the four people in front of him and said slowly. But it's not hard to hear the sadness in her words, although she has tried her best to suppress it. Yes, let Danzo take over as Hokage before the second Hokage parted with us. Seeing that everyone was silent, Uchiha Kagami hesitated for a while before speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed slightly with Uchiha Kagami's answer, but it was quickly covered up. Since he was the one who brought Tobirama back from the battlefield, and it was the future Hokage, this matter will not be decided until he wakes up. Uzumaki Mito's answer made the faces of the three present full of confusion. What does she mean by this? But only Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted. Uzumaki Mito knew that the Senju family depended on Shimura Danzo, so he chose to do this. And the most important thing is that if the Senju clan supports Shimura Danzo, then his Hokage position is really hopeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't stop this from happening because he has no right to obstruct Uzumaki Mito's decision. Go to Kirigakure as fast as you can and get a Hiton, ice style, ninja to freeze Tobirama's body. Until Shimura Danzo wakes up. Yes. I'll do it right away. Homura Mitokado nodded solemnly in response. After all, the only thing they can do now is this. Konoha changed the dynasty, changed the sky. Chapter 6. Next day, Shimura Danzo woke up from a coma. Have you fallen asleep? Sure enough, the load on your body is still too great. Waking up, Shimura Danzo muttered to himself as he looked at the sun in the sky. Although he now has the body of a demigod, the consumption that day was too great, plus he carried Senju Tobirama's body all the way back to Konoha. After all, he came out of Kumagakure's encirclement and fought back again, and these 3 times made Shimura Danzo's body load to the extreme. The same is true in the spiritual aspect, so selectively fall into a drowsiness. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's start preparing to take over the Hokage position. But you still have to change your clothes first. Shimura Danzo gave a speechless wry smile looking at the hospital gown he was wearing. Unexpectedly, he was only in a coma from exhaustion, but he was sent directly to Konoha Hospital. Click. At this time, the door was opened. Lord Danzo, are you awake? It is not difficult to see from the clothes on the other side that he is the ninja responsible for taking care of Shimura Danzo. Well, give me the clothes first. Shimura Danzo nodded and took the clothes in the other's hands. Quick! Go tell Mito-sama and them, Danzo-sama has woken up. The ninja roared towards the door, and the whole Konoha hospital could hear it clearly. But it's not hard to hear the surprise in his words. Obviously, Shimura Danzo's awakening is not right for him, and it's great news for Konoha. I slept for a few days. Shimura Danzo was not surprised by what he did, just shook his head and asked. One day. If Lord Danzo is fine, please come out and preside over the situation. The ninja's tone was a bit bitter, as if there was something unspeakable. What happened? What happened to Konoha? Shimura Danzo frowned suddenly. Could it be that the second-generation Kazekage from Tsunagakure village is now launching a war to invade the Fire Nation? The corpse of the second generation was not buried. Mito-sama said that no matter what, you must wait until you wake up before you can bury the second. Because you are the third-generation Hokage designated by the second generation, Mito-sama will defy all opinions and be so determined. Konoha ninja methodically told Shimura Danzo what happened during the day. Shimura Danzo's expression changed a bit after listening, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Is Uzumaki Mito showing her favor? Shimura Danzo murmured in his heart. Uzumaki Mito's behavior is equivalent to the fact that the other party has already shown his side, and the Senju family supports his election to this Hokage. With the support of the Senju family, his position in Konoha is much more stable, and basically no one can shake it. After all, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Everyone knows this truth. Even with the loss of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, Senju is the #1 Konoha clan. Well, I will naturally do my best when it comes to being delayed. Shimura Danzo's face. Even if the Senju family didn't show their favor, he would let Senju continue to develop safely. Knowing the plot, he knows that only Tsunade will be able to shine in the ninja world in the future Senju. The others are not much of a threat until Mokuton, Wood Style, is awakened, and Shimura Danzo is not that sensitive yet. It's time to meet Uzumaki Mito. Shimura Danzo changed his clothes and greeted the ninja before heading to the Senju clan. Walking on the street, he found that the whole Konoha and even the common people were in a sad mood. The noisy child in the past was also silent, silently looking at the rock statue of the second generation of Hokage in the distance. It's really shocking to see how popular Senju Tobirama is among Konoha. But this is also very normal. After all, Konoha has been thriving since Senju Tobirama took over, both in terms of economy and the overall strength of the ninja. And a series of policies for civilians are extremely preferential, such Hokage, who does not like. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the Senju tribe. Senju clan, and they were all mourning for Senju Tobirama. And one of Senju's clansmen saw Shimura Danzo's arrival, and obviously recognized him, and was stopped by Shimura Danzo just as he was about to speak. "Where is Mito-sama? I want to meet her." Shimura Danzo's voice was so soft that it didn't bother other people. "Lord Danzo, please come with me." Shimura Danzo's attitude made the Senju people's hearts feel good. Originally, he thought that the other party was about to take over the 3 generations of Hokage, so he would put on an air, but he did not expect to be so approachable. Tap tap. Shimura Danzo followed in the footsteps of this Senju clan, and soon came to a courtyard. Have to say that the foundation that Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama have laid down for the Senju family is really too big. The yard alone is so big that it makes people feel emotional, let alone how big the entire Senju clan is. If there is no Shimura Danzo's crossing, I am afraid that the Senju family is a piece of cake in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly swallowing the place. "Mito-sama, Danzo-sama has arrived." The Senju clan's tone carefully knocked on the door twice and said, "Come in." A beautiful female voice came from inside the house, and then the Senju tribe opened the door to signal Shimura Danzo to enter. Shimura Danzo quickly entered, and 2 figures came into his eyes. Yui-colored hair is Uzumaki Mito with kaibi, 9 tails, sealed inside her body. The traces of the years have been shown on her face, but it is not difficult to see that the other party was a charming beauty when she was young. And in her arms lay a charming, blonde little loli in a cute sleeping position. Be able to lie down and sleep in the arms of Uzumaki Mito, the whole Konoha can only be her eldest granddaughter, Tsunade. Chapter 7. Sorry, Mito-sama. Shimura Danzo bowed slightly, his words full of apology. After all, Senju Tobirama died to save them, so Shimura Danzo and others still owe the Senju family. It was Tobirama's decision and I understand how he feels, so you don't have to feel guilty. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were filled with unspeakable complexity. Thank you for carrying Tobirama's body back. This kindness will be remembered by the Senju family forever. Uzumaki Mito's remarks also undoubtedly affirmed Shimura Danzo, and also showed the line. And Uzumaki Mito also learned Shimura Danzo's actions from people such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there is absolutely no falsification. A man who can kill himself back to the Kumigakure encirclement, carrying a corpse back from the chaos. This courage, this kindness, can be said to be unprecedented. Now that you're awake, you'll be the one to preside over Tobirama's funeral. After all, you are the 3rd Hokage appointed by Tobirama and the one who brought him back from the battlefield. Uzumaki Mito's tone, and Tsunade's eyelashes trembled slightly in her arms, as if there were signs of waking up. Well, I'm going to start preparing for the teacher's funeral. Shimura Danzo nodded and said. Originally wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered Senju Tobirama's last words before his death, and turned to Uzumaki Mito. Mito-sama, the teacher asked me to teach Tsunade personally before she died, so that she can become an excellent ninja. Of course, if Mito-sama taught the child himself, I wouldn't have to intervene. Shimura Danzo's 2 sentences made Uzumaki Mito's face change a little bit, and there was a daze in his eyes, but it soon became clear. Just an instant, she understood Senju Tobirama's intentions. Senju Tobirama had planned everything, and made Shimura Danzo firmly tied to the Senju family's chariot. Use this kindness to let Shimura Danzo take care of the Senju family until he resigns as Hokage. I have to say that this abacus is very good, even Uzumaki Mito didn't expect Senju Tobirama to even count this. Tsunade is a direct disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage, Senju's position in the Konoha will be very stable and will not be threatened too much. Since it is Tobirama's last word, follow it. When Tsunade is old enough, I'll let her learn by your side. Uzumaki Mito gently stroked Tsunade's back, and smiled when he looked at the cute little face of her sleeping. This eldest granddaughter can be said to be her last thought. I see. I'm going to prepare for the teacher's funeral first. Shimura Danzo said goodbye. He opened the door and left, heading to the place that was about to belong to him. And Uzumaki Mito looked at the closed door and fell into deep thought, and then crystal tears flowed down from his eyes. Tears fell on Tsunade's powder-carved cheeks, and Tsunade seemed to be waking up. Seeing that Tsunade was about to wake up, Uzumaki Mito quickly stopped his tears. She can't show her weak side in front of others, otherwise Senju will really be bullied. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the door of Hokage's office. Click. Open the door and enter. But this scene in front of him made him a little strange. The four people in front of him are his companions, Koharu Yudatan, Homura Mito Kato, Uchiha Kagami, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo looked weird because Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in the Hokage office chair and looking at the documents at the moment. This Hokage position seemed like his. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and saw Shimura Danzo, his face became embarrassed. A thick skin like the Great Wall, he couldn't hold back Shimura Danzo's strange look. Homura Mito Kato and the others didn't say anything and looked at the two of them as if they were watching a play. After all, the third generation of Hokage is Shimura Danzo, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting in his Hokage position. No matter how good this relationship is, there must be a degree. Obviously, there are other thoughts. Even if the two are a pair of life and death brothers, there must be a line of demarcation in this regard. Danzo, sorry. I thought you were still in a coma, so I took care of the recent government affairs for you on my own initiative. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly left the Hokage office chair and sat next to Uchiha Kagami. A set of actions, smooth, to cover up embarrassment. But when he left, there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes, which was extremely secretive, but Shimura Danzo captured this subtle expression. It's all right, Sarutobi, whoever is Hokage is different, we two are who we are. Why don't I go and tell everyone, you will be the Hokage in the future? Shimura Danzo showed an understanding smile on his face, making people unable to raise any trace of malice. And what he said made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face even more embarrassed, and Uchiha Kagami and Homura Mito Kato and Koharu Yudatan were even more gloating. Let you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rely on the second-generation Hokage to issue orders all day on weekdays, but no one will help you this time. No Danzo, you are the third generation of Hokage appointed by the teacher. The reason why the teacher did this must be that you are more capable than us and can lead Konoha to glory. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed the desire in his heart and waved his hand with an embarrassed smile. But in fact, I really want to respond to Shimura Danzo's words, but doing so shows his ambitions for the position of Hokage. Now all he has to do is make Shimura Danzo think he has no desire for the Hokage position, and he. Okay. Prepare for the teacher's funeral in the highest Konoha specifications. So the Konoha members must be present, and those who are not present will be expelled from Konoha. Shimura Danzo sat on the Hokage office chair with a cold expression and said in a serious tone. And Shimura Danzo's remarks also made everyone's heart suddenly shudder. Because they all know that Konoha has changed, and the new Hokage will use his wrist to tell Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Konoha is not defeated by the death of the second-generation Hokage. Chapter 8. Konoha 15 years. June 5th. For the civilians of the ninja world, this may be a day when the flames of war die. But it's a sad day for all of us at Konoha. There was no light in the grey sky, and a terrifying cloud covered the whole of Konoha. A light rain poured down from the sky. Today, a pioneer of Konoha prosperity, a pioneer will be buried here. All Konoha villagers wore black mourning clothes, the ninjas also put away their forehead guards, and the civilians folded their hands in silence. All the dummies lost their former vitality, their eyes were low, and they were full of grief. The iron law of the ninjas are not allowed to shed tears or reveal their feelings at any time. This sentence was told to them by Senju Tobirama. But the words of those who have been remembered by Chunin in the past have no effect today, no matter who they are. Every ninja and every Konoha civilian has an undisguised sadness on the face. Everyone looked at the coffin in Konoha Square, letting the rain beat their cheeks. Someone closed their eyes tightly, biting their lips lightly, holding back the tears in their eyes. Someone looked up at the sky and let the rain drip on their cheeks, the tears combined with the rain, unable to see. Some strong ninjas gently slapped their companions, silently comforting those around them. Everyone is mourning, and no one dares to speak out at this moment. Uchiha's clansmen and their clan leaders also had complex expressions, and their hearts were filled with emotion. Because Senju Tobirama really did not treat them badly, let them set up the Konoha garrison. Although far from the political center of the village, it also allowed the Uchiha family's prestige to reach its peak in Konoha. Therefore, for this man who is both an opponent and a companion, there is no trace of joy in their hearts. But they really admire Senju Tobirama in their hearts, and the powerful political tricks make no one dare to think about it. Uzumaki Maitaji watched Senju Tobirama quietly with tears streaming down his eyes. Tsunade, who was beside him, was already crying loudly, and hurriedly wanted to step over the coffin to touch Senju Tobirama. Soon Tsunade passed out crying. "Mito-sama, let me hold her." Shimura Danzo saw a trace of fatigue on Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows, and knew that the other party was really tired these days, so he wanted to take Tsunade in her arms. "Well, thank you, Danzo." Uzumaki Mito didn't refuse either, and handed the Tsunade in his arms to Shimura Danzo. The front row, there were a few people standing, all of whom were the closest disciples of Senju Tobirama's life. Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu Udaten, Homura Mito Kato, Uchiha Kagami. Next are the high-level officials of Konoha, the family patriarch, and the Senju clan. Finally, the ninjas and Konoha civilians all prayed for Senju Tobirama in their hearts. "Cover it up." Shimura Danzo realized that the time had come, and whispered to Homura Mito Kato next to him. Click. Soon, Senju Tobirama's coffin was closed. Woo 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 woo. The whining flute resounded through the sky, and a cloud covered the entire sky. Boom! There was a thunder in the sky, and the rain poured in an instant. Senju Tobirama was buried under the eyes of everyone crying. Buried next to Senju Hashirama. Ta ta ta! Shimura Danzo stepped forward first, holding a white chrysanthemum and placed it in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone. Looking at the portrait of Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzo stood in front of the tombstone and fell into a moment of contemplation. No one dared to urge Shimura Danzo, because everyone knew at this moment that he was the appointed Hokage heir of the second generation of Hokage. It is already 3 generations of Hokage, but there is no coronation ceremony. Miss Tobirama, go well. Soon, Shimura Danzo went down. Uzumaki Mito put down the white chrysanthemum, his eyes were full of grief, and his body was shaky, as if he was about to faint. Mito-sama. Shimura Danzo quickly stepped forward and supported Uzumaki Mito. He then gave Koharu Udaten a look and asked her to help Uzumaki Mito go down to rest. Tsunade woke up again, holding Senju Tobirama's tombstone tightly and refusing to let go. The sound of crying seemed to resound through the sky. But in the end, he was tired of crying, so Shimura Danzo picked it up and handed it to the Senju clan. Everyone placed the white chrysanthemum in their hands in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone, and then bowed deeply. An old man in Konoha recited the deeds of Senju Tobirama during his lifetime, and everyone listened carefully, for fear of missing a word. Soon, the old man finished reading the last word and closed the text. Soon, the funeral was over. Many people slowly left the cemetery with expressions of pain. But there are also many people who did not leave, but kept their eyes on Senju Tobirama's remains. What's more, some people have already fainted from crying, and fell directly to the ground unconscious. From this, it can be seen that this Hokage of Senju Tobirama is very competent, surpassing the shadow of Senju Hashirama and even the other 4 countries. He was the pioneer of Konoha, a man who dedicated his life to Konoha. Could have chosen to use the technique of Hiraishin to leave, but in this twilight, he chose to use his life to pave the way for Konoha's future hope. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is Senju Tobirama's will of fire. The legend has ended, and a new heir to the will of fire has appeared. This time, Senju Tobirama did not choose the wrong person. He chose Shimura Danzo, which was the most correct choice. Loyui is not a ruthless thing, it turns into spring mud and protects flowers. This is the best poem to interpret Senju Tobirama Hokage's career. There is no absolute good person, and there is no absolute bad person. Senju Tobirama may have some disgrace in his life, but he is a respectable ninja. Chapter 9. Konoha Village, Meeting Hall. At this time, the conference hall was full of people. Who can sit here are the high-level officials of Konoha, the main stage in Churiki/column, and the patriarchs of various families. The person who can take care of them to stay here peacefully is naturally the 3rd generation of Hokage Shimura Danzo. Guys, if there is anything wrong with my Hokage, please bear with me. After Shimura Danzo glanced around, a faint smile appeared on his face. Although his face was kind, no one dared to raise any contempt for this young Hokage. He is the 2nd generation of Hokage. Senju Tobirama designated the 3rd generation of Hokage, and he has been with him for so long, it is really impossible to despise him. Lord Hokage, on Kumagakura's side, what should we do? Uchiha Kagami asked aloud at this time. Senju Tobirama's death is because of Silver Horn, the Golden Horn of Kumagakura. Even if the Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebelled and perished with the 2nd generation Hokage, they still couldn't swallow it. Because the impact of this incident was too great, the morale of the entire Konoha ninja was depressed to an extreme, and the sacrifice of the 2nd generation Hokage was also a major loss for Konoha. Don't worry about Kumagakura, their future 3 generations of Reikage will come to apologize in person. Shimura Danzo said slowly after pondering for a long time. What? Lord Hokage, you are kidding me, how could Reikage come to our village? Everyone was shocked and expressed their disbelief in what Shimura Danzo said. Because it's so ridiculous, it's hard to believe. 3 generations of Reikage come to Konoha to apologize? This is simply nonsense. Does he not know how bad the relationship between Konoha and Kumagakura is now? Even if Konoha came, everyone would definitely not let him go back alive. Of course it's not a joke. As for whether what I said is the truth, we'll see. Shimura Danzo said indifferently with a serious face. After explaining some things and telling various departments to pay attention to the recent movements of other countries, the meeting was dismissed. Who had just returned to Hokage's office, had NT had time to rest when the office door was opened again. Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, etc. came to the Hokage office together and seemed to have something to say to Shimura Danzo. Let's talk about it first, come and help me with government affairs. Makes my head big. Shimura Danzo pointed to the mountains of documents on the table and on both sides of the table with black lines all over his head. Forehead. For a time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not know what to say. But they can see that if they don't help the other party finish these government affairs, they probably won't listen to any of them. The time soon came to evening, and the documents were almost finished. Uchiha Kagami and others lay on the sofa with a tired look. They didn't expect that Hokage had to deal with so many things on weekdays. Without their help, Shimura Danzo would probably take a few days to finish. But only Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any trace of fatigue, but was very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Naturally, other people don't have the time to pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo takes it all in. It can be said that this guy is indeed quite suitable for Hokage, but it is only suitable. Shimura Danzo is more suitable for Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tell me, what do you have to do with me? Shimura Danzo sat on the Hokage office chair and looked at the four people in front of him seriously. Danzo, are you really that confident with Kumagakure? You know they're a bunch of lunatics, it's impossible to negotiate with Konoha so calmly. Maybe the war will continue to break out. Uchiha Kagami said with a serious look on his face. Konoha lost a cage-level powerhouse, which was a huge blow for them. If Kumagakure fights Konoha again at this time, I'm afraid it's really hard to resist Kumagakure's army. Don't worry, I have already seen each other when I came back with the teacher. And the next 3 generations of Hokage made way for me and promised to come to Konoha. Besides, the ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are still in my hands, so they have to come. Shimura Danzo's faint smile was full of confidence. And his words also made everyone's eyes suddenly become hot and full of shock. Do you have all the ninja gear of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief after swallowing deeply. You must know that the ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn are the ninja tools handed down by the legendary Six Paths Immortals. Power is unparalleled, even the cage-level powerhouse has to avoid the edge for a while, and dare not confront it. The early days of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a brief fight with the Silver Corner, and the function of the golden rope is still fresh in his memory. If it wasn't for Shimura Danzo and others to help, I'm afraid he would have died at Silver's corner. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn also used the power of the Six Paths ninja tools to traverse the entire ninja world. Just pulled the disparate Kumagakure and Konoha to a tie, resulting in heavy casualties for the troops on the Golden Horn Silver. If it weren't for Senju Obirama's presence and the repeated success of the raid plan, I'm afraid Konoha would really have been defeated by Kumagakure's attack. Well, when I was back to the teacher, I put away the Six Paths ninja tools in the silver corner of the Golden Horn in advance. Shimura Danzo's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood suddenly heavy to the extreme. If that's the case, then you're in a bad way. No wonder you think the third Raikage will come in person. If it's the Six Paths ninja gear, it's worth their visit. Homura Mitokado nodded and said clearly. Shimura Danzo still had a faint smile on his face, but he turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The subtle change in expression didn't escape Shimura Danzo's eyes, it just didn't break. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Chapter 10. Next day, Shimura Danzo left the Hokage building after finishing the Hokage business. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others helped him finish a lot of things yesterday, so it didn't take much time today. And the people in Konoha are not dead, not all affairs have to be handed over to Shimura Danzo. If Shimura Danzo handles all the big and small matters, what are the rest of the ninjas in charge of? Therefore, today's Shimura Danzo rarely took a leisurely time, and came to the Senju family's clan. He had not forgotten the last words that he had promised Senju Obirama. Teach Tsunade personally and make him a good ninja. At first Shimura Danzo refused, but Tsunade's cute appearance is really pitiful. And Uzumaki Mito also indicated that he is on his side, and it is not a bad thing to be close to the Senju clan. By the way, the Thunder Sword, the weapon of Senju Obirama, was returned to the Senju clan. Although this sword is a treasure, Shimura Danzo is not very interested, so it would be better to return it to the Senju family as a favor. By the way, you can also brush a wave of favorability, why not do it? 3 generations of Hokage-sama, why are you here? A scream came, making Shimura Danzo quite familiar. Turning to look, this person is the Senju tribe who led Shimura Danzo to the location of Uzumaki Mito last time. Well, I have some of the teacher's relics here. I forgot some of them when I was busy before. Now I will return them. Shimura Danzo nodded. So that's the case, that adult, please do it. I believe you should remember the location of the yard. Hearing Shimura Danzo's intention, the Senju clansman's nervous expression loosened a little, as if he had unloaded some load. Can be seen that he is still under a lot of pressure when facing Shimura Danzo, otherwise he would not be so serious and nervous. Remember. By the way, what's your name? When the Senju tribe turned to leave, Shimura Danzo suddenly stopped and asked. Go back to Lord Hokage, my name is Senju Jojiang. For a time, Shimura Danzo was shocked by the other party's name. Seeing Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly froze, his eyes were full of shock. Senju Jojiang's expression became even more nervous, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. You must know that Mito-sama once gave an order that the Senju clan must not have a bad relationship with the current Hokage, otherwise they will be expelled from the Senju clan. But Shimura Danzo was shocked when he heard his name, which made Senju Jojiang's mood sink to the bottom, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Hokage-sama, do you have anything else to do? Senju Jojiang worked hard to control his emotions, Zhan Keek said. But he could hear the trembling in his voice and the fear in his voice. Obviously, he was frightened by Shimura Danzo's sudden action, otherwise how could such a big man be like this? No, it's nothing, go and do your thing. Shimura Danzo quickly waved his hands after realizing his gaffe. Senju Jojiang was relieved when he heard the words, and hurriedly left Shimura Danzo's sight with oil on the soles of his feet. Sure enough, another world really has any name. Shimura Danzo's heart is full of complaints. Immediately after finishing his emotions, he left and walked to where Uzumaki Mito was. When Shimura Danzo came to the courtyard last time, he found that Uzumaki Mito was sitting in the courtyard at this time. Not far away, there was a blonde little loli sitting cross-legged on a rock, his eyes closed. This blonde little loli is Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito also looked surprised when he saw Shimura Danzo's arrival, and got up hastily. 3 generations of Hokage, why are you here? Uzumaki Mito's name suddenly made Shimura Danzo fall into a wry smile. Mito-sama, please don't break me, you should call me Danzo, I don't dare to accept this name. Shimura Danzo said helplessly with a wry smile. Well then, I'll take care of you and call you Danzo. Uzumaki Mito had a look of apology on his face, but he was very satisfied. Mito-sama, this time I am here to return the relics of my teacher. After speaking, Shimura Danzo took out the Thor sword from the system space. Sizzle! The golden thunderbolt of the Thunder God sword's body was beating wildly, and a rich and familiar chakra spread out. And the chakra attached to it is the one that Senju Tobirama left behind during his lifetime. Thunder Sword! Uzumaki Mito murmured as he stared at the sword flashing with lightning in front of him. After a long silence. You accept this sword. You are Tobirama's appointed Hokage, and you are naturally qualified to inherit this sword. Don't refuse. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and pushed the Thor sword to Shimura Danzo. There was an unquestionable tone in the last sentence, which Shimura Danzo couldn't refuse for a while. All right then. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly, and could only reluctantly retract the Thunder God sword again. Just today you are here, let Tsunade get to know you. Just as Uzumaki Mito's voice fell, Tsunade closed his eyes in the distance and opened his eyes at this moment. Shuiling's eyes were full of curiosity and looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him. Are you the Sarutobi Danzo that the second grandfather said? Ask for some flowers and evaluation tickets, work hard 5 times a day. Chapter 11. Tsunade's words came out, the scene suddenly became very silent. Shimura Danzo looked embarrassed, and looked at the little lowly Tsunade in front of him with a bit of confusion. Uzumaki Mito's face was warm and angry, and then he reached out and slapped Tsunade hard on the head. Ah! It hurts. What are you doing, Grandma? Tsunade covered his forehead in pain, and there was a trace of mist in his eyes. There was a pained expression on the face of the jade-carved jade, his eyes were full of puzzlement, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. From this point, it can be seen that Uzumaki Mito did not hold back at all, and gave Tsunade a big fruit to eat directly. Be serious, he will be your teacher from now on, Shimura Danzo. Call the teacher now. Uzumaki Mito's serious look is full of majesty. The style of the head of the family was instantly full, causing Tsunade to stretch his neck and Shuiling's eyes rolled a few times. Don't. Why is he my teacher? Isn't he better than the second grandpa? Tsunade trotted into the distance and made a face and refused. In her heart, the only people who can teach her are her grandmother and second grandfather, so why should others teach her? But Uzumaki Mito did not speak at this time, but turned his eyes to Shimura Danzo. Indeed, this child is inherently talented, and with the guidance of Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito, his strength is far superior to his peers. So it's normal to have some arrogance in his heart. Shimura Danzo needs to show his hands before he can make Tsunade obediently apprentice. Oh? I may not be as strong as the teacher, but it's more than enough to teach you a little girl. Shimura Danzo naturally understood what Uzumaki Mito meant, so he looked at Tsunade with a smile and laughed. In this way, if you can use the second grandpa's Hiraishin, I will consider letting you be my teacher. Tsunade put his hands on his hips and smiled smugly. And Uzumaki Mito frowned, because Tsunade's condition was too much. You must know that the technique of Hiraishin is Senju Tobirama's famous stunt, and he used it to kill Uchiha Izuna back then. But the way of cultivation is extremely harsh, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can cultivate. Many people have tried to practice the Hiraishin art of Senju Tobirama in the past, but all have failed. To cultivate that kind of thing, you must have the talent of time-space ninjutsu, otherwise, you will not be able to successfully cultivate at all. Tsunade is clearly in distress. Shimura Danzo, otherwise would not have said such a condition. Tsunade, you. Just when Uzumaki Mito wanted to speak for Shimura Danzo, he was stopped by a look from Shimura Danzo. God-level choice. Option 1, reject Tsunade's conditions, unable to accept Tsunade as an apprentice, quest reward, get Mount My Bokusan/Sage Art Cultivation Method. Option 2, accept Tsunade's challenge and accept Tsunade as an apprentice, quest reward, Hiraishin Proficiency Level 1, get a trace of Ashura's Source Chakra. A door-to-door reward is a really good system. Shimura Danzo felt Ichiraku in his heart after seeing the reward of choice 2. Okay, I accept your terms. Remember to call me teacher in the future. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly towards Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and an idea suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that Shimura Danzo has mastered the art of Hiraishin? Oh! I can't talk about it. The second grandfather's Hiraishin technique can't be practiced by anyone. Tsunade struck without hesitation after seeing Shimura Danzo so confident. But suddenly there was an ominous premonition in her heart that Shimura Danzo might be able to use the Hiraishin technique. Quest rewards have been issued. Suddenly, there was a lot of new knowledge in Shimura Danzo's mind, as well as the master of the power of space. Obviously, this is the characteristic of Hiraishin's initial cultivation and formation. Little girl, look good. Shimura Danzo took a kunao from his trouser pocket, followed by Hiraishin's imprint. Whoosh! I saw him swipe hard, and Kui instantly flew into the sky like a cloud-piercing arrow, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Hiraishin! Call out! I saw Shimura Danzo's figure instantly disappear into the spot. That's right. Is gone. Instead of standing still and flying into the air. Instant, Shimura Danzo appeared above the sky for dozens of seconds and slowly fell from the sky. This scene shocked Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Especially Uzumaki Mito, she could clearly perceive a tremor in the space just now. The rest may be imperceptible to the subtleties of space, but Uzumaki Mito can. Technique Shimura Danzo used just now was the technique of Hiraishin developed by Senju Tobirama. But the proficiency is not high, otherwise the surrounding space will not tremble at all. Tsunade, on the other hand, stared blankly at the scene in front of him, feeling a little helpless. Hiration technique that is said to be difficult to cultivate, the most difficult ninjutsu, how could it be learned so easily? Chap! Suddenly, Kunao stuck in front of Tsunade. Immediately after a strong wind hit, Tsunade suddenly felt his body being picked up. "Little girl, how are you?" A soft and brisk voice rang in her ears, and Tsunade's face instantly turned into a puff of UI. "Bastard! You copper smelter, put me down!" Tsunade struggled hard for a while, his face was full of the shyness of a girl. "Be polite and call the teacher, or I'll keep holding you." Shimura Danzo didn't immediately put down the struggling Tsunade, but instead laughed. It was impossible for a strong woman like Tsunade to give in so easily and struggled for several minutes. But unable to break free from Shimura Danzo's shackles. In desperation, Tsunade could only shout weakly, "Teacher!" But it is not difficult to hear that there is still dissatisfaction in Tsunade's tone, but more of it is anger. Because only her own relatives had hugged her since she was a child, and now she was suddenly hugged by a strange man, she was naturally very angry. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade in the yard who was teased by Shimura Danzo Hirishin, and showed a relieved smile. "Ask for some flowers." Chapter 12. Tsunade, if you haven't cultivated well, don't blame me for going to Mito-sama to complain. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly as he looked at Tsunade who had a lazy face in front of him. But the threat in the words made Tsunade pouted. "Humph! Will threaten me with grandma. And I have learned all the things you taught, so I don't need to practice again." Tsunade complained to Shimura Danzo with a dissatisfied face. Indeed, as the princess of the Senju family, Tsunade has been exposed to more things than ordinary people since childhood. With Senjuto Birama and Uzumaki Mito to accompany the practice, both in vision and strength are far beyond their peers. Why Tsunade was so impatient and arrogant? "Oh? That's it. If you can take this bell from my hand, I will not be your teacher again. If I win instead, then you have to listen to me." Shimura Danzo shook the bell in his hand and chuckled. "Cut, tricks to deceive children, do you think I don't know you can do Hirashin's art?" Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo with contempt and said. Shimura Danzo Hirashin in the Senju family's compound before, and there was already a shadow in her heart, but she won't be fooled this time. "I won't use the Hirashin technique this time, speed alone is enough." Shimura Danzo's words made Tsunade's eyes light up, and Shuiling's eyes rolled a few times. "You can't be fooled." Tsunade showed a fierce expression and said towards Shimura Danzo Zhang Kaiba danced his claws. "Of course, after all I'm a third-generation Hokage, that would deceive a kid." Shimura Danzo shook the bell in his hand again and smiled. "Hooked." Seeing Tsunade's urgent expression and the confidence flashing in his eyes, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt Ichiraku in his heart. "The rules are very simple, use all your methods to grab the bell in my hand. Of course, you must have the determination to kill me, otherwise you will not be able to get the bell." Shimura Danzo's tone suddenly became serious, and there was no joke like before. The sudden seriousness made Tsunade stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Then get started." Shimura Danzo's voice fell, a flashing kunao stabbed Shimura Danzo's face in an instant. "Little girl, it's pretty good." Shimura Danzo didn't dodge, but also took out the kunao and waved it directly to knock Tsunade's kunao into the air. "Sudden, water style, clear water." The Tsunade hand seal is incredibly fast. I saw a large amount of clear water by the river instantly turned into a wave and hit Shimura Danzo. Then Tsunade jumped on the water and rushed directly to Shimura Danzo, and the series of movements was extremely smooth and perfect. Doton, Earth Style, the art of the earth wall. A wall of earth rose in an instant, directly blocking the shock wave. "The bell. It's mine." In an instant, a figure appeared in the sky. Tsunade hit Shimura Danzo directly with a punch, and the pink fist contained amazing power. Shimura Danzo didn't hit hard, but jumped back without giving Tsunade any chance to attack. Boom! Tsunade slammed his fist on the ground, making a loud noise, and cracks appeared on the ground. Chakra-enhanced strength? It seems that it was taught by either Uzumaki Mito or Senju Hashirama. Shimura Danzo vaguely remembers that in a Hokage game he played in his previous life, one of Tsunade's skills was the same as Senju Hashirama's, and they were both fists. There must be some connection between the two, otherwise Tsunade wouldn't be able to learn without a teacher. Humph! Coward, don't hide if you can. Tsunade snorted coldly when he saw Shimura Danzo, who was dodging. But there was a hint of pride on his face. This guy is not very powerful, he is not afraid to take his own fist. Hey? I'm just afraid of hurting you. Shimura Danzo tied the bell around his waist and shook his head with a smile. And his seemingly flat smile was full of ridicule in Tsunade's eyes, and she naturally couldn't stand the violent temper. You copper smelter bastard! Tsunade's anger suddenly rose, and then he stepped directly and quickly rushed towards Shimura Danzo. Sure enough, the weakness is still too obvious. Shimura Danzo sighed helplessly after seeing Tsunade so excited. Tsunade is too easily provoked, and if someone takes advantage of this on the battlefield, he'll probably die with nothing left. Why Shimura Danzo chose to say this because he wanted Tsunade to control his temper. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo and Tsunade launched a fierce physical battle. I have to say that Tsunade's strength is indeed strong, and this strength can already rival Chunin. But the attacks were incoherent, all were flaws, and Shimura Danzo was able to defeat her at least 6 times during her attack. That's the difference in combat experience. Damn, this guy is so strong. Tsunade gradually became agitated when he saw that his offensive had no effect at all. Shimura Danzo faced Tsunade's attack very easily, without any pressure at all. It's time to end. Shimura Danzo's sudden words made Tsunade stunned. What's the meaning? Could it be that he was able to defeat himself from the beginning? Call out! In an instant, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Tsunade's face suddenly froze. A fist wind blew her fluffy golden hair, and Shimura Danzo's fist appeared in front of his eyes. How is that possible? Tsunade stared at the bag-sized fist in disbelief. She could feel how fast the opponent was, it was all about speed, and she didn't rely on Hirashin's technique to teleport. Little Tsunade, how? Shimura Danzo withdrew his fist and his face appeared in front of Tsunade's eyes. I lost. Tsunade said in a low voice like a flat tire. She couldn't accept this reality, because she felt that the strength gap between herself and the guy in front of her was not very big. But the speed that the other party showed just now completely surpassed her cognition. This time, she was convinced of her book. Tsunade, you have to let go of your temper, such an easily irritated personality is not good. And the feeling is completely quiet, and you have to learn to think about the enemy's next move and even the next few steps. This is the most basic thing for a ninja. Recklessness is a taboo. Shimura Danzo said earnestly. Tsunade was taken aback. Originally, she thought that the other party would mock her proudly, but she didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would not do so, but instead pointed out her own shortcomings. That's it for today's practice, remember to calm down, otherwise nothing will be successful. Shimura Danzo stepped forward and rubbed Tsunade's head, then left with a smile. But this time Tsunade didn't resist like he used to, instead he enjoyed Shimura Danzo's head slaying. Chapter 13. At this time, Shimura Danzo is leisurely processing the files on the desktop. At this time, there are not many files, so Shimura Danzo seems to be very handy in handling it, without the slightest discomfort. It's nice, such a life. Shimura Danzo has never felt so relaxed. Hey, is this information about the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzo looked at the encrypted file on the desktop and then picked it up and muttered. This document seems to be left by Senju Tobirama, and it is estimated that it records everything about the Uchiha family. Driven by curiosity, Shimura Danzo opened the top-secret document. Uchiha Clan Mangekyo Sharingan Owner. Fuck. There are 10 people. Shimura Danzo could nt sit still, and looked at the information in this document with a shocked expression. There are detailed records of those Uchiha ninjas who have Mangekyo Sharingan, and even Uchiha Kagami is among them. He suddenly forgot that the era he was in was not long after the end of World War I, and this was the most prosperous period of the Uchiha family. Geniuses, and there are too many strong people who survived the Sengoku era. This is simply a huge time bomb for the village, which cannot be solved at all. Uchiha Kagami's older sister, Uchiha Chiri. Shimura Danzo frowned. Because he seems to have heard the name somewhere, but he can't remember who the other party is. Uchiha, the creator of Izanami. Official character evaluation, Uchiha is undoubtedly a great ninja. When most of the clansmen are immersed in the cannibalism of power, she can overcome the desire for power, and in order to save her partner, she will not hesitate to sacrifice her own eyes. It's a pity that this female senior may be too low-key, otherwise, she will definitely be able to shake the ninja world like the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Hi! Dude, Uchiha turned out to be so brilliant. Shimura Danzo gasped suddenly. He said how it was so familiar, it turned out to be the creator of Izanami. It seems that the infighting of the Uchiha clan is about to begin. It should be for the position of the clan leader. Otherwise, why would Izanaga's tricks be used frequently? Shimura Danzo muttered to himself. He was sure that this time was definitely the most powerful period for the Uchiha clan, and there was no problem in subverting the entire village. 6 Mangekyo Sharingan, no matter how weak, the strength will suddenly soar to Kage level. This is the horror of Uchiha. However, in this infighting, most of the Mangekyo Sharingan members of the Uchiha clan will die, leaving only a few people. One is Uchiha Kagami, the other is the clan who was cast Izanami, and the last one is naturally Uchiha who used Izanami. I'm quite interested in this Uchiha. Shimura Danzo put away the document and put it in the drawer. Judging from the photo, Uchiha's appearance is not inferior to Tsunade at all, very similar to Uzuki Ijayo decades later, and he has purple hair. Find a chance to get in touch. Although it is said to be from the Uchiha clan, the current Uchiha clan can still use it. A small plan suddenly appeared in Shimura Danzo's heart. Dong dong dong. Just when Shimura Danzo was thinking about how to contact the Uchiha family, the door of Hokage's office was suddenly knocked. Shimura Danzo can only temporarily put away his thoughts. Please come in. Click. The door was opened. And an old acquaintance came into view. Sarutobi, why are you here? Shimura Danzo was a little surprised when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance. Sarutobi Hiruzen be resting at home, how can he come to his Hokage office when he is free? Danzo, I don't think Anbu's captain can be alone for a day. Anbu's discipline has been a little lax recently, and someone needs to rectify it. Anbu is the last line of defense to defend the village. Don't you think it's better to have a capable person to play the role? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a serious and righteous manner. His eyes were full of solemnity, and his tone was filled with the feeling of worrying about the village. But that is, he can directly say such words to Shimura Danzo without detours. I am afraid that it would be really embarrassing to be someone else. No way, who made them good brothers in life and death? Going through fire and water for the brothers, as for when 2 knives are inserted in the back, I don't know who is inserting who. Shimura Danzo burst into laughter when he heard the words. He thought about many ways for Sarutobi Hiruzen to find the position he wanted, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so direct. Although it is implied, it is completely explicit. You're right, I've been working on paperwork lately and haven't had time to fix Anbu. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly in recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Yeah, and there have been some problems with Konoha's enchantment recently. Anbu didn't find out and report it in time to fix it. If I hadn't found it sooner, I'm afraid some strange people would have been mixed in the village of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately nodded in agreement. But it's not hard to see the smile and the smug look in his eyes. As for the candidate for Anbu's new captain, I already have it in my mind, and I will never let you down, Sarutobi. Stood up, patted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and glanced at the other person with deep eyes. Danzo, you didn't expect you to trust me so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't expect that all this would go so smoothly. He originally thought that the other party would refuse, but Shimura Danzo agreed so readily. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a good brother of life and death. What do you think of Minion? He is bold, level-headed, and once served as the Anbu sub-commander. I think he is a good candidate. Meow meow meow. Instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited expression, ready to accept Shimura Danzo's request, froze. What? Homura Mito Kato. Chapter 14. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of extreme shock for a while, unable to recover. I've made it clear, but it's so simple and clear that I still don't understand. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to mention the roar that happened at Shimura Danzo's neckline. But reason tells him that he must not do this, because the other party is the third generation of Hokage, the ruler of Konoha. It is no longer the Shimura Danzo who can play with him, and there is a gap in identities between the two. Sarutobi? What's wrong with you? Is there something uncomfortable? Sarutobi Hiruzen with a concerned look. After all, the other party's expression looked a little distorted, as if in a state of extreme excitement. I see, you are happy for that kid, Menyan, right? That's right. After all, we are the students under the teacher. You must be happy for him to be the captain of Anbu. Shimura Danzo said with a satisfied smile. If he could, he really wanted to laugh out loud, Well, I'm really happy for Minion, after all, this is an important position. Then we have to celebrate properly. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a smile that was even uglier than crying. He originally thought that Shimura Danzo could understand what he meant, but he didn't expect the other party to misinterpret it so badly. Listen, is this what people say? Alas Sarutobi! I originally wanted you to take this position, but when I think of you and me, the relationship is as close as a life and death brother. If I do this, I will definitely make you misunderstand that I regard you as my subordinate, so in order to maintain our relationship, we can only let Minion take over. Shimura Danzo said with a look of regret. This pity expression fully expressed that he really wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to take up the position of Captain Anbu. But in order to keep the relationship between friends unchanged, Homura Mito Kato was appointed as the captain of Anbu. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. My heart suddenly spit out a gloomy old blood. Relationships are not important. Why do you think that my friendship as captain of Anbu is indifferent? What the hell is going on in your head? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in his heart. But there is still a smile on his face, it looks flat, but a huge wave has been set off in his heart, like a tsunami coming. Relax, Sarutobi. We are still the best of friends, and the people who can trust each other's backs on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful look again. Then he left the Hokage office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office with a stunned expression. Asshole! Danzo! You bastard! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared wildly in his heart. If he was really on the battlefield at this time, he really wanted to give Shimura Danzo 2 knives. Ha ha ha! Sarutobi ah Sarutobi! I'm dying of laughter. The edge of Konoha's barrier, Shimura Danzo laughed wantonly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance just now, Shimura Danzo really couldn't hold back. Although he is a professional Hokage, a professional ninja, no matter what happens, he will not laugh unless he can't help it. Stop laughing, let's see what's wrong with Konoha's barrier first. Shimura Danzo adjusted his emotions and muttered while looking at the transparent barrier in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said that, it proves that there must be a problem with Konoha's enchantment, otherwise he would not have taken the opportunity to come to the Hokage office and ask Shimura Danzo for a position as captain of Anbu. I have to say that this guy's wishful thinking is really good, but he met an Oscar winner like Shimura Danzo. Then Shimura Danzo stretched out his right hand, and chakra gathered in his hand and slowly penetrated into the enchantment. Ordinary people certainly can't do this, but Shimura Danzo has seen things about the Konoha enchantment from the materials left by Senju Tobirama, so he knows how to check the enchantment for damage. Otherwise, he wouldn't come directly, so let Konoha Anbu come to investigate. Although there is a little problem, has it been fixed by Anbu? It seems that it needs to be strengthened. Hey! I remember that Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have a reconnaissance crystal, but how was that thing made? Shimura Danzo fell into contemplation for a while. After all, the reconnaissance crystal can see every corner of Konoha clearly, so it is a great effect for Shimura Danzo. Konoha's barrier is set up by the Uzumaki clan, so it's okay to ask Uzumaki Mito about it. Perhaps Uzumaki Mito knows how reconnaissance crystals work with enchantments. Soon, Shimura Danzo made up his mind. After all, he also wanted to use the reconnaissance crystal to easily watch the situation of the Uchiha family, so he had to do it as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo hurried to the Senju clan at the fastest speed. Do you want to use the barrier to make a reconnaissance crystal that can observe the whole village? Uzumaki Mito frowned while looking at Shimura Danzo and said. Hearing this question from Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo was instantly overjoyed, which showed that it was possible. Yes, after all, I just took over the village, and the number of Anbu is not enough, so having the reconnaissance crystal can help a lot, and the manpower can also be fully mobilized. Shimura Danzo nodded. I can't do it, but Konoha's barrier was reinforced by one of my nieces, and she should be able to do it. Uzumaki Mito's remarks made Shimura Danzo cry with joy. That's great. Thank you Mito-sama. I'll send someone to the country of Vortex to invite your niece over. Shimura Danzo couldn't wait, after all, it would be much better to finish the investigation of crystals sooner. What's the hurry of the monkey? Wait until I write a letter to explain it to her, otherwise you really won't be able to invite her. Uzumaki Mito gave Shimura Danzo a blank look and smiled helplessly, but he didn't mean much to blame. Then he spread out the paper on the side, picked up the pen and started writing. And Shimura Danzo glimpsed Uzumaki Mito's handwriting and secretly admired, as expected of the daughter of a big family, really is a grandmaster calligraphy and painting. Soon, Shimura Danzo was attracted by Uzumaki Mito's profile, and looked at each other with admiration in his eyes. Not to mention, at this time, Uzumaki Mito looked like she was only 34 or 5 years old, and the knife marks of the years did not seem to be too obvious on her face. But Shimura Danzo's actions are not clear to Uzumaki Mito, and she devoted herself to writing the letter wholeheartedly. Chapter 15. Sure enough, you must be happy in life. Shimura Danzo lay on the mountain of Hokage Rock enjoying the comfort of his majestic cheeks. Originally, he wanted to develop this reconnaissance crystal by himself, but he didn't expect this enchantment to be so complicated. Although Shimura Danzo can be cracked, it still takes too much time, so there is no need to do this. But this enchantment master is in the hands of others, so there is no sense of security. Shimura Danzo sighed with emotion. No wonder Konoha will not say anything about the demise of the country of Vortex, but will save the next generation of Kaibi, Nine Tails, people Jinchuriki/Column Force container back. Master of the Kingdom of Vortex is the lifeblood of Konoha's enchantment. If it is destroyed, it will be a great news for Konoha. After all, no one likes an outsider who can hold on to the only key at their door all day long. Therefore, the demise of the country of Vortex is inevitable, and Shimura Danzo will not stop it by that time. After all, the demise of the country of Vortex is 100 harm and no benefit to him. At most, those precious sealing techniques and enchantment scrolls are preserved. As for people, it doesn't matter. I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would still be lazy. Suddenly, a beautiful female voice came. The voice is as crisp as an aureole, light and delicate, and it sounds extremely comfortable. This voice is a bit unfamiliar to Shimura Danzo, and he has never heard this voice at all. Driven by curiosity, Shimura Danzo sat up and looked back. The visitor was dressed in a simple black kimono, the woman's face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows were like long willows, and her black and deep eyes were as attractive as black holes. The snow-like skin makes people look like they can't help but want to kiss fangs. The long lavender hair hangs down at the waist, like a fairy who has fallen into dust. Are you from the Uchiha clan in this dress? Shimura Danzo carefully looked at the classical woman in front of her and said with a hint of surprise in her tone. Uchiha clan in the village is the most obvious, simple, without any bells and whistles, that is, the logo of the family emblem on the back. Yes, my name is Uchiha, and I'm the older sister of Uchiha Kagami, a 3-generation Hokage companion. Uchiha said softly. There was a faint smile on her face, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Is she Uchiha Kiri? The legendary figure who developed Izanami, even the genius ninja of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the official evaluation. Shimura Danzo scrutinized the alluring woman in front of her. After systematic analysis and prompting, Shimura Danzo knew about her and also knew her appearance. However, the photo is completely different from me, and I look much better. Does Jing still have such a beautiful sister? It's not interesting to tell me. Shimura Danzo smiled with a hint of surprise. From this point of view, it can be seen that Shimura Danzo does not have the slightest Hokage shelf, but has a kind of approachable feeling. Is that so? Then I must teach that guy Jing a lesson when I go back, but he never mentioned me in front of my friends. Uchiha's exquisite laughter sounded again. There seems to be some magic in this laughter, and people can't help but indulge in it. The two got to know each other after chatting for a while, and Uchiha also gave Shimura Danzo a good rating in his heart. He is personable, humble in attitude, gentle in tone, and there is no impurity in his eyes, which is very pure. This made Uchiha a little strange, and he began to question himself in his heart. Is there really such a pure person in the world? 3 generations of Hokage are wrong with Konoha. How do they view Konoha? Suddenly, Uchiha asked aloud. It seems like a simple topic, but Shimura Danzo can feel that the other party is testing himself. This made Shimura Danzo have to remember that there is such a thing in the official evaluation of Uchiha. There is no narrow nationalism, and he is a great and strong man who truly thinks about the village and the country. It can be said that the Uchiha woman who started Mangekyo Sharingan loves the current Konoha village very much, otherwise she would not have been quietly guarding the current Konoha in a low-key manner. Hearing Uchiha's words, Shimura Danzo didn't say anything. Instead he took a deep breath and looked at the sky. And Uchiha did not leave immediately, but walked to the edge of the cliff and sat beside Shimura Danzo waiting for his answer. After all, she has been searching for this answer for a long time, and no one has ever been able to answer her completely. So she wanted to hear what the newly appointed 3rd-generation Hokage had to say about this issue, which was also the main purpose of her coming here to meet Shimura Danzo. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. The true power of a ninja is revealed when you want to protect yourself as a cherished person. Just like the teacher who protected us at the beginning, he chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of the next generation of ninjas. After a long silence, Shimura Danzo spoke slowly. This is the will of fire, this is Konoha. Konoha is a big family and no one can break it down, not anyone. Uchiha was completely stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed in her mind, and Shimura Danzo's first few words of the Will of Fire resounded in her mind. She didn't expect Shimura Danzo to answer like this. It's impeccable. This answer is exactly the answer she has been looking for in her heart. Instant, Uchiha's gaze towards Shimura Danzo changed a lot. She became interested in this man who could say these philosophical words. Chapter 16. Time flies so fast, a week has passed. Shimura Danzo and Tsunade gradually improved a little because of the fight that day. Tsunade also got used to such a caring teacher, and even saw the shadow of the second grandfather on the other side. Seeing that the two can get along so peacefully, Uzumaki Mito also showed a gratified smile. Originally, she was worried that Shimura Danzo would not be able to educate Tsunade, but now it seems that she does not need to worry about it. While Shimura Danzo was training Tsunade, an Anbu suddenly appeared beside him. Lord Hokage, the Uzumaki clan have arrived at the entrance of the village. Shimura Danzo was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Anbu's movements to be so fast. After all, the road between the Land of Fire and the Land of Vortex is a bit long. Originally thought it would take half a month to arrive, but I didn't expect that people would arrive after only a week. I see, you go down first. Shimura Danzo nodded, and then the Anbu ninja disappeared into the spot as a trace. Tsunade, stop for a while, there are guests. Shimura Danzo stopped Tsunade who was training, which made him a little confused, but stopped. Guest? Teacher, who's the guest? Tsunade's delicate jade face. She was curious as to what kind of guests Konoha's 3 generations of Hokage could meet in person. It's Mito-sama's niece, your cousin. Be polite later, your cousin and Mito-sama have a very close relationship. Shimura Danzo rubbed Tsunade's head and ordered. Well, I see. Tsunade nodded after hearing Shimura Danzo explain who the guest was. If it was in the past, she must have snorted and dismissed it, but after Shimura Danzo's education, her arrogant temperament was also put away. Her temperament was just acquired by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama back then, and because no one from the Senju family dared to save her, that's why she was like this. But Shimura Danzo doesn't care about these things. Since you are my student, you have to be obedient to me. The Uzumaki clan naturally did not stop at the entrance of the village, and went to the Senju clan's clan under the guidance of Anbu. When Shimura Danzo brought Tsunade to where Uzumaki Mito was, he saw Uzumaki Mito chatting and laughing with a yui-haired woman with the same hair color. Yui-haired woman is naturally the Uzumaki who came to Konoha, the niece of Uzumaki Mito. The other party looked about the same age as Shimura Danzo, and his face was somewhat similar to Uzumaki Mito. Plain and simple home clothes, with the family emblem of the Uzumaki clan behind him, and the black eyes are full of wonderful eyes, like tenderness and water. A beautiful face, UI-colored long hair scattered like a waterfall around her waist, she is also a rare beauty. Is Tsunade back? Danzo, you too. Uzumaki Mito quickly noticed Shimura Danzo and Tsunade standing not far away, so he waved to them. When Uzumaki Mito said the word Danzo, Ui's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and then he turned around. Seeing the two big and small in front of him, Ui made a woman look at them carefully. Is this the 3rd generation of Hokage Shimura Danzo from Konoha village? Ui-haired woman looked at Shimura Danzo with a subtle look. Although it was very secretive, Shimura Danzo still noticed it, but it didn't break it. After all, it is difficult for her to not know the other party. Shimura Danzo's deeds and the success of Hokage have spread throughout the entire ninja world, and it is almost everyone who does not know Akatsuki's existence. Danzo, Tsunade, let me introduce you to her. Her name is Uzumaki Ling Shui. She is my brother's daughter, and she is also involved in the development and improvement of Konoha's enchantment. Danzo, don't underestimate her. This child's talent in sealing and enchantment is a rare genius among the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Mito introduced. When she said the latter sentence, there was a hint of pride on her face. After all, Uzumaki Ling Shui is really outstanding, and even Uzumaki Mito is full of praise for her. Tsunade, call cousin. Cousin. Tsunade suddenly burst into a flower-like smile, and called out to Uzumaki Ling Shui sweetly. Uzumaki Mito also nodded with a smile. It can be seen that she likes this niece very much. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very sensible. Ahem, Mito-sama, we'll talk about your affairs later, let's talk about the enchantment first. Shimura Danzo sat on the side and watched the three women chatting with some embarrassment. After all, he really valued the reconnaissance crystal, and the sooner it was done, the less trouble Shimura Danzo would have to deal with. Is the third Hokage anxious about investigating the crystal? Uzumaki Ling Shui asked. Well, I'm in a hurry, otherwise I wouldn't let Mito-sama write a letter and invite you to come. Shimura Danzo nodded. Because he feels that Konoha's enchantment is still a little unstable, and the reconnaissance crystal can be made, he can transfer some Anbu to inquire about the treatment of tailed beasts in various villages. Danzo? Is there something wrong with Konoha's enchantment? Uzumaki Mito asked worriedly. She originally thought that Shimura Danzo just wanted to use the barrier to make a reconnaissance crystal, but it was not as simple as he thought. Well, there is a small problem. Since Miss Ling Shui is here, I believe the problem will be solved soon. Shimura Danzo nodded. In this case, Ling Shui, you and Danzo should go to see the status of the enchantment. Stay well for a few days after finishing the enchantment. Uzumaki Mito hurriedly said after realizing the seriousness of the gaffe. Ling Shui understands, and can rest assured. Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded obediently, and then let Shimura Danzo lead the way to the Konoha border. 3 generations of Hokage, please lead the way. Chapter 17. Along the way, the two did not talk much, but the civilians and ninjas on the street greeted Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo naturally greeted him with a smile, and one by one, he should greet those who greeted him. But they didn't ask about the woman next to Shimura Danzo. After all, it's not easy to follow the 3 generations of Hokage. And it's better to not know some things, and to know what to ask and what not to ask. It wasn't until Uzumaki Ling Shui and Shimura Danzo walked to the Konoha forest that Shimura Danzo's face seemed to relax, not so smiling and serious. Puchi. Suddenly, a delicate laughter came, and Uzumaki Ling Shui's laughter was as crisp and beautiful as it was exquisite. The beautiful face bloomed with a smile like a blooming flower, which made people look a little fascinated. What is Miss Ling Shui laughing at? Is there something dirty on my face? Shimura Danzo didn't understand why Uzumaki Ling Shui suddenly laughed. Sure enough, a woman's heart is a needle in the sea. It's just a little weird. I didn't expect that you are not very comfortable with greeting others frequently. It's not like the shadow of a village. Uzumaki Ling Shui smiled and joked towards Shimura Danzo. At this time, Shimura Danzo seems to be the most real, and he seemed to be wearing a mask before. No way, as a Hokage, you must have some dignity, otherwise how can you convince the public? Shimura Danzo said in a helpless tone after spreading his hands. His appearance made the smile on Uzumaki Ling Shui's face even more intense, but there was no hint of ridicule, it was a kind smile. The 3rd generation of Hokage is more interesting than I thought, and I thought it would be as rigid as the 2nd generation of Hokage or my uncle. Uzumaki Ling Shui smiled lightly. After all, the image of shadow of a village is basically serious or not arrogant, and they all have senior and strong qualifications. She originally thought that Shimura Danzo would be an uncle in his 30s or 40s, but now that she saw it, her cognition was somewhat subverted. Shimura Danzo is not a mature and stable middle-aged uncle, but a young man of the same age as himself. Yoshu is in the wind, handsome and unrestrained, and there is a comfortable feeling on his body. And the most important thing is that Senju Tobirama did not let the older person take over the role of Hokage for the 3rd generation, but let this young man take over the position of Hokage. Can be seen how high his expectations for Shimura Danzo are, otherwise he will definitely not easily pass the position of Hokage to him. Perhaps because of his youth. Shimura Danzo smiled noncommittally. Okay, here we are. Shimura Danzo suddenly stopped, and Uzumaki Ling Shui also stopped and did not continue to move forward, but carefully felt the invisible barrier in front of him. Miss Ling Shui can rest assured to check, don't worry about safety. Shimura Danzo said softly while sitting on the rock beside him. Well, then I started to check the enchantment, and I hope that the 3 generations of Hokage will not let others disturb me. Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded, then began to close his eyes and stretched out his right hand to touch the barrier. Call out. A few seconds later, a figure appeared next to Shimura Danzo, and he slowly took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. This person is impressively Homura Mito Kato, who was appointed as the new Anbyo captain by Shimura Danzo a few days ago. Lord Hokage, is this Mito-sama's niece? Homura Mito Kato whispered. He also heard the conversation between Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Ling Shui just now. Well, let the Anbyo members evacuate all the ninjas and villagers in a radius of 100 meters. No one can disturb Miss Ling Shui to check the enchantment. Shimura Danzo said in a serious tone. And his serious tone made Homura Mito Kato look stunned. Yes. That's what I do. After speaking, Homura Mito Kato put on the Anbyo fox mask again and left the area. Not only does she look like Uzumaki Mito, but she also looks very similar to Uzumaki Kushina. Shimura Danzo carefully looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui's profile and murmured. Be honest, he thought at first that he was seeing Uzumaki Kushina, but he didn't ask because he thought that he would not even have the mother's womb. After Uzumaki Mito's explanation, he finally instructed each other's name, Uzumaki Ling Shui. Fortunately, I didn't ask aloud, otherwise the scene would be a little embarrassing. If I'm not mistaken, she might be Uzumaki Kushina's mother. Shimura Danzo murmured. Of Uzumaki Ling Shui in front of him is comparable to that of Uchiha. 2 peerless beauties appeared in Shimura Danzo's cognition at the same time, which made him seem a little tired of aesthetics. Maybe because he saw too many beauties, the first time he met Uzumaki Ling Shui, he was not as amazing as when he met Uchiha. Bored, Shimura Danzo began to move the flowers and plants around him. Breeze was blowing, and the flowers and plants danced beside Shimura Danzo, like a group of immortals descending. And Shimura Danzo squinted slightly, enjoying the gentleness of the wind. Perhaps because of the Grandmaster Fiton, wind style, Shimura Danzo has a very close affinity for wind, as if there is an associated feeling. Half an hour, Uzumaki Ling Shui released his right hand that touched the barrier, and opened his eyes again. Hey, there is indeed a small problem. Uzumaki Ling Shui breathed a deep sigh of relief, seeing that her consumption seemed to be a bit large. Then he turned around and was about to speak, when he found Shimura Danzo closing his eyes and resting. The smooth and white face has distinct edges and corners, with charming colors, and the bridge of the nose is sharp. The handsome facial features and perfect face made Uzumaki Ling Shui look a little fascinated for a while. It's quite handsome if you look closely. Uzumaki Ling Shui shook his head to clear the thoughts in his heart, and then wanted to walk up to look at Shimura Danzo's face up close. And just as she moved, Shimura Danzo slowly opened his eyes and stared at Uzumaki Ling Shui. Miss Ling Shui, has the barrier been resolved? Ho. For a time, Uzumaki Ling Shui's jade face showed a hint of red eye, and his delicate body trembled suddenly, as if he was frightened. Chapter 18. Miss Ling Shui, who are you? Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui with a puzzled look on his face. Uzumaki Ling Shui turned around and started, he felt it, and then slowly opened his eyes. No, nothing. Uzumaki Ling Shui's voice suddenly became weak, and it was different from before. There is a hint of shyness in the words, but Shimura Danzo has no way of knowing why. Uzumaki Ling Shui took a deep breath to adjust his gaff. Enchantment, let's talk about the enchantment. Uzumaki Ling Shui's tone suddenly became serious, and a hint of solemnity appeared on the beautiful jade face. And this expression also made Shimura Danzo's heart suddenly shudder, with a straight body and a look of Yanu. Miss Ling Shui, please speak. Shimura Danzo sank slightly in his heart, and said in a slightly heavy tone. Since Uzumaki Ling Shui can say these words, there must be something wrong with the enchantment, otherwise he would not show such an expression. There is a problem with the barrier, and it was deliberately destroyed by someone. But it was repaired again. Although it has been repaired, the chakra in the enchantment is obviously not left by the Uzumaki people, but a strange chakra. Uzumaki Ling Shui finished speaking. He quietly watched Shimura Danzo and did not continue to speak. Because she has already said it for this sake, I believe Shimura Danzo should be able to understand what she means. That is, there is a mole in the Konoha. And this traitor knows the structure of Konoha's barrier, and he is very aware of the weakness of the barrier. This man is a huge threat to the whole of Konoha, a huge hidden bomb. Maybe Konoha may be invaded because of this person, and then Konoha will collapse. Interesting, that Sarutobi guy is able to control Konoha's enchantment. Shimura Danzo murmured somewhat unexpectedly. If it was someone else, he might investigate thoroughly and then kill that person. But he didn't forget what Sarutobi Hiruzen said at Hokage's office one day, and he also proposed to be the captain of Anbu with the restoration of the barrier as an introduction. As expected of the most outstanding conspirators in the ninja world, he has done a good job in this regard, but unfortunately the robes are flawed. Suddenly, a plan was brewing in Shimura Danzo's mind, a plan for Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 generations of Hokage, if you want me to find out that person based on this chakra, then I can only say sorry in advance. I'm not good enough to get to this point with my current abilities. Uzumaki Ling Shui sounded an apologetic voice after seeing Shimura Danzo in deep thought. She doesn't have that ability, and the main purpose of her coming to Konoha is to visit Uzumaki Mito, and also to check the enchantment and make the reconnaissance crystal. The sake of being able to help, Uzumaki Ling Shui can be said to be benevolent and righteous, showing the loyalty of the alliance most vividly. Of course it's not necessary, but please make Miss Ling Shui's reconnaissance crystal as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo shook his head and laughed. He had already decided in his mind who would destroy the barrier and repair it, and the reason he invited him was mainly to make a scouting crystal to observe the entire Konoha. That's fine. Uzumaki Ling Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Shimura Danzo wanted her to find out who was behind the scenes based on chakra. How could she possibly do that kind of thing, but luckily the other party didn't make her embarrassed. Suddenly, Uzumaki Ling Shui's beautiful eyes turned a few times, and a shallow smile appeared on his face. Then how are the 3 generations of Hokage going to repay me? Uzumaki Ling Shui's words made Shimura Danzo stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Indeed, after all, he invited the other party from the country of the vortex all the way, and it really can't be justified without any reward. Well, what Miss Ling Shui wants, I will try my best to satisfy you, of course, on the premise of not affecting the interests of the village. Shimura Danzo said slowly after pondering for a while. I'm not short of money, and the ninjutsu country is no less than your Konoha. I really don't seem to know what I want. Uzumaki Ling Shui looked up at the sky with a distressed look and sighed slightly. Indeed, after all, Uzumaki Ling Shui has a very high status in the country of vortices, and basically he has what he wants. So she has a lot of things, unless it's something more exotic. That's it, Miss Ling Shui can tell me when she thinks of it. There is no such thing as a deadline anyway. Seeing that Uzumaki Ling Shui was in distress, Shimura Danzo smiled lightly. Is it like this? I didn't expect the 3 generations of Hokage to be so caring and take care of a girl like me. Uzumaki Ling Shui said somewhat flattered. Originally, she thought Shimura Danzo would act like she was rushing to resolve her impatience, but she didn't expect this to happen. Naturally, as Konoha's third-generation Hokage, of course I won't break my promise. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. Well, I'll tell the 3 generations of Hokage when I think about it. And don't call me Miss Ling Shui. You're the same age anyway. You can call me Ling Shui in the future. Uzumaki Ling Shui took a few steps forward, and his figure couldn't help but get closer to Shimura Danzo. Alright, then you can call me Danzo in private in the future, so you don't have to be so respectful. Shimura Danzo naturally felt that there was no problem, and agreed directly. After all, saying 2 words less can really save a lot of energy and saliva, and it's not bad to make friends with someone like Uzumaki Ling Shui. Such an excellent ninja is rare, and it is most likely Uzumaki Kushina's mother, so there is nothing wrong with getting closer. Let's go, Danzo, aren't you going to take me to Konoha village to the best of your landlord's friendship? Uzumaki Ling Shui's eyes were shining brightly, and the snow white in front of his delicate body trembled slightly. His slender and moving figure danced in front of Shimura Danzo like a elf, but his bones were graceful and elegant, and he looked very lively. Breeze blew, and the girl's long, waterfall-colored hair fluttered in the wind. This peerless beauty was imprinted in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Since you have said so, Ling Shui, then I naturally won't refuse. Shimura Danzo shook off the messy thoughts in his head, and then followed the pace of Uzumaki Ling Shui. Is anyone watching? Ask for some flowers, I would like to have 10,000 flowers before the shelves. Chapter 19. In the next 2 days, Uzumaki Ling Shui used the barrier to make the reconnaissance crystal. And this also made Shimura Danzo owe an extra debt of favor. Well, anyway, the country of the vortex will definitely be besieged by that time, and this love will be paid back naturally. Shimura Danzo murmured softly while looking at the reconnaissance crystal in his hand. At first, he planned to let the country of the vortex fend for itself, but the appearance of Uzumaki Ling Shui changed him a little. Uzumaki Ling Shui may be a good wife candidate. But just think about it, there is no need to be obsessed. Let it be. What he has to do now is to stabilize the power in his hands, and then he has to guard against the civil unrest of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan will not miss the expected civil strife, and the civil strife took advantage of Senju Tobirama's death. They should have put their minds on the position of Hokage. After all, there are still people in their clan who coveted the position of Hokage. As for his own marriage, he hasn't thought about it yet, but he quite likes Uchiha and Uzumaki Ling Shui. Or wait until Tsunade grows up? Damn! Then Shimura Danzo is smelting copper, and this is going to go to prison with the Dragon King. No, it's too evil. Shimura Danzo shook his head to get rid of those messy thoughts in his mind. Then let me see how this reconnaissance crystal works. Shimura Danzo touched it lightly and injected the chakra in his body into it. The method to use Uzumaki Ling Shui has been taught to Shimura Danzo, so many places of Konoha can be seen. Yes, clear enough. Is Konoha's land area so big? Shimura Danzo was secretly surprised. If it wasn't for the reconnaissance crystal, he probably didn't know that Konoha's land area could be so vast. How could anyone be here? Shimura Danzo frowned, and quickly adjusted his view to a hidden place in the Konoha forest. Because 2 shadows passed by just now, although it was very fast, it still couldn't escape Shimura Danzo's sharp eyes. Fuck! Shimura Danzo pulled the camera in to see the real faces of the 2 and let out a subconscious cry. Isn't this Homura Mito Kato? And the woman beside him is the fiancée of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lake Biwa. For a time, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt that his head began to become messy. What does this mean? This is outrageous too. Looking at the mysterious behavior of the 2, could it be that they are carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen on their backs? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo suddenly looked down with great interest. No matter who sees this explosive scene in front of them, they are extremely shocked. If it spreads out, this is the first scandal of Konoha. In the woods. Menyan, I miss you so much. Lake Biwa is thrown into the heart of Homura Mitokado. Obviously, the relationship between the two has reached that point, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to make such a shameful move. I miss you too, but Danzo ordered me to take over as captain of Anbu. I have too many things to take away from me. And with our frequent interactions, Sarutobi will definitely see something. Homura Mitokado also took the same move, and the speed slowly increased. Let's start quickly, after all, time is running out, and it would be bad if we were found out. Then the two started a battle in the forest, and the scene was really amazing. And Shimura Danzo in the Hokage office looked at the influence in the reconnaissance crystal with a wonderful look. Sarutobi, Sarutobi, you are too unlucky. Shimura Danzo gasped in admiration. Without this reconnaissance crystal, he may not really know that Homura Mitokado has such a relationship with Lake Biwa. Other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is a green grassland at the moment. Scene was a bit unsightly, although Shimura Danzo couldn't hear the sound. But from the expression on Lake Biwa's face, you can see how fierce Homura Mitokado is. The good guy is really cool. Shimura Danzo sighed again, and then closed the image in the reconnaissance crystal. Although it is possible to watch one for free, Shimura Danzo has a wealth of experience in his previous life, and he is disdainful of this. Since these two people dare to meet, that means Sarutobi Hiruzen has been kept in the dark. Shimura Danzo lay on the chair and thought. You must know that Lake Biwa just got engaged to Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago. Although it is said that the family is married, there seems to be some blood here. Judging from the actions of those two people, it was not the first time that they had done this. They were extremely skilled and had fought many times in the forest. Interesting, so much fun. At this moment, a precise plan suddenly rose in Shimura Danzo's heart, which is simply perfect. Since this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has been coveting his Hokage position, he has to exert some revenge or pressure on him. After all, turning grief and anger into motivation, but whether this anger Sarutobi Hiruzen can resist in the past is another matter. At this time, Shimura Danzo only needs to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding arrives. Minion, how do I feel like someone is watching us? After the battle, Lake Biwa put on his clothes and said with a strange expression. Although this place is very secret, she always feels that someone is watching them. How is it possible? You are too suspicious. This is not the first time we have come to this place, it is impossible to be discovered. Homura Mitokado shook his head in denial. After all, this can be said to be his private site, and basically no one can come close to it. If there is, it will also trigger a small enchantment he arranged to perceive it. Well, I'll go back first, otherwise Sarutobi will notice the problem. After speaking, Lake Biwa quickly left the woods, and Homura Mitokado also watched her leave. It turned out that Lake Biwa's intuition was right, but they didn't know that Shimura Danzo had a reconnaissance crystal in his hands. Chapter 20. It has been several days since the incident at Homura Mitokado and Lake Biwa. Shimura Danzo also did not investigate what happened to the two. But this is the best way for him to beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, whoever gets a cuckold must be uncomfortable. But what Shimura Danzo can be sure of is that Lake Biwa doesn't seem to like Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he wouldn't have done such a dirty thing with Homura Mitokado. Hey, this kid looks familiar. When Shimura Danzo inspected Konoha and passed by the cemetery, he saw a figure with long purple hair, and he always felt as if he had seen it there. After a while of recollection in his mind, Shimura Danzo finally remembered who this figure was. Orochimaru. No, it should be called Little Snake Pill now. God level choice. Option 1, go forward and talk to Orochimaru and accept him as an apprentice. Quest reward, Katon, Fire Style, Grandmaster full level, 10% activation of the body of the fairy. Option 2, ignore and leave, there will be no intersection with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen will accept him as a disciple. Quest reward, release Phaeton, win style, without hand seal, get a trace of Ashura's origin chakra. Shimura Danzo's mind again. But this time, Danzo was hesitant, because these two rewards were really fragrant, and he wanted them both. But he understands that you can't have both fish and bear's paw. I choose first. Shimura Danzo said silently in his heart. The selection is successful, and the reward will be automatically issued after the host performs the selection. Ta ta ta. Shimura Danzo's footsteps sounded slowly, and then walked to Orochimaru's side. When he stopped beside Orochimaru, the other party turned around and looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Lord Hokage! Young Orochimaru's eyes flickered in shock, and a look of nervousness appeared on his face. Because he didn't know that the person standing beside him was actually the third generation of Hokage. Although he has never been in contact with each other, Orochimaru has heard about Shimura Danzo's fame and deeds for a long time. Since taking over the position of Hokage, he has been working diligently, and has been well received by many ninjas and commoners, and has a high reputation. It can be said that Shimura Danzo is a very good Hokage, and the people below him have never complained about him. Why is Shimura Danzo here? Shouldn't the other party be processing documents in Hokage's office at this time? So even though Orochimaru is young, his mind is much more mature than his peers, especially after his parents died in the war, he still knows a lot. Son, what's your name? Shimura Danzo looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a soft smile. The kind smile combined with Hokage's identity made Orochimaru's heart not vigilant. After all, the other party is the shadow of a village, so what kind of evil thoughts can he have towards a child of him? Go back to Lord Hokage, my name is Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked up at Shimura Danzo with a flat tone. I'm sorry for your parents' death. Shimura Danzo rubbed Orochimaru's head, then looked at the two tombstones in front of the two with a deep apology in his tone. Do nt blame yourself, Lord Hokage. The war is so cruel. My parents told me before they left. After all, life is too fragile. Orochimaru immediately shook his head to signal that Shimura Danzo doesn't have to feel guilty. Life and death are predestined, everything is preordained. But the last sentence made Shimura Danzo's heart flutter. Sure enough, Orochimaru began to understand the fragility of life from this time. Shimura Danzo sighed slightly as he looked at Orochimaru in front of him, not knowing what to say for a while. Hokage world are just too precocious, horribly precocious. However, this is also a very normal thing. Because of the chaos of war, many children know how cruel the war is. Orochimaru, do you want revenge? Shimura Danzo said suddenly and mysteriously. He wanted to see if Orochimaru had any seeds of hatred in his heart, if any. Vengeance? There is no end to hatred. Also, war is so cruel, maybe the ninja who killed my parents also died in the war. Orochimaru's words made Shimura Danzo nodded secretly. If someone else said this, he might think that the other person was a transmigrator. But the person in front of him is different. He is Orochimaru, a child with an extremely precocious mental age, who can only be described by the word evildoer. It's a pity that Orochimaru in the original book was not able to take a correct path and was obsessed with studying immortality. Although it was said that it was successful in the end, it still made myself look like a man who was neither a man nor a woman. Now that Shimura Danzo is here, take advantage of Orochimaru's less obsessed state with immortality and lead the other party to another path, a path that is beneficial to Shimura Danzo. Yes, I am very pleased to have this understanding. Shimura Danzo glanced at Orochimaru with satisfaction and smiled lightly. Thanks Lord Hokage for the compliment, most things my parents taught me. Orochimaru did not show any complacent expression, but said very modestly. There was no hint of deception in the words, and it could be seen that Orochimaru's parents had taught him a lot. Shimura Danzo suddenly became a little interested in his parents. To be able to teach such a monstrous child, what are they like? But unfortunately, the two have passed away, and they can only be resurrected with impure world reincarnation, but Shimura Danzo has not been willful to that point. Then Orochimaru, would you like to be my disciple? Shimura Danzo slowly said while staring at the two tombstones in front of him. As soon as this statement came out, Orochimaru was slightly stunned, and looked at Shimura Danzo in disbelief. Hokage-sama Yu. Orochimaru, who is known for his calmness, started to stutter at this time. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would suddenly say such shocking words. But Shimura Danzo didn't answer, looking at Orochimaru with that kind and gentle smile. For a time, Orochimaru was at a loss. Chapter 21. Orochimaru was obviously too shocked by Shimura Danzo's words to answer. He didn't expect that the other party would actually say such a thing. Ui's pale little face turned up, as if it was caused by inner tension, but at this time Orochimaru looked more like a normal person. What? Don't you want to? Shimura Danzo's eyes were dim, and there was an endless sense of loss in his tone. If thinking that Orochimaru had rejected him, a sense of frustration filled the area. And this sudden change made Orochimaru panic for a while, and he didn't know what to say. Lord Hokage, please let me think about it, it's a bit too abrupt. Orochimaru, who was calm and wise, suddenly felt that his head was a little stuck. Shimura Danzo was also slightly taken aback after hearing Orochimaru's answer, but he soon understood. Indeed, after all, a third-generation Hokage of his own suddenly accepted the other as his disciple, and even Orochimaru couldn't accept it for a while. Then think about it, and come to the Hokage office to find me at any time if you want. Shimura Danzo also knew that this matter was urgent, and said slowly after thinking for a while. This matter has to be taken slowly. After all, Orochimaru is precocious, so he naturally has many things to consider, and he will also weigh the pros and cons of becoming a Hokage disciple. But for Shimura Danzo these are no big deal. Orochimaru can become his disciple, it is naturally the best, then the people of his Hokage faction will also be strengthened. Although the Shimura clan had a little status among the Konohas, they weren't as big as that. If Shimura Danzo had become Hokage, the Shimura family would have been a second-rate family by now. Why Shimura Danzo chooses to cultivate talents and cultivate people in the Hokage family? This is his purpose. But he will not indulge in power like Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Shimura Danzo remembers correctly, in the original work, Namikaze Minato did not have complete master power after he ascended the position of Hokage, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen listening behind the curtain. From this, it is enough to see how obsessed Sarutobi Hiruzen is with power, and it is almost impossible to extricate himself. Thank you Hokage-sama, I will think about it carefully. Then I'll retire first. Orochimaru took a deep breath after hearing Shimura Danzo's answer. He expected to provoke Lord Hokage's ire, but the Hokage seemed to be very good-natured and approachable. Well, let's go. Shimura Danzo did not stop him, but instead made way for Orochimaru to leave. Ta. Orochimaru hurriedly left, and Shimura Danzo couldn't help showing a smile when he saw the somewhat flustered back. Orochimaru of this period is quite interesting, quite cute. Orochimaru in the future, the little snake pill in front of him is more likable. What to teach him? For a time, Shimura Danzo fell into contemplation. You must know that Orochimaru is a man with Master's core technology. Although his strength is not so exaggerated, what he masters can subvert the world of ninjas. So Shimura Danzo found it better not to know what to teach Orochimaru. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Shao pulled Shimura Danzo back from his thoughts beyond the clouds. I saw an Anbu ninja quickly jumping to his side from a distance. Judging from his speed, it was certain that he was looking for Shimura Danzo for something urgent. What's the matter, so panicked? Shimura Danzo frowned when he saw that Anbu ninja was so eager. Kumagakur is here. 3 generations of Reikage came in person, with only 2 people by his side. Anbu Ninja said very quickly. Tisk, I thought the 3rd generation Reikage wouldn't come, it seems that this guy is still thinking about the 6 paths ninja gear. Shimura Danzo frowned, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, the truth of the death of the 2nd generation Reikage and the 2nd generation Hokage was made public to the ninja world, otherwise they would have been intercepted by the Konoha ninja when they stepped into the country of fire. They were able to enter the country of fire like this because Shimura Danzo greeted the ninjas at the frontier and the troops of the daimyo. Otherwise, the 3 generations of Reikage would have so easy to enter the territory of the Fire Nation. You must know that this is the first of the 5 kingdoms. Even if the 2nd generation Hokage dies, the majesty still exists. Where have they been? Shimura Danzo said lightly after stretching. Captain Minion has been personally led to the Hokage office. Anbu Ninja hurriedly replied, for fear that Shimura Danzo would know the news a second later. Go to the Uchiha clan to inform Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri and have them act as if they were around the Hokage office building in case the negotiations break down. In addition, go to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him to take 5 Jonin and 10 Chunin to search for hidden Kumagakure ninjas within 10 kilometers outside Konoha. If there is, shoot for it. Shimura Danzo's eyes were full of cold light, and the killing intent was filled. As expected of Lord Hokage, the plan is so thorough. The Anbu Ninja said with admiration in his heart. Yes. I'll do it now. Anbu Ninja nodded and answered. He turned into a shadow and disappeared in place. Are you here to talk about the armistice? Then your 3 generations of Reikage are bleeding profusely. As for the 6 paths gear? Whimsical. Shimura Danzo looked up at the sky and murmured, sneering when he said the last sentence. 6 paths ninja gear, no matter what conditions are offered. If the 3 generations of Reikage dare to do it, then Shimura Danzo has the confidence to let the other party stay in Konoha completely. After all, the current Konoha can be said to be the pinnacle of combat power. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Yuri, Uchiha Kagami, and Uzumaki Ling Shui of Grandmaster Sealing and Enchantment, Shimura Danzo is confident that he will completely kill the opponent here. If it really doesn't work, then ask Uzumaki Mito to do it. It just so happened that he also wanted to see if Uzumaki Mito could really control the Kaibi, 9 tails, in his body. Chapter 22. Shimura Danzo didn't rush to the Hokage office directly, but returned home and put on the Hokage imperial robe. It was an important meeting after all, so Shimura Danzo didn't plan to wear his usual clothes. Immediately after, Shimura Danzo came to the front of the Hokage office building. Lord Hokage, you are finally here. Konoha village had wry smiles and surprises on their faces when they saw Shimura Danzo's appearance. Their Lord Hokage are really erratic. If it wasn't for Enbu's personnel expansion, I am afraid that Shimura Danzo would not be found for a while. Well, are the 3 generations of Reikage waiting on it? Shimura Danzo nodded slightly and then asked. Yes, the 3rd generation of Reikage and his 2 guards have already been waiting for your arrival, Lord Hokage. A Konoha executive said hurriedly. Mirror, Miss Jerry, I have to trouble you 2 to act as my guards this time. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo smiled slowly towards a corner. You're a real conjurer. There were 2 figures in the corner, and these 2 people were Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri. It seems that the 3rd generation of Hokage wants to give the 3rd generation of Reikage a slap in the face. Uchiha said with a gentle smile. Although the 2 did not directly agree, judging from their words and expressions, they agreed to Shimura Danzo's somewhat unreasonable request. But Hokage-sama, they are Uchiha. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly became indifferent, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his deep black eyes, and he glanced at the Konoha executive who spoke. The person on the side hurriedly grabbed him, and then directly compensated Shimura Danzo. What about the Uchiha family? They are all Konoha villagers, do you want to treat them differently? Or are you questioning the teacher's cultivation of Uchiha Kagami? Shimura Danzo's words suddenly made the man fall into an ice cellar in an instant, and his body trembled a little. Yet, he forgot that Uchiha Kagami was a guard by the second Hokage's side, and the second Hokage trusted him a lot. When he said these words, he was questioning that the second generation Hokage's decision was wrong. For a time, the cold sweat broke out, and the battle was fought. Danzo, forget it, 3 generations of Reikage are still up there waiting for us. After seeing the scene froze, Uchiha Kagami's voice sounded slowly. And this also gave Shimura Danzo a step down, and it also made a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the Konoha executive. I'll spare you today. Shimura Danzo flicked the Hokage imperial robe, snorted coldly, and walked into the Hokage office building. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri looked at each other, and both saw the complexity and gratitude in their eyes. Uchiha had mixed feelings in his heart, and thousands of thoughts emerged. She did not expect Shimura Danzo to speak for the Uchiha family. From this, it can be seen that Shimura Danzo really inherited the will of the second generation of Hokage. One treats everyone in the village the same, and treats others without tinted glasses. Uchiha's impression of Shimura Danzo in his heart improved a lot, and he became more and more fond of this young Hokage. Uchiha Kagami felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. Looking at Shimura Danzo's back, he seemed to see his teacher. "Teacher, your choice is correct," flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Shimura Danzo is a person worth following, which can be seen from the selfless spirit just now. And Shimura Danzo didn't think about it that much. The reason why he said this is because Uchiha Kagami is his friend, and Uchiha may be his future wife. If it was another Uchiha tribe, he might not say it so seriously. Then Uchiha and Uchiha Kagami followed Shimura Danzo's footsteps to the Hokage office. Only the messy Konoha executives remained. But they won't be at the top of Konoha anytime soon, as Shimura Danzo is about to have a big shake-up soon. Hokage office. Third generation of Reikage sat upright on the sofa and closed his eyes. There were 2 Kumagakure ninjas beside him, a man and a woman. The man has short blonde hair and fair skin. The woman's skin is bronze, and the skin color of the third generation Reikage is imagined, but the body is extremely hot, making it difficult to look away. She was carrying a document bag in her hand, and it seemed that there were many documents in the thickness. Click. The door was opened. "Mr. AI, I haven't seen you for more than a month. Have you become a Reikage for the third generation?" Shimura Danzo looked at the third generation of Reikage sitting on the reception sofa and smiled heartily. "I didn't expect that the third generation of Hokage would actually be you. After the battlefield, I haven't seen you for a long time." 3 generations of Reikage opened his eyes and stared at Shimura Danzo in front of him. The young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was the one who carried the second generation Hokage away from the battlefield. He didn't escape from the encirclement, but instead jumped into the encirclement of the missing nin troops in the Golden Horn and Silver Corner for a corpse to kill again. Even in his heart, this courage was very admirable. How can such a kind and righteous person not be admired? His 2 guards are not easy. 3 generations of Reikage soon noticed Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri who were following behind Shimura Danzo. Although these 2 people concealed their breath, they looked no different from ordinary people. But he can feel the slight change. The strength of the 2 people in front of him is definitely not weaker than himself, and even stronger than him. And this shocked him. Konoha is simply crouching tiger, hidden dragon, there are so many strong people. This also made him make up his mind that he would never have any bad relationship with Konoha within 10 years. Because Kumagakure is really unable to fight, and can only rely on recuperation to recover. 3 generations of Hokage, I'm here to fulfill the promise I made on the battlefield. 3 generations of Reikage took a deep breath and said slowly. And this also made Shimura Danzo's eyes flash with surprise, and his face was slightly moved. Because of the promise made by the third generation Reikage, he is going to Matsuri to worship the second generation Hokage. After all, his age and identity are here. Going to Matsuri to worship is to be a junior, but he is the third generation of Reikage. If he walks like this, it means that Kumagakure is courting Konoha and wants to quickly dissolve the war. Let's talk about it here. The Uchiha family is divided into two factions, that is, the pro-Konoha faction and the rebel faction. The pro-Konoha is headed by Yuri and Mirror, and the rebel faction is the Uchiha ninja who cast Izanagi, and almost all died in the end. Officially, Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25. If it is normal, then Uchiha Kagami should have died in the struggle in the original book. Chapter 23. Third generation of Reikage can be said to be a man, and he also has the responsibility of being the shadow of a village. And since he was able to do this, it meant that he really sincerely came to seek peace with Konoha this time. At present, most countries have entered a state of peaceful coexistence, and only Konoha and Kumagakure are left in the entire ninja world. Of course, without the actions of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, I am afraid that the ninja world has already entered a period of peace and tranquility. After the sincere Matsuri worshipped Senju Tobirama, he returned to the Hokage office and began to discuss the matter with Shimura Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage, you are also very clear about the purpose of my visit, and this time I come with a sincere heart. Third generation Reikage sounded, and it was full of sincerity. Obviously, he really wanted to end the war as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't be so humbled by Shimura Danzo. Both Konoha and Yundayan have been greatly traumatized by this war. The peace talks between Kumagakure and Konoha are also something that the second generation Reikage and the second generation Hokage have already decided. I also know how much damage Kumagakure has brought to Konoha, and we are very sorry for the death of the second Hokage. But the 2 missing nins from the Golden Horn and Silver Corner are dead, so I hope to reunite with Konoha. Besides, if the second generation Hokage is still alive, I definitely don't want the war to continue. So the Kumagakure side will compensate Konoha for more, and I just hope that Konoha can make peace with Kumagakure. Generation Reikage's call bluntly stated everything about this negotiation. But it can be completely seen that Kumagakure really can't continue to spend with Konoha, otherwise he will not be able to regain his former strength in 20 years. Addition, Senju Tobirama's death was because of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and they were in the first place, so the third generation of Reikage would be so humble and want to ask for peace. 3 generations of Reikage, you can see that you long for peace. Shimura Danzo said with a faint sigh. I have to say that the 3 generations of Reikage are very visionary and know what it means to be able to bend and stretch. Kumagakure village to the peak of the prosperous world during his reign. His eyesight and courage are really amazing. Since the 3 generations of Hokage are so sincere, if I refuse, I am afraid that the war will continue to burn, which is bad news for the ninjas and villagers in both countries. Shimura Danzo's black eyes stared at the 3 generations of Reikage, the depth of which was as attractive as a black hole. This is my compensation from Kumagakure, please take a look at the 3 generations of Hokage. Third generation of Reikage finished speaking, the bronze-skinned woman with a hot body beside her handed the document in her arms to Shimura Danzo. Obviously, they came prepared, so they had already made an agreement on compensation. Shimura Danzo result file carefully, it was found that the content inside was very different from the conditions negotiated between Senju Tobirama and the second generation Reikage. Since Senju Tobirama was killed by Kumagakure's missing nin at Kumagakure's alliance ceremony, the previous conditions were completely unusable. So this time Kumagakure made a treaty in Konoha's favor. After all, the person who killed Senju Tobirama was the Golden Horn Silver Horn, and the 2 attacked the venue as Kumagakure ninjas, and even killed the second generation Reikage. After a long time, Shimura Danzo slowly closed the folder and nodded with satisfaction. 3 generations of Reikage, I hope you Kumagakure can really do what the treaty says. Shimura Danzo smiled faintly. But the invisible killing intent in the words made the 2 Kumagakure guards, except the third generation Reikage, tremble. This is natural. I came to the peace talks with Konoha with sincerity, and naturally I won't break my promise on this kind of thing. 3 generations of Reikage shook his head solemnly and said, if there is no problem, sign the peace agreement. Shimura Danzo spread the document in his hand to the last page, and the agreement in front of the third generation Reikage also spread to the last page. The bottom right corner is blank, just 2 signatures from one village shadow. As long as one sign, then the first ninja war can draw a perfect ending. Wait, Lord Hokage, I have something else to ask for. Third generation of Reikage said solemnly after struggling with his eyes for a long time. Oh? What is it that the 3 generations of Reikage are asking for? Shimura Danzo said in surprise. But there is a cold smile in my heart, here. Here comes the theme. The main purpose of this negotiation is indeed for peace between the 2 villages and to end the first ninja war. The second most important purpose of the third generation Reikage is the 6 Paths Ninja Tool, which is a big killer, a ninja tool that can make an ordinary person leapfrog battle in an instant. When we were cleaning the battlefield, we found that the ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn disappeared without a trace. And there are only 3 generations of Hokage and 2 generations of Hokage who have fought, so I want to ask if the ninja tools of the Golden Horn Silver Corner are in the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage. Of course, 3 generations of Hokage can speak, as long as I can get it. I just want to ask 3 generations of Hokage to return the ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to Kumegakure. Third generation of Reikage made Shimura Danzo's face become a little indifferent, and he no longer had the same smile as before, as if he had changed a person. The ninja gear of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn is indeed in my hands, but I'm not going to give it to Kumegakure. So please let the 3 generations of Reikage give up. Shimura Danzo said with an indifferent expression. And as soon as his words came out, the third generation Reikage could sit still for a while, his face changed a little, and the fist in his hand couldn't help clenching. It seems that as he thought, the 6 Paths Ninja gear may really not come back, unless there is a war. Chapter 24. Shimura Danzo's decisive tone made the third generation Reikage and the 2 Kumegakure ninjas around him sink to the bottom. The other party did not hide it, but generously admitted that the 6 Paths Ninja tool was in his hands, but he was determined not to give it to Kumegakure. Obviously, Shimura Danzo also knows how important the 6 Paths Ninja gear is. The third generation of Reikage, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, used this 6 Paths Ninja tool to put the second generation of Hokage to death. It's too absurd for you to ask me to return it to Kumegakure village now. Fell, Shimura Danzo's momentum began to condense, directly opposing the third generation Reikage. Not only him, but Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Kiri also began to gather amazing momentum after seeing Shimura Danzo's actions. 3 imposing manners. The man didn't seem to have reached the cage level completely, but the purple-haired woman beside him had unfathomable strength. Third generation of Reikage found that he was a little afraid of the purple-haired woman. And Shimura Danzo's strength is at the cage level. He has experienced it on the battlefield. After all, he can come and go freely in the Kumegakure missing nin encirclement. It is absolutely impossible without cage level strength. This made the face of the third generation Reikage become solemn, and his mood became extremely heavy, and shock and more disbelief flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Konoha's background was so strong, and at the same time he couldn't help shed a cold sweat. If he had started violently just now, I'm afraid even he wouldn't be able to get out of this Konoha. As expected of the person who can bring Kumegakure to the peak of the prosperous world, his temper does not match his appearance. Shimura Danzo could feel that the 3 generations of Reikage were suppressing the anger in his heart, and at the same time he was sighing at the depth of the other party's city. After all, this is a 6 Paths Ninja tool. If used properly, it is equivalent to an extra cage level powerhouse. How could they be able to resist such a temptation? Is there really no room for negotiation? Third generation of Reikage asked a little reluctantly. After all, the 6 Paths Ninja tool is too powerful. If Konoha gets it, it will be even more powerful. No, if the 3rd generation of Reikage wants to get the 6 Paths Ninja gear back, see you on the battlefield. Konoha, stay with me till the end. Shimura Danzo's tone was firm and domineering, and he was not at all afraid to go to war with Kumagakure. Because he knew very well that the Kumagakure at this time needed to rest and recuperate, and he categorically did not dare to go to war with the behemoth Konoha. But if they really want to fight, Shimura Danzo won't be afraid of him. After all, the Uchiha clan at this time has not expanded to the point where it will be decades later. So much combat power, Shimura Danzo will not have the slightest fear of Kumagakure. 3 generations of Hokage misunderstood, 6 Paths Ninja tools belong to Konoha since then. 3rd generation of Reikage's tone was a little reluctant, and the faces of the 2 Kumagakure ninjas behind him had become a little blue. But they knew that at this time, they could not act on their own volition. If the 2 villages went to war, the defeated side would definitely be Kumagakure. Kumagakure can't afford it anymore. Then 3 generations of Reikage, sign the agreement. Shimura Danzo's face disappeared without a trace, and a kind smile appeared instantly. The change in this expression made the corners of the mouths of the 3rd generation Reikage and the 2 Kumagakure ninjas behind him twitched a few times, slandering inwardly. Rao is aware of Shimura Danzo's character, and Uchiha Kagame's complexion can't help but change slightly at this time. Face, you will change your face. Is this Hokage? Love. Seeing Shimura Danzo's change of expression, Uchiha couldn't help but smile a little. He is indeed a competent Hokage, and Senjuto Birama's choice was right. Soon, in this sacred and solemn office of Hokage, 3 generations of Reikage and 3 generations of Hokage signed a peace agreement. A seemingly permanent peace deal, but how long it will last is unknown. But in this agreement, Kumagakure can be said to have suffered all the hardships, and the indemnity is painful even for 3 generations of Reikage, and the same is true of the region. It can be said that the winner of the first ninja war is the land of fire and Konoha. Konoha can rely on Kumagakure's compensation to quickly restore the lost economy to a new peak. Then the war is over, 3 generations of Reikage. Shimura Danzo slowly stood up and shook hands with the 3rd generation of Reikage, and there was no way to know what kind of conspiracy was hidden under the kind smile. Yes, the war is over. 3 generations of Reikage nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. The handshake and peace between the 2 represented the complete end of the First Ninja World War. The entire ninja world has since entered an era of peaceful development. Senju clan, the courtyard where Uzumaki Mito lives. Ling Shui, what do you think of Danzo? Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea, and a smile of spring breeze appeared on his face, which was so comforting. Sometimes Uzumaki Ling Shui even thought that his aunt was the same age as him, and his face did not look like an old man at all. The face of Uzumaki Mito's sudden question, Uzumaki Ling Shui quickly gave an answer. Well, the 3rd generation Hokage people are also pretty good. I was still thinking about whether the 3rd generation Hokage would be a middle-aged uncle on the way. I didn't expect to be so young. I have a pretty good impression of him. Uzumaki Ling Shui thought for a while and said slowly. After all, after getting along for a while, she found that Shimura Danzo was a very gentle man, and he considered her first in many things, which made Uzumaki Ling Shui feel warm in his heart. And her words made Uzumaki Mito stunned for a moment, her eyebrows stretched, and her hand slowly put down the teacup in her hand. The smile on his face changed a bit, and he did not continue to speak. A closer look, Uzumaki Mito's smile was like an ant's smile, and he seemed very satisfied with Uzumaki Ling Shui's answer. If that's the case, Ling Shui and Danzo seem to be a good choice together. Of course, Uzumaki Mito didn't say it, just murmured in his heart. Thank you for the flowers. The author will work hard to code words. Although I can't thank you for the update, I will devote myself to this book wholeheartedly. I also want to update it, but the author's brain is not enough. Maintaining the 5th update is already a problem. It's very reluctant, so please forgive me. Chapter 25. Kumagakuru's peace talks with Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. But it didn't make too much waves, after all, it was doomed before. It was only because of Kumagakuru's golden horn, silver horn, that destroyed the meeting, otherwise this ninja war would have ended a long time ago. The First Ninja World War ended, and the era of peace came. Both ninjas and civilians can breathe a sigh of relief. Because of the war, the economies of both the 5 major countries and the surrounding small countries have suffered a huge impact. Now that the war is completely stopped, it means that some businesses that were stopped because of the war can be resumed. And trade between countries can also be exchanged, and ninjas don't have to be unable to accept escort tasks because of war. The end of the Ninja World War is simply a ray of hope for businessmen. Konoha ninjas who were outside also got a rest and returned to the Konoha village one after another. Rare peace. Shimura Danzo was taking care of his official business on the rooftop of the Hokage building, enjoying the warm spring breeze. Teacher! Teacher! A voice as crisp as a yellow warbler sounded from the entrance of the rooftop, and a figure quickly swept to Shimura Danzo's side. What's the matter? Little girl! Seeing Tsunade in such a hurry, Shimura Danzo slowly put down the document in his hand. Can't I come to play with you if I have nothing to do? I haven't seen you for several days. Tsunade's eyes were full of resentment, and his tone was full of endless resentment, like a little resentful woman waiting for her husband to return. Oh, I was negligent. But there is no way. After all, as Hokage, the teacher has to deal with a lot of documents in person. Shimura Danzo rubbed Tsunade's little head, then pulled out the chair beside him and let her sit next to him. It's so boring, teacher, when will you teach my second grandpa's Hiraishin? Tsunade fiddled with some scattered documents on his desk, muttering with a small mouth. Because she liked the second grandfather's Hiraishin technique since she was a child, it was so handsome that she was obsessed with learning it. However, due to some reasons, Senjudo Birama has been cheating away, and now Shimura Danzo, who has also learned the art of Hiraishin, has become his teacher, and he must be willing to teach himself the art of Hiraishin. So Tsunade came to Shimura Danzo after completing the training course arranged by Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but the art of Hiraishin really requires talent in space. Presumably Mr. Tobirama once told you that people who do not have the talent for space cannot practice the art of Hiraishin. Shimura Danzo said helplessly, clutching his forehead. Tsunade's question is not once or twice, everything is good, but Shimura Danzo's obsession with Hiraishin gives Shimura Danzo a headache. He tested it once. Tsunade is equal to 0 in space ninjutsu talent, it is almost impossible to learn, unless there is a system like Shimura Danzo. And Tsunade has an unusually high talent in medical ninjutsu, so the medical ninja is the most suitable for Tsunade. Alright then. For a while, Tsunade grabbed the pillow in Shimura Danzo's arms like a deflated ball and fell asleep. Was quite a look of anger, which attracted Shimura Danzo to reveal a doting and gentle smile. Since getting to know Tsunade, Shimura Danzo found that the savage and willful appearance was shown to outsiders, and now this little girl's character is Tsunade's nature. She would only act like a spoiled child in front of people she was close to. If it was someone else, she would have used her fists to solve the problem. Looking at Tsunade's pink and jade-carved face, her nose breathing evenly, Shimura Danzo gently stretched out her hand to straighten her messy hair. The tenderness in his eyes flowed out as if he wanted to turn into the substance of water. It can be seen that Uzumaki Mito's training session made Tsunade physically and mentally tired, but she still came to Shimura Danzo. Hiraishin is just a Jaikau, he actually wants to meet Shimura Danzo, after all, he hasn't seen anyone for several days. Little girl, since I'm a Hokage, I can keep you safe for life. Shimura Danzo thought to himself. Immediately after, he picked up the blanket that had been prepared and covered Tsunade, and then continued to pick up the documents he put down and continued to read. Ta ta ta. At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded between the rooftop corridors, which made Shimura Danzo's face change slightly, and he hurriedly put down the document in his hand. Call out. Instant, Shimura Danzo's figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor. The Konoha ninja who came up was also startled when he saw Shimura Danzo suddenly appear, but he understood when he saw Tsunade sleeping on the table. There was a hint of understanding and a hint of envy in his eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, Lord Hokage is so gentle. When she was stunned, Shimura Danzo's voice sounded softly. Let's go down first and let the boy rest for a while. Chapter 26. Master Hokage, Master Sarutobi is already waiting for you in the office. As soon as her words came out, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt a little strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen come to him for? Could it be that he discovered the affair between Lake Biwa and Homura Mito-Kato? For a time, Shimura Danzo's expression changed slightly. If that's the case, it's exciting, the biggest scandal since Konoha's founding of the village. Then I'll quit first, and I still have unprocessed documents. Well, let's go. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, indicating that the other party could leave. Tisk tisk, what expression should I use to face Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shimura Danzo looked at the Hokage office in front of him and did not move forward, but stopped to think. If I said I didn't know about the matter between Homura Mito-Kato and Lake Biwa, I would definitely be able to face it calmly, but now it's different. He wanted to laugh as soon as he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, although he was professionally trained, but only when he couldn't help it. Who? Calm down, maybe this guy Sarutobi came to find fault with me. Shimura Danzo shook his head and murmured after throwing those messy thoughts out. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him so rashly, there must be something important, otherwise, he would not have come directly to the Hokage office so simply. After taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, Shimura Danzo slowly pushed open the door of Hokage's office. And the next scene made him a little dumbfounded. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a green hat, sitting on the sofa fiddling with the green scenery. And the green color of this potted flower matches this hat. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched a few times when he saw this scene, and some couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously when he saw that Shimura Danzo looked at him in the wrong way. Danzo? Is there something wrong with me? Why do you think your eyes are a little weird? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puzzled look. I seem to have washed my face when I went out, didn't I wash my face thoroughly? No, your hat is pretty good. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and worked hard to calm down the stormy waves in his heart. Really? I also think it's pretty good looking. It fits the first generation Mokuton, wood style, so I have to keep it. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Shimura Danzo compliment his green hat and smiled proudly, then took off the hat and continued. Danzo, would you like to lend it to you for a few days, it's quite comfortable. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo, who had just picked up the teacup to drink water, suddenly coughed. Whoa. No, this hat is quite in line with your temperament, you should keep it for yourself. Shimura Danzo wiped the water from his mouth and smiled reluctantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words stunned him, just like 10 tailed beast bomb exploded in his heart. It seems that this guy has not realized that he has a green grassland on his head. To be honest, Shimura Danzo really wanted to laugh out loud at this time, but he forcibly held back. Because he is professionally trained, he will not laugh no matter what. It's really in line with my temperament, that white-haired child has a pretty good eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed after fiddling with his cuckold. It's really in line with your temperament, which I strongly agree with. Shimura Danzo hurriedly agreed. But at this time, he was already laughing and twitching in his heart, and he couldn't control it at all. Let's get down to business, Sarutobi. It must be something important to have you come to me in person. Shimura Danzo's face suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a serious, imposing body. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen also put away his green hat, and his body became straight. Just kidding, don't make fun of business, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have something important to do this time. Well, you guessed right. According to the mirror, you refused to return the Six Paths Ninja to Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was subtle, and he asked cautiously. And what he said made Shimura Danzo's eyes narrow, and he began to sneer in his heart. When I said how come to visit me all of a sudden, it turned out to be the Six Paths Ninja gear. But the surface effort still needs to be done enough, and Gubo's face is still as calm as the lake. Well, after all, it's the Six Paths Ninja tool. If it is returned to Kumagakure village like this, it will be a great threat to us. Shimura Danzo replied solemnly. Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly overjoyed, and a tangled look appeared on his face. Danzo, can I study the Six Paths Ninja gear? I want to know what kind of secrets there are. You can rest assured. I will definitely keep it well, and no one other than me will be able to touch the Six Paths Ninja gear. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. There is one meaning in all the words, it's all for Konoha. Good guy, I'm afraid that there is no repayment of the loan. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's righteous and dignified appearance, and admired this guy's acting skills. And Shimura Danzo was sure that if Sarutobi Hiruzen figured out how to use the gourd, he would really do it himself. Because he knows how fascinated Sarutobi Hiruzen is for power, as long as it is intensified to a point no matter what the price is. Chapter 27. Sarutobi, I really want to give you the Six Paths Ninja tool for research, but there are too many mysteries in it, and it is something passed down by the Six Paths Immortals. So it's better for me to study it myself. If you get hurt in any way, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a solemn expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned gloomy, and the fist in his hand couldn't help clenching. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo didn't agree, and he still used a look and tone that was good for him. But fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's city is deep enough, and there is no direct expression, but there are some subtle changes. But Sarutobi, don't worry, if I find out the secret of the Six Paths Ninja gear, I will definitely notify you as soon as possible. Shimura Danzo stepped forward and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and laughed. Who made us good brothers, you say so? After saying this, Shimura Danzo continued to drink tea with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely annoyed with a relaxed look. Danzo, you'll regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzo a cold look, then picked up the green hat and walked directly out the door. At this moment, he could no longer hide the anger in his heart, and left before the anger broke out. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Shimura Danzo's voice instantly became cold, and there was a bit of warning in his words. Obviously, he is telling Sarutobi Hiruzen who is in charge of the current Konoha, who is the third generation of Hokage in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze when he heard Shimura Danzo's words, and his face became extremely ugly. Crack! The fists couldn't help clenching tightly, and the sound of taunting bones suddenly sounded slowly. Hokage office building at the fastest speed and walked directly to the Sarutobi family. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Sarutobi, you really made me laugh to death. Shimura Danzo laughed loudly as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen leave. Fortunately, the sound insulation in Hokage's office is not strong, so the ninjas working downstairs can't hear Shimura Danzo's faster laughter. But if he didn't mention the Six Paths Ninja gear, I really seem to have forgotten a bit. Shimura Danzo laughed and calmed down after venting his emotions. Six Paths Ninja gear that I brought back on the battlefield since I became Hokage. System, release the 6 Paths Ninja Tool. Shimura Danzo murmured in his heart. This backpack function of the system is really convenient, saving Shimura Danzo a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to have both Senju Tobirama's body and the 6 Paths Ninja gear, unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Therefore, the backpack function of the system allows him to have a lot of aspects. Gold rope, 7-star sword, UI gourd, banana fan, amber bottle. Among them, the 3 ninja tools, the golden rope, the 7-star sword and the UI gourd, are used together and are indispensable. The most lethal should be the banana fan, which can ignore the nature of chakra and release 5 kinds of chakra attribute nature transformation attacks at one time. The power can be comparable to the released A-level escape technique, and even stronger. The only disadvantage is that the amount of chakra consumed is too large, if it is not for the power of Jinchuriki/column or the Uzumaki tribe. It cannot be used multiple times. After all, not everyone has a chakra as vast as a river in their bodies, so the conditions are extremely harsh. Of the golden horn and silver horn can be used easily is because they have Kaibi, 9 tails, chakra in their bodies, and the chakra that devours Kaibi, 9 tails, flesh and blood also has vast chakra, so they can use it. This banana fan seems interesting. Shimura Danzo murmured with interest without picking up the banana fan and weighing it in his hand several times. Call. I saw Shimura Danzo waved gently, and an attack mixed with the 5 chakra attributes of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth suddenly formed. Boom! This attack suddenly shattered the Hokage office door and the surrounding walls, and the Hokage building became a little trembling at this moment. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What's the situation? Someone dared to attack the Hokage building? For a time, the people in the Hokage building panicked when they heard the horrific explosion. And Shimura Danzo subconsciously took back all the 6 Paths ninja tools except the banana fan into the system space. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Lord Hokage, what happened? Shhhhhh! Clang! Whoa! The glass of Hokage's office was shattered instantly, and dozens of Anbu ninjas patrolling around entered the Hokage office directly. When they saw the scene in front of them, the faces under the mask changed a little, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. After they looked at the ninja tools in Shimura Danzo's hands, they suddenly realized. It turns out that Hokage-sama is testing the power of ninja tools, etc. No. Why did he use his office to test the power of the ninja tools? For a time, many Anbu became a little messy, and they couldn't see through the thoughts of this 3rd generation Hokage. Sorry, I tried the power of the genin a little bit, but I didn't think it would be so powerful. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly as he looked at the scene in front of him. He never imagined that the power of this banana fan would be so powerful, and it reached this level with just one wave. This thing is quite suitable for Tsunade, she must like it. Anyway, I haven't given her a present yet, so give her the banana fan as a present. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly in his heart. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew what Shimura Danzo was thinking in his heart, I'm afraid he would really be pissed off. 6 Paths ninja tool he was begging for life was actually given to a little girl by Shimura Danzo. What about life and death brothers? Tsunade, who was sleeping on the rooftop, was also woken up by the vibration. She looked around in a bewildered way. She found that she was alone on the rooftop, and Shimura Danzo had long since disappeared. Teacher? Teacher? Where are you? Tsunade shouted and walked towards the stairs. Chapter 28. Konoha today, and there's something festive in the streets. What happened? It's so lively. Shimura Danzo put down the document in his hand and looked curiously at the crowd in the distance. After all, such a lively situation is indeed rare in Konoha. Alas! I was negligent. Lord Hokage, today the Hyoga family gave birth to a pair of twins. This is an invitation from the Hyoga family. I hope you can go to the Hyoga family to congratulate you in person. For Shimura Danzo immediately panicked, and then hurriedly handed the invitation to Shimura Danzo. It's okay, you have been busy with me all morning, go to rest first, I will go to the Hyoga clan to see. Shimura Danzo took the invitation and smiled gently without blaming the other party. Thank you so much. Then, Lord Hokage, I will take these documents back to organize them, and then sign them after you come back from the banquet. A happy smile appeared on the face of the female ninja. She picked up the documents on the table, bowed to Shimura Danzo, and left the Hokage office. Have the two brothers of the Hyoga family been born? Shimura Danzo murmured softly, looking at the ceiling like Geu was lying down. Without this little secretary's hint, he might not have known that Hyoga Hisashi and Hyoga Hayashi would be born today. He has some knowledge of these two people, after all, they are the fathers of Hinata and Niji in the future. Oh, it's rare to have a free time, so let's go to the Hyoga clan to see. After all, the invitations are all sent. If you don't go, I'm afraid it will be really embarrassing. If an ordinary Hyoga clan was born, then Shimura Danzo is not qualified to go to the Hyoga clan at all. The identities of these two people are somewhat different. They are the sons of the current patriarch of the Hyoga family, which means that one of them is destined to take over the branch, and a caged bird-mark is set on their foreheads. Shimura Danzo sneered at the main clan separation system of the Hyoga family, even mocked. Because of the existence of this system, the Hyoga family has produced a god-level genius over the years, a person who can stand side by side with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. And that person is the peak powerhouse of the Hyoga clan, Hyoga Tenin. Shimura Danzo went to investigate some information about this person, and the system also told Shimura Danzo a lot of information about Hyoga Tenin. Hyoga Tenin can be said to be the most brilliant Hyoga clan in the millennium, with 1,000 pupils Byakugan above Byakugan, a realm that all Hyoga clans have never reached. Because he traveled a little late, he never saw the true face of this Hyoga Tenin, and only heard of his deeds. The first generation Hokage of that year can be said to be high-spirited and cross the ninja world, but he was defeated by Hyoga Tenin. Even their Yayu clan's proud ninjutsu was easily cracked by Hyoga Tenin's 8 trigrams and gentle fist. And that battle made the first generation Hokage deeply understand that the Byakugan of Hyoga Tenin was different from ordinary Hyoga clansmen, and Hyoga Tenin Tung also gave an explanation. His Byakugan is called Thousand Hitomi Byakugan, stronger than ordinary Byakugan, just like Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha clan. Since then, the first generation of Hokage has been devastated, and died in depression, and Hyoga Tenin also passed away one after another. Shimura Danzo knows this person's sturdiness, and can make Uchiha Madara personally ask whether to launch a coup to seize power together. From this, we can see how powerful Hyoga Tenin is. It is a pity that after the death of Hyoga Tenin, the Hyoga family has a faint trend of decline. The reason is that the unfair inheritance system of main clan and family division has greatly hindered Byakugan's true inheritance ability. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo shook his head helplessly and sighed. Because he couldn't change the concept of the Hyoga family. After all, the system of the main clan split has been passed down for thousands of years, and it cannot be changed overnight. After putting away these messy thoughts, Shimura Danzo left the Hokage office directly and went to the Hyoga clan's clan. It's still quite lively on the street. It is indeed the third largest family of Konoha, and its influence is quite large. Shimura Danzo looked at the scene in front of him with a relieved smile on his face. From this, it can be seen that Konoha did not decline under his rule, but instead recovered the wounds caused by the ninja war. And the next thing to do is to strengthen Konoha and take Konoha's overall strength to the next level. After all, Shimura Danzo himself is not sure when the second ninja war will come, it is better to plan earlier. Lord Hokage is here. Quick! Make way for Lord Hokage! Suddenly a Konoha civilian called out after noticing Shimura Danzo's arrival. The crowd that was originally riotous and crowded became orderly at this time, and one after another gave up a road for Shimura Danzo to pass. And this scene also made Shimura Danzo not know whether to laugh or cry, only a helpless smile. "Don't worry about me, I'm just here to attend the banquet of the Hyoga clan, everyone have fun," Shimura Danzo said with a helpless smile. He really didn't want to be so conspicuous, after all it made him feel a bit domineering. "Is Lord Hokage here? I've been waiting for a long time." Suddenly, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the gate. His eyes were white, and his body was full of a steady aura, and this was only given out by people who have been in the top position for a long time. The person in front of him is the current head of the Hyoga clan. "I'm sorry, I'd like to ask the Hyoga chief to come out to greet him in person. This is a present for Takako." Shimura Danzo nodded, and then took out the gift that had been prepared. Hyoga families seemed to be showing their favor, otherwise they would not have come to invite them, and the main clan patriarch would not have personally come out to greet him. "Ha ha ha, Hokage-sama can come to my Hyoga clan is already full of glory, that's a nuisance. Come in quickly." There was some modesty and respect in Patriarch Hyoga's tone. Obviously, he did not despise the young Hokage in front of him because of Shimura Danzo's age, but regarded him as a superior. This made Shimura Danzo nodded inwardly, and was able to confirm that the Hyoga clan was friendly towards him. If this is the case, it will be less troublesome, and more help, and the position of my Hokage will be more stable. This case, it would be much easier to deal with the problems of the Uchiha family in the future. Then, surrounded by the Hyoga patriarch and the elders of their family, Shimura Danzo stepped into the gate of the Hyoga family. Chapter 29. Hyoga family's gesture of showing goodwill to the 3 generations of Hokage has made many families of Konoha also show their affection. At first, they were still a little swayed. They didn't know much about the 3rd generation Hokage, for fear of being on the wrong team. But now it's different. Shimura Danzo has 2 big family supporters of Konoha behind him. Senju is firmly standing behind Shimura Danzo to support, and now Hyoga also supports the 3 generations of Hokage. They naturally have nothing to hesitate. After all, with the support of the 2 major families, the position of the 3 generations of Hokage has been completely stabilized. Of course, all of this is obviously beyond Shimura Danzo's expectations. Originally, he planned to start with the Uchiha family first, and through contact with Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri, who would have thought that the Hyoga family would come out like this. His position as Hokage seems to be too smooth, and there is basically no one to stop him. But Shimura Danzo's heart is really clear, because his Hokage was personally designated by Senju Tobirama, and there are so many people present, so no one dares to question whether his Hokage is qualified. The main reason is that Shimura Danzo was not afraid of life and death, and dared to fight back from the chaos to bring back Senju Tobirama's body. This alone is the main reason why Shimura Danzo sits firmly in the position of 3 generations of Hokage. After all, Senju Tobirama had a high prestige in Konoha before his death, and many people love this Hokage, so there won't be too many doubts about his decision. It can be said that the situation is very good, unless Shimura Danzo convulsed to his own death, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolutely no hope of being able to make a comeback. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, the whole person was completely stunned, and then he locked himself in the room and did not go out for several days. No one knew what was going on inside, only some angry roars and the crisp sound of china breaking. Shimura Danzo is of course aware of these circumstances. After all, his Anbu has been paying attention to the whereabouts of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Incompetent fury? Alas, what a pity, I'm the Hokage, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo muttered with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. This Hokage battle can be said to be completely over, and Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer has any hope of coming back. Unless he can kill Shimura Danzo, but this idea is probably harder than reaching the sky. Get angry, Sarutobi, you are still more angry. Shimura Danzo looked at the Sarutobi clan's clan in the distance, and the smile on his face was extremely strange. He was really eager to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression would look like when he knew he was being cuckolded. After all, this is a man's greatest shame. Will he commit suicide after being hit? However, based on his knowledge of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy is strong in his heart, and it is estimated that he will live on until he takes the position of Hokage. Click. While Shimura Danzo was thinking about these things, the door of the office was suddenly opened. A thin figure walked in. When Shimura Danzo saw the person in front of him, he sat upright, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and looked at the sudden child in front of him. After that, a clear smile quickly appeared on his face. How is it? Little guy, have you made up your mind? Orochimaru, who I said earlier to think about. After that meeting, Shimura Danzo never met Orochimaru again. It had been a long time. I've considered it, Lord Hokage. I want to be your student, I want to be stronger. Orochimaru's eyes were firm and his voice was full of determination. Obviously, he has experienced some things during this period of time, otherwise he would not just come to the door like this. But as for what Shimura Danzo experienced, it is unknown, but it is not important. Orochimaru as an apprentice would benefit him without harm. And he also believes that he can educate Orochimaru well, and he will never follow the old path of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. Yes, little one, I'm glad you have this kind of awareness. Shimura Danzo stepped forward with a serious tone and looked down at Orochimaru in front of him, his eyes full of satisfaction. But my heart was happy. Orochimaru became his own apprentice, which means that the future Konoha Sunin and Sarutobi Hiruzen will no longer have any relationship. 6 Paths ninja tools in his hands are also useful. Orochimaru's wisdom and talent are naturally the smartest person in the ninja world, otherwise he would not have mastered the core technology. Then Orochimaru, you will be my Shimura Danzo's student from now on. Shimura Danzo said solemnly. And Orochimaru also made a big gift towards Shimura Danzo, a teacher-student etiquette. Orochimaru's eyes, because he knew that not everyone could become Hokage's disciple. And he is also determined to become a real powerhouse, a powerhouse comparable to Kage level, so that he can survive in this ninja world. The last words of his parents and his death made Orochimaru deeply aware of the importance of strength. If you want to improve your strength and use your talents to ultimate, you need a good teacher. And for Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo is the best teacher, and no one in Konoha is more suitable than him. Orochimaru, what I'm about to teach you is profound, and you can't reveal it to anyone but me. The learning process will be hard. If you quit now, it's still too late. Shimura Danzo stared at Orochimaru in front of him with a serious expression, and said in a heavy tone. This made Orochimaru's expression suddenly stunned, and his body tightened involuntarily. He didn't expect that the teacher would think so highly of him, that he would teach him something so profound that even other people couldn't know it. I'm not afraid of hard work, teacher. To get stronger, I'm willing to face anything. Orochimaru said with a solemn expression. From this, you can see how persistent Orochimaru is about becoming stronger. Good. Since you have this mental preparation, then I'm relieved. Shimura Danzo held back the smile in his heart and said solemnly. Orochimaru could never imagine that he would let him research 6 Paths gear and develop a fake 6 Paths gear. If it was another person, Shimura Danzo might not expect it, but the person in front of him is Orochimaru, so he thinks that the other party can succeed. And if he devoted himself to the study of 6 Paths ninja tools, Orochimaru would not have the heart to study immortality. Doing so is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo wants to praise himself as a little clever ghost. How can he be so smart? Chapter 30. Senju Clan, Uzumaki Mito Residence Yard. Danzo, you thought you looked at my old lady, you haven't seen me for so long. Uzumaki Mito said slowly, still drinking the tea he brewed. Although these words are full of anger and blame, there is no blame at all from this tone, but it is like a joke. Sir Mito, there are many things in the village that I can't get out of. No, I'll come to Senju for tea whenever I have time. Shimura Danzo's expression did not change, and his heart did not beat, and a helpless, wry smile appeared on his face, showing that he was the weaker party. Among the students of Tobirama, you are considered to be more attentive. Even if you become Hokage, you are not bullying. The others haven't been to the Senju clan since Tobirama passed away, as if they wanted to quickly distance themselves from Senju. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were like cold ponds, his tone was faint, and his eyebrows frowned. Although it is said that Uzumaki Mito is very old, but because of the yin seal, his appearance has been kept in his 30s. Whether it's temperament or appearance, it's just a matter of finesse, it's just training people's concentration. Shimura Danzo hurriedly spread his gaze over the teacup. Because he found that he did not have much immunity to Uzumaki Mito, and sometimes he was attracted by the elegant and noble temperament of the other party. But this is also normal, Uzumaki Mito's charm has not been fully revealed, otherwise Shimura Danzo may really be unable to resist. Maybe they have something important to do and have nothing to spare. Shimura Danzo can only helplessly perfunctory. After all, this question of Uzumaki Mito is really offended, even if other people are not present, Shimura Danzo will not say so behind others. Busy? No matter how busy you are, can a Hokage like you be busy? I know what they are thinking. Uzumaki Mito's tone was still flat, but a trace of resentment could be heard from it. However, she also understands the truth of people taking tea to cool. If it weren't for the 3 generations of Hokage Shimura Danzo, who have been helping the Senju family, something might have happened. And this is where Uzumaki Mito is lucky, she is thankful that Senju Tobirama passed the Hokage position to Shimura Danzo before his death, and not someone else. If someone else takes over the position of Hokage, I am afraid that the Senju family will really be severely suppressed, and it will not be what it is now. After all, the prestige of the Senju family in Konoha is too high, no matter who takes over the position of Hokage, they will not allow the Senju family to dominate. But fortunately, Shimura Danzo didn't do that. He chose to get close to the Senju family and help the Senju family. Senju Tobirama made the most correct decision in his life to pass the Hokage position to Shimura Danzo, at least Uzumaki Mito thinks so. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's gaze towards Shimura Danzo became softer, full of tenderness, as if it was about to overflow like water. Fuck, what the hell is this situation? Shimura Danzo's eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to look at Uzumaki Mito at all. Uzumaki Mito suddenly looked at him with such a gentle gaze, the direction of this particular plot suddenly became more complicated. Shimura Danzo is really a little panicked, because if Uzumaki Mito really starts an offensive, he is not sure if he can really be Liuxia Hui. But after taking a closer look at Uzumaki Mito, the other party seems to be quite beautiful, and he doesn't even belong to Tsunade. Mature and fit, with a clean forehead, a straight nose, a pair of almond eyes, and a soft look with a little doting. As for the figure, I don't need to say more. It's almost the same as the Tsunade in the future. Is too lethal for Shimura Danzo, who has lived for 2 generations. If it was a woman of the same age, he would definitely resist casually, but for a mature woman like Uzumaki Mito, it was a little difficult to control. But unfortunately, he has a virgin complex. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo's originally chaotic heart suddenly became extremely calm. Danzo? What's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you feel weird today? Uzumaki Mito pursed his eyebrows slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and asked softly with a concerned look on his face. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered something, and I'm bothering Mito-sama to be concerned. Shimura Danzo shook his head and laughed. But this smile does seem a bit far-fetched, even a child can see it. Uzumaki Mito didn't even bother to point it out, he just smiled. Danzo, you are about the same age, haven't you thought about getting married and having children? Puff. When Shimura Danzo heard this, the tea he just drank sprayed out instantly, but luckily he didn't spray it on Uzumaki Mito, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Why did Mito-sama ask such a question all of a sudden? Shimura Danzo wiped off the stains from his clothes in embarrassment, and smiled brightly. After all, Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised, so he couldn't react at all for a while. You're not too young, don't you think about your life events when you're almost 25? Uzumaki Mito is a little mysterious, but there is a little ambiguity in his eyes. This made Shimura Danzo feel a little ashamed, and then hurriedly said, Mito-sama, let's not talk about this matter. I just became Hokage, so I want to focus on the construction of the village. These things will be said later, and later. Shimura Danzo hurriedly shied away. This scene is too familiar, just like my mother forced me to go on a blind date in my previous life. I'll talk about it later. I'll tell you directly. How about that kid Ling Shui? I'll try to match the two of you if I can. Uzumaki Mito gave Shimura Danzo a full look, and then said bluntly. Ah? Ling Shui? For a time, Shimura Danzo was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito would actually hit Uzumaki Ling Shui's body. Chapter 31. I have to say that what Uzumaki Mito said really surprised Shimura Danzo. Yet, Ling Shui's child is a lotus flower, and his appearance is even more beautiful than when I was young. With a good personality, and without any small temper, she is also the eldest lady of the Uzumaki clan. It is more than enough to match your Hokage. Uzumaki Mito carefully analyzed the advantages of Uzumaki Ling Shui to Shimura Danzo, for fear that he would not know about it. Mito-sama, shall we not discuss this matter? And I'm now a third-generation Hokage at Konoha, and I don't have time to think about these things. Shimura Danzo refused with a helpless smile. Although his relationship with Uzumaki Ling Shui is quite good, it hasn't developed to the point of talking about marriage. At most it has a good impression. Coupled with the sudden questioning of Uzumaki Mito, his thoughts became a little chaotic for a while. After all, he is now thinking about how to boost Konoha's economy, so he has time to deal with it. Shimura Danzo's answer made Uzumaki Mito's face turn dark and gloomy. Why don't you talk about this? Or do you think our Ling Shui is not worthy of your 3 generations of Hokage? Uzumaki Mito's voice had a hint of yin and yang, biting the words 3 generations of Hokage to death, with a heavy tone. Can be seen that Uzumaki Mito is very dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo's answer, otherwise he would not show such an expression. Mito-sama, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant. I mean, I really don't have time to care about this right now, so I can't give Ling Shui the happiness he wants. Shimura Danzo hurriedly said after seeing Uzumaki Mito getting angry. If this is not explained clearly, God knows what Uzumaki Mito will do next. So you still have thoughts about Ling Shui in your heart? Hearing Shimura Danzo's answer, Uzumaki Mito's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Shimura Danzo also had a secret in his heart, realizing that he had entered the trap of Uzumaki Mito. I have a good impression, but it's not to the point of getting married directly. Facing the current scene and Uzumaki Mito's questioning, Shimura Danzo can only admit that he really has a good impression of Uzumaki Ling Shui in his heart. After all, such a beautiful girl, with a well-behaved personality, knows how to care for people, who doesn't love such a treasured girl? Just that Shimura Danzo doesn't have the heart to talk about feelings now. If you talk to him about the development of Konoha, Shimura Danzo will definitely chat with you with great interest for a few days. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay to have a good impression. This kind of thing can be cultivated slowly. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction after hearing Shimura Danzo's answer, with an ant-like smile on his face. Obviously, she is very satisfied with Shimura Danzo's answer, which has met her expectations. Okay, alright, you busy man, go back to deal with the documents, and save me from delaying your office." After getting Shimura Danzo's answer, Uzumaki Mito immediately issued a eviction order, which also made Shimura Danzo unable to react for a while. But after saying goodbye with a wry smile, he got up and walked towards the gate of the Senju clan. At this moment, a figure flickered behind the house. Shimura Danzo glanced at the corner of his eyes, and his face was full of helplessness. He had already found out where Uzumaki Ling Shui was eavesdropping, but he didn't break it. After all, if Uzumaki Ling Shui was broken just now, I'm afraid the scene would really become very embarrassing. Forget it, let's take one step at a time, who knows what will happen in the future. Shimura Danzo murmured in his heart. He has never had such an idea after traveling to the Hokage world for so long. Now that Uzumaki Mito said this, his dusty heart throbbed at this time. And just as Shimura Danzo left the Senju clan on his forefoot, Uzumaki Ling Shui at the back of the house also slowly walked out of it. I saw a shy eye on her bright and jade-like face. Although it was very light, it was not difficult to see that she was doing this because of Shimura Danzo just now. "Ling Shui, my aunt has done her best. If you really like him, you have to pursue it yourself." Uzumaki Mito continued to drink tea and said slowly, but with a hint of playfulness and subtlety in his tone. "Thanks auntie, I think I know what to do." Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded and said. Was very angry when she heard Shimura Danzo's refusal, and wanted to come out and grab Shimura Danzo's collar and ask loudly what the other party didn't like about her. Ugly? She is not ugly, right now. There may not be a second girl more beautiful than her in the entire Uzumaki clan and even the entire ninja world. And his character is gentle, and he has not left a bad impression on Shimura Danzo. So she really couldn't understand why Shimura Danzo refused like this. It wasn't until Aunt Mito made a little trick later on that Shimura Danzo told her evaluation of herself in her heart. When Shimura Danzo said that he had a good impression of him, the anger that was about to explode suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by that shy Zyujiabu's appearance that people couldn't help but cherish. Shimura Danzo is not only handsome, but also Hokage. The most important point is that he is very gentle with others, especially when he gets along with himself, so that people can't leave him halfway. Who doesn't love such a man? And Uzumaki Ling Shui found that during the time he spent with Shimura Danzo, his heart was silently captured by the other party, or it was a self-defense. Maybe because of Shimura Danzo's unintentional gentle offensive that Uzumaki Ling Shui sinks into it. Of course, Shimura Danzo himself is not clear about this. After all, in his eyes, he owes Uzumaki Ling Shui 2 big favors, so it's normal to be nice to her. It's just that the relationship between the two has gotten better by accident. You understand, if you like it, you have to hold on tight. After all, there is a woman beside Danzo whose appearance and identity are not inferior to yours. You have to be careful. Uzumaki Mito nodded in relief. Who? For a time, Uzumaki Ling Shui became extremely sensitive, like a frightened little female cat. Uchiha Chiri, sister of Uchiha's current patriarch. Would you like to write a canonization ceremony for the 3 generations of Hokage? The boss in the comment area reminded me, because Senju Tobirama died before, so I didn't dare to write the succession ceremony, for fear of being sprayed by the bosses. Chapter 32. Shimura Danzo returned to his Hokage office and lay on the sofa thinking, turning over and getting up occasionally. Am I being distracted? Shimura Danzo showed a helpless wry smile. He found that his heart suddenly became a little chaotic, and he couldn't calm down and think about things at all. From the Senju clan, he found that he was a little restless, and the innocent and lovely image of Uzumaki Ling Shui always appeared in his mind. This head shake didn't have much effect, these things lingered in his mind. Dong dong dong. Just when Shimura Danzo was thinking about it, the door of the office was suddenly knocked. Shimura Danzo hurriedly got up and straightened his body back to the office chair, taking a deep breath to adjust his mood. Please come in. Click. Chizuru Shin opened the door and appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. Chizuru Heart is Shimura Danzo's Hokage assistant. Kyunhee, why are you here? Is there any document that has not been processed yet? Shimura Danzo said with some doubts when he saw Chizuru Xin's appearance. She obviously gave the other party a holiday today, why did she still come to Hokage's office? I saw a hint of hesitation on Kyunhexen's face, but it became firm again in an instant. Lord Hokage, I have come to ask you to resign. There was a hint of panic in Kyunhexen's tone, but more of a determination. It can be seen that she really made a great determination for this decision, otherwise she would not have come to Shimura Danzo at this time. Excuse me? Chizuru, is there something wrong with me? You can point it out with confidence and I'll review myself. Shimura Danzo was surprised when he heard Kyunhexen's resignation, and then quickly realized that he attributed the problem to himself. After all, there are subordinates who will resign for no reason. Obviously there is a reason. No, it's not Hokage-sama's problem. Hokage-sama, you are really gentle and kind to me. It's just that the Hokage assistant's job is so heavy that sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. So I want to ask Lord Hokage to resign as assistant Hokage, and I feel like I'm going to have a problem if I go on like this. Kyunhee immediately shook her head hurriedly, and then explained the reason for her resignation. This is really her voice. Because from the moment she became Hokage's assistant, she never had any free space. Tomorrow, I have to face these mountain-like documents. After I finish processing, I find that it is dark again, and I don't have any time for myself at all. Is that so? I was negligent. I apologize to you. Shimura Danzo's tone was full of apology. No, Hokage-sama, you don't need to apologize, it's me who should apologize. Chizuru felt a little flustered when she saw Shimura Danzo apologize like herself, and hurriedly waved her hand. If you're tired, take a rest. After all, I'm not Joe Pappy who oppresses people. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly. This smile was very relaxed and full of innocence, which made Kyunhee-xin's heart not feel too much guilt. But you've been Hokage's assistant for so long, you have to recommend someone to take your place. Otherwise I would have a real headache facing these documents by myself. Shimura Danzo added immediately. Hokage has to deal with, and even if it is distributed to some other ninjas, there is still a lot that needs to be watched by Hokage himself. So Shimura Danzo had to ask the other party to find a new assistant for him before Chizuru Xin left. A new assistant. Chizuru Heart was very happy after getting Shimura Danzo's approval, but began to think again. To know that the position of Hokage assistant is very important, it must be a person who can be trusted, and must have sufficient ability. At this time, a purple shadow suddenly appeared in Kyunhee's mind. This person had been following Hokage-sama during the previous peace talks. Although it was said to be a member of the Uchiha family, Hokage-sama seemed to trust her very much. Kyunhexen also secretly observed the purple-haired woman, and found that the other party was very calm, whether it was facing the momentum of the third-generation Raikage or the momentum of Lord Hokage, he could remain calm. Chizuru Xin thought that the other party was good enough for the position of Hokage's assistant. Lord Hokage, what do you think of the purple-haired Uchiha who followed you during the previous peace talks? Kyunhee Xin asked cautiously. Reason why she would recommend the Uchiha clan is because the Uchiha clan now is not as sensitive as the position in the village decades later. At this time, the Uchiha people can still get along, but they are too arrogant, so not many people want to be friends with them. You mean Uchiha Yuri? Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly lit up, and Uchiha's face like an angel bathed in the spring breeze suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, I think she is very suitable to be the new Hokage assistant. As for the future, it will depend on what you think, Lord Hokage. Shimura Danzo's appearance, Kyunhee Xin had a secret in her heart. From this, it can be seen that the relationship between the two is obviously quite good. If nothing else, the new Hokage assistant is the Uchiha. I understand what you mean, you go down first, I will think about it carefully. Shimura Danzo calmed down and nodded. Then I'll go first, Lord Hokage, take your time to think about it. Kyun Hexen left the Hokage office with a comfortable smile on her face. After all, from now on, you don't have to face those files anymore, you don't have to get up early and stay up late, and you can play with your friends. That's called life. For a time, Kyun Hexen felt that Hokage-sama was so pitiful that he had to face this mountain of documents every day. Is Uchiha as Hokage? That might be a good choice. Shimura Danzo murmured in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Because of this, he is equivalent to being able to know more about the situation of the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo is a little thankful to Kyun Hexen. If the other party doesn't say so, he really has no excuse to go to Uchiha. Chapter 33. After 2 days of deliberation and tormented by mountains of documents, Shimura Danzo decided to hire Uchiha. No wonder Kyun Hexen resigned, these documents are really a headache to deal with, and no one has guaranteed Shimura Danzo to sort out the order. It really makes Shimura Danzo feel powerless. Even if Shadow Clone is used to deal with it, the final fatigue will return to the original body, and the torment will be even greater. But how should this be spoken? Shimura Danzo was at a loss, he didn't know how to tell Uchiha about this. After all, rushing to directly tell the other party if you want to be a Hokage assistant is too brainless. Let's ask that guy Uchiha Kagami to make an appointment. Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of the identity that Uchiha Kiri described that day. Uchiha Kagami happened to be her younger brother. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo immediately jumped up from the sofa with a carp, shook his head, and left the Hokage office. The tavern outside the Konoha Uchiha clan. Mirror, what should I say to your sister? Shimura Danzo took a sip and said a little depressed. If it were a normal person, Shimura Danzo would have gone up to find it, but Uchiha was different, he always felt that this woman was different from other people. Coupled with her strength, would she be willing to be a Hokage assistant for herself? This is obviously a bit whimsical. The Uchiha people with Mangekyo Sharingan they are still elite Jonin, not to mention the Uchiha Yuri with such a high official evaluation. Most likely a woman who can surpass Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Should I praise you or scold you, you bastard? Uchiha Kagami stared at Shimura Danzo in front of him with a strange expression, and sighed helplessly. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo was interested in his sister, and then asked him out to discuss countermeasures. I didn't expect this guy to be such a straight man, and he wanted Uchiha to take the position of Hokage's assistant to help him deal with documents. This made Uchiha Kagami doubt Shimura Danzo's sexuality for a while. Did he not have any interest in Uchiha? Of appearance, no one in the Uchiha family can compare to his sister. Even in the entire Konoha, the only girl who can compete with her is that girl from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Ling Shui. Shimura Danzo didn't have any idea at all, which made Uchiha Kagami suddenly stunned. What does it mean to praise me or scold me, and I didn't make a mistake? Shimura Danzo frowned and said with some displeasure. His remarks made Uchiha Kagami a little angry. Because 1 day later, Uchiha went to collect information about Shimura Danzo privately, and of course Uchiha Kagami knew about these actions. If possible, he would rather Shimura Danzo marry his sister, after all, those people in the clan. You bastard, I really want to punch you. I beg you to be a little bit daring? Are you really not interested in my sister? Uchiha Kagami saw that Shimura Danzo did not have the slightest enlightenment, and said with a look of hatred. What, we are talking about business now, why are you involved in private feelings? Shimura Danzo was speechless. Why does he feel that he is forcing himself to marry him now? Does he think he is destined to be an older leftover man in the future? Joke. With his handsome face and his current reputation, it would be a matter of minutes to get a girl to post. What is mixed with personal feelings, what I'm telling you now is serious business. Uchiha Kagami's tone suddenly became a little excited, and this also made Shimura Danzo frown, realizing that something was wrong. Uchiha Kagami on weekdays is an extremely calm person, not so emotional at all. Mirror, did something happen? Shimura Danzo is naturally not annoyed by Uchiha Kagami's faux pas, after all, he knows the character of the other party very well. But Uchiha Kagami didn't go back to Shimura Danzo directly, instead he took a sip of alcohol and got up and grabbed Shimura Danzo's shoulder with a serious face. Danzo, can you marry my sister? For a while, Shimura Danzo was a little messy. Why did he feel that the scene in front of him was a little familiar? Mirror, are you drunk? Shimura Danzo said in confusion. Uchiha Kagami seemed to have drank a lot before he came, as you can see from the wine bottles on the table. It can be seen that he is in a very bad mood, otherwise he would not be drinking to relieve his worries. As the saying goes, drinking alcohol to relieve sorrow is more worrying, and adults understand this truth. I'm not drunk, Danzo, take my word for it. If you are my brother-in-law, it might be a good choice. After all, you are really handsome. Shit, why am I not so handsome? Uchiha Kagami didn't stop much after saying these words, and stumbled out of the winehouse directly. Shimura Danzo was left with a stunned look on his face, not knowing what the other party just said. Don't think about it too much, this guy is unreliable, I'll go find Uchiha by myself. Shimura Danzo shook his head with a headache and murmured helplessly. Why does it feel weird for the people around? The war is already over, shouldn't there be happy smiles on their faces? Why does he feel that many people are frowning? Just as he got up, the owner of the winehouse suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. Lord Hokage, your friend didn't give you money just now, look at this. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched a few times, and he opened his wallet with some distress. Good guy, I said, how could I just leave all of a sudden? Chapter 34. Shimura Danzo's trip was not in vain, at least he knew where Uchiha was now before Uchiha Kagami left. But the way he looked just now made Shimura Danzo ponder for a while, thinking carefully about what Uchiha Kagami just said. If it were me, could I say that there is something about Uchiha's marriage contract? Soon, Shimura Danzo drew his own conclusions from this sentence. Uchiha is very likely to marry someone he doesn't like, and that person Uchiha Kagami is also very annoying. But if this is the case according to the normal trend of the plot, the married Uchiha has since disappeared and will no longer appear in people's field of vision. All that is left to people is the legendary Izanami, which is the last impression people have of her. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo's mind made up the appearance of Uchiha in a wedding kimono. The lavender danced in the wind like a waterfall, and the alluring and beautiful face was slightly powdered, and she had already defeated all the women. Eye-catching black eyes, with a happy smile on his face. And the groom beside him is Shimura Danzo himself, because this is his brain-filling world, so he subconsciously imagines the groom as himself. Do I really like Uchiha Kiri? Shimura Danzo asked himself in his heart. He and Uchiha Chiri have met quite a few times. Usually, when he leaves the Hokage building and goes home, he will meet Uchiha Chiri who is shopping. But they just said hello and didn't continue to make deep friendships, so they just ate dinner once in a while to chat. It's a relatively good friend, but it's not enough to reach the feeling of sudden heartbeat. Forget it, let's take this kind of thing one step at a time. Let's see if she wants to be Hokage's assistant first. Shimura Danzo decided not to think so much about it first. If this is the case, then he also has such a favorable impression of Uzumaki Ling Shui, does he want to marry 2 wives? This thought made Shimura Danzo's body tremble slightly, it was a dangerous thought. Uchiha's strength naturally, once Mangekyo Sharingan opens, no one should even think about living. Shimura Danzo didn't know what Uzumaki Ling Shui said, but if the other party's temper was pushed too hard, God knows what he would do. So the harem needs to be careful. The one who succeeded was called Shidowohi, and the one who didn't just smiled and watched from the sky like Brother Cheng. According to the description of the mirror, Uchiha at this time should be on the top of the mountain behind the Hokage office building. Shimura Danzo murmured. He didn't know why Uchiha Chiri liked going to that mountain so much, but the wind there was really comfortable. In the hot summer, enjoying the shade under the big tree and the breeze blowing, it is simply a great joy in life. The only downside is the lack of a phone. Above Hokage Rock. It was a familiar place, a familiar person, and the woman with the scent of fragrant violets. Miss Chili, good afternoon. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha, who was lying on the lawn with long purple hair, and greeted him with a smile. Hearing this voice, Uchiha slowly got up and looked at Shimura Danzo, with a hint of surprise in his dark eyes. 3 generations of Hokage, how come you are here? Uchiha's heartwarming voice. Miss Chili, it's private time now, so you can just use your usual name. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly after seeing Uchiha using his honorary title. After having known each other for so long, Uchiha still hasn't changed completely. Sorry, Danzo, I was negligent. Uchiha immediately reacted and bowed slightly in apology. This series of actions showed the noble and elegant momentum of Uchiha, which was vividly displayed. Danzo, why are you free to come here today? I remember that Hokage's workload is not ordinary. Uchiha Yuri chuckled softly. There was a hint of humor in the words, but also surprise and surprise. The smile is exquisite, the face is like the nectar of the spring breeze, which makes people feel comfortable, which is why Shimura Danzo likes to get along with Uchiha. Because there is no pressure to get along with her, I feel that my whole body can be relaxed, and the same is true of speaking. Oh, don't mention it, my assistant Jian Hexen left the job 2 days ago because he couldn't stand the torment of so many documents. That's why I wanted to come here to relax. Shimura Danzo let out a sigh and said helplessly. There is sadness on his face, and his words are full of tiredness. It can be seen that Hokage's work is pressing him a little bit out of breath. Uchiha's eyes flashed with worry after hearing Shimura Danzo's words. It's no wonder you look like that, it's because of that. Uchiha suddenly realized, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Shimura Danzo in front of him is completely different from the one in normal life. It seems that Hokage's work is really heavy. Yeah, it's crushing me these 2 days. Danzo sighed loudly on the lawn next to Uchiha Yuri. Then you didn't find a new assistant? After all, Hokage's job really needs to be shared. Uchiha asked with some doubts. So many civilian staff in the Hokage building, it was impossible for Shimura Danzo to find a suitable one. I found it, but none of them are suitable for processing. There's only one person left. It's the one who Kyunhee Xin recommended to me before she left, saying that she is absolutely capable of taking this position as Hokage's assistant. Shimura Danzo shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the words that followed made Uchiha a little curious in his heart. Who? Uchiha's eyes were filled with the words I'm curious. I saw Shimura Danzo slowly get up, staring at Uchiha's deep black eyes and said slowly. It's you, Miss Chili. The rhythm of this book may not be so fast, but the author will try his best to make readers feel comfortable. After all, the Shuangguan readers who have been killing and killing have read a lot, and the author has written a lot, so how about the readers try this taste? Chapter 35. Wow, Darcy! Surprise and a trace of panic appeared in Uchiha's calm eyes. She didn't expect that the person Kyun Hexen recommended would actually be herself. She had to know that she was a member of the Uchiha clan. Yes, since it was recommended by Chizuru, I think Miss Yuri is absolutely capable of serving as Hokage's assistant. Shimura Danzo nodded without any hesitation. His purpose is not just to be as simple as a Hokage assistant, but to see how strong Uchiha is. Her Mangekyo Sharingan ability. This is what Shimura Danzo is most curious about, otherwise he would not have made up his mind to find Uchiha. And the other party is also a key figure in his dealing with the Uchiha family in the future. After all, in the official evaluation of Uchiha, there is a sentence that loves Konoha. In other words, in the face of the narrow-mindedness of her own family, this goddess will choose the village. No wonder Uchiha Kagami has such thoughts. It seems that Uchiha's influence on him is indispensable. So Uchiha is definitely a person worth wooing. But Danzo, I'm from the Uchiha family. You should have heard about the Uchiha family from the second Hokage. Uchiha looked at Shimura Danzo with a complicated look, and the same expression in his beautiful eyes. Because the Uchiha family was once Senju's mortal enemy, and Shimura Danzo was so close to Senju, wouldn't Senju's people mind? What about the Uchiha family? Didn't Uchiha Kagami once served as the guard of the second Hokage? It's not that the Uchiha family can't believe it, it's that you can trust individual Uchiha people who sincerely serve Konoha. And Miss Chiri, you are that special Uchiha clan-like mirror. Shimura Danzo's eyes are full of sincerity, there is no impurities in his eyes, and there is no lie in his words. Danzo you. Uchiha clearly did not expect Shimura Danzo to say such a thing. At this moment, Gubo's calm state of mind began to ripple. She could feel that Shimura Danzo's sincerity was real, without any deception, and the other party didn't care whether she was from the Uchiha family. If you care about this, I'm afraid it won't come to you. And if you know that the Uchiha people serve as Hokage's assistants, then he must bear some words on the Hokage. Uzumaki Mito from the Senju clan must have talked to him too, but he mustered up the courage to find himself. This sincerity, Uchiha was unable to organize the language to refuse for a while. Okay, I promise you. After some deliberation, Uchiha said slowly. Other things, Shimura Danzo's courage alone is worth her promise. Excellent. Thank you so much, Miss Curry. Shimura Danzo's face, and the indescribable excitement in his heart suddenly emerged. Then, Miss Curry, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the job of Assistant Hokage. Shimura Danzo hurriedly said. Because the Hokage office had so many large files to deal with, work had to start right away. In such a hurry? It seems that you are indeed very distressed. Uchiha gently covered Ui's lips and said in surprise. Yes, please come with me. After that, Shimura Danzo jumped down in the direction of Hokage Rock. From this, it can be seen that Shimura Danzo is really in a hurry. Seeing Shimura Danzo in such a hurry, Uchiha also realized that there was really a lot of work in the Hokage office, and immediately started to keep up with each other. The country of the vortex on the other side of the world. You guys go to Konoha to bring back Uzumaki Ling Shui. It's absurd. It's been 2 months, and I still don't know how to come back. Above the lobby, a middle-aged man with a national character said in a stern voice. And the person who can call Uzumaki Ling Shui like this and say such words must be the elders of Uzumaki Ling Shui. But where is Konoha, and Mito-sama is here again? What should we do if Miss Ling Shui doesn't want to come back? Uzumaki clan below spoke slowly. Uzumaki Ling Shui really doesn't want to come back, it would be really inappropriate for them to do it in Konoha. Although it is said that the second generation of Hokage of Konoha has passed away, I heard that the third generation of Hokage is not a vegetarian. Konoha. After Senju Tobirama passed away, let a young boy take over. I want to see what he dares to do to my Uzumaki clan. Don't forget, his Konoha barrier was constructed by our Uzumaki clan. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly sneered. Now Konoha does not have Senju Tobirama, there is no threat to him at all, a hairy boy taking over 3 generations of Hokage, it is simply ridiculous. Yet, we hold the lifeblood of Konoha in our hands. Uzumaki people below suddenly lit up, why didn't they think of this? Go with this letter, if the third generation Hokage dares to stop him, you will give this letter to him. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly said coldly. Then he threw a letter to the man from the Uzumaki clan in the middle. Yes. We're heading to Konoha. As soon as the words fell, the 3 Uzumaki clan members left the lobby and walked out the door. As everyone knows, this 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha is not a hairy boy. Chapter 36. Soon, news spread that Shimura Danzo had appointed Uchiha as Hokage's assistant. The commoners and ordinary ninjas thought it was nothing, but the impact on many Konoha families and some personnel was great, and there was a silent uproar in an instant. Many people were a little confused by Shimura Danzo's decision. Who would have thought that Shimura Danzo would let a girl from the Uchiha family serve as Hokage's assistant, and let the other party touch the secrets of Konoha? This also made Konoha's high-level officials quite angry, but the Uchiha family were the most puzzled. This 3-generation Hokage doing? Could it be that there is some conspiracy involved? However, Shimura Danzo ignored the words of the outside world, and dealt with documents leisurely, and had a beautiful assistant who was eye-catching. It's a pity that I can't do anything as a secretary, and I have nothing to do as a secretary. Besides, a woman like Uchiha Chiri is not the kind of person who can't help but be a Susanoo. Click. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and several old people slowly walked into Hokage's office. High-level elders of Konoha who stopped Shimura Danzo from using Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri as guards on the day of the peace talks. What? Are you free to come and see my Hokage today? Shimura Danzo put down the document in his hand and looked at the elders with a smile on his face. 3 generations of Hokage, the matter of Hokage's assistant is too hasty, she is a member of the Uchiha family. Named Sarutobi Mitsui, Konoha suddenly said solemnly. Any attention to Uchiha, who was processing the documents with his head down. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to the other party at all. And when Uchiha heard this sentence, his jade hand trembled slightly, and his soft eyelashes trembled slightly. The moment is finally coming. Although she believed what Shimura Danzo said earlier, the actual actions were far better than the words. Uchiha's heart suddenly felt a throbbing, even she herself hadn't felt it. She hoped in her heart that Shimura Danzo would really be able to do what she said at the beginning. Shimura Danzo did not answer Sarutobi Mitsui immediately, but observed the change in Uchiha's complexion from the corner of his eye. The complexity and expectation on the other's face made Shimura Danzo smile with satisfaction. 3 generations of Hokage, are you listening to what I said? Sarutobi Mitsui said with a gloomy expression. This guy is too arrogant. Do you really think that when he becomes this Hokage position, no one can cure him? And he is one of the 3 advisors appointed by the 2nd generation of Hokage, why should Shimura Danzo ignore him? Appointing a girl from the wild Uchiha family to serve as Hokage's assistant to access Konoha's secrets is simply ridiculous. Elder Mitsui, who is Hokage? An instant, Shimura Danzo burst out with a fierce aura, his black pupils showed an icy cold glow, the desk trembled violently, and the documents fell to the ground one after another. But Sarutobi Mitsui and the others were immediately frightened by Shimura Danzo's fierce momentum and took a few steps back, struggling to stabilize their figure. I do things? Is it one of your advisors who can dictate? Or, you want to stage a coup d'état and take my position as Hokage? Shimura Danzo smiled coldly for a while. There was a trace of killing intent in the words. And it was like sure that Sarutobi Mitsui suddenly fell into the cold like an ice cellar. The language that had been organized in his mind for a while could not be blurted out at this moment. Because Shimura Danzo directly covered him with a big hat, a hat for a rebel coup, a hat enough to make the Sarutobi family perish. You are talking nonsense. I'm just here to ask why the 3 generations of Hokage let a member of the Uchiha family serve as Hokage's assistant, and why it can be involved in a coup d'état. Uchiha Wolf ambition. Sooner or later there will be a big problem. Sarutobi Mitsui angered Ui and hurriedly retorted. After all, if he keeps silent, it means that he really has the intention of coup d'état, and even if he jumps into the waters of the vortex country, he will not be able to wash it out. And the reason why he came to question Shimura Danzo is because this is the best time to impeach Hokage. Wait until then. Then what does my choice of Hokage's assistant have to do with you, an old man? Konoha, I have the final say. Shimura Danzo stood up suddenly, and a terrifying Phaeton, wind style, energy instantly hit Sarutobi Mitsui. Boom! Sarutobi Mitsui's body instantly shot out like a cannonball, smashed the door of Hokage's office and was embedded in the wall. Shimura Danzo. You! The two Konoha advisors and executives accompanying him saw that Shimura Danzo dared to directly hurt people, and looked at Shimura Danzo in disbelief. From now on, Sarutobi Mitsui, Sarutobi Green Mao, Sarutobi Grassland are no longer the three major advisors of Konoha. As for the matter in your hands, I will send someone to hand it over. Go away. Shimura Danzo said in a cold tone. And this decision immediately made the remaining two face ashes, and they didn't dare to say what Shimura Danzo wanted to refute. Because they saw the long sword flashing with lightning in Shimura Danzo's hand, and couldn't speak at all. This is an accessory for the second-generation Hokage. The weapon that followed him in the ninja world for many years is now in the hands of Shimura Danzo. Other words, this is a symbol, a true inheritor of the will of the second generation of Hokage. No wonder that the Senju family supports Shimura Danzo so much. It turns out that the second generation of Hokage values him very much, otherwise they would not entrust the Thor sword to Shimura Danzo. Today, they can only admit that they are unlucky to endure hardship. Shimura Danzo in front of him was no longer the young man who had just taken over as Hokage. Afterwards, the two could only take Sarutobi Mitsui out of Hokage's office in despair. Looking at this messy Hokage office, Shimura Danzo felt a little happy. At first he really didn't know how to make excuses to deal with the three old advisors. After all, they were the people appointed by Senju Tobirama before his death. But now it's different, he has the support of Hyuga and Senju, and now he has the popular support. It is more than enough to abolish the three Konoha advisors and reappoint them. Uchiha looked at everything in front of him in a complicated way, and Shimura Danzo, who had a cold expression, sighed helplessly. Lord Hokage, you don't have to do this for me. Chapter 37. Yuri, since I asked you to be Hokage's assistant, it's because I have absolute trust in you. I believe you are different from the rest of the Uchiha tribe and from the Uchiha Madara who defected to Konoha. You really love this village, you really love Konoha today, and you have a sense of belonging in your heart. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His words caused Uchiha's brain to freeze at this moment. Shimura Danzo and that sentence are constantly echoing in my mind, it's because I have absolute trust in you. Her dusty heart, which had been sealed for a long time, suddenly throbbed at this moment. The world really wants someone to believe her and have trust in her. Okay, I will handle this matter properly. As for those rumors, you don't have to worry about it. I'll make them all shut up. Shimura Danzo's brows showed a cold killing intent, and his words were filled with the words of the superior. And at this moment, Uchiha realized that this three-generation Hokage, who had never had any major reforms to Konoha, was angry. How could she not be smart enough to see that Shimura Danzo was using this incident to push the boat forward and uproot the useless people who were deeply ingrained in Konoha? At this time, the eagle showed its sharp claws, and the tiger also showed his fierce kaiba. But Uchiha felt his heart was warmed. Although it is said to use this matter to carry out a cleaning, the source of everything is because of himself, and Shimura Danzo is angry. Someone is caring. Suddenly, the look in Uchiha's eyes towards Shimura Danzo was no longer so plain, but a touch of tenderness that was not easy to see. Even Uchiha didn't understand this subtle change, but he felt a little more nervous when he faced Shimura Danzo. I see, Lord Hokage. Uchiha said softly and softly. Go back to rest today, and leave some documents to me to handle. Shimura Danzo thought that Uchiha felt guilty because of what happened today, so he planned to let the other party leave work early to relax. Is this the end? Uchiha's figure was stunned for a moment, and a look of confusion appeared on his delicate jade face. She originally thought that Shimura Danzo would continue to let her work, but she didn't expect to let herself leave early. Could it be that he hates himself? Suddenly, a sense of powerless loss came over Uchiha's heart. Could it be that everything just now is false? But why do you give me tenderness and despair again? Don't think nonsense. I think you are quite tired today. It's better to go back and rest and come back tomorrow. Shimura Danzo saw Uchiha's stunned look and the messy thoughts in her eyes and immediately understood that the other party was starting to think wildly. Because the look in Uchiha's eyes just now was so terrifying, Shimura Danzo felt a chill behind his back. Is that so? I'm so sorry, Hokage-sama, it's my rudeness. Uchiha suddenly realized. A shy UI appeared on his face, then bowed slightly and apologized and left in a hurry. The look just now was so embarrassing that even she herself didn't realize that she could be so rude. And Shimura Danzo looked a little strange at the back of Uchiha, who seemed to be running away. Why does it feel like she seems weird, not like the normal her at all? Uchiha Yuri in the past can keep calm at any time. Even if Sarutobi Mitsui and the others said that Uchiha Yuri just now, there is not much reaction. But why suddenly become like a little girl? This made him wonder for a while. Embarrassed UI, does she like me? Shimura Danzo thought of UI, the honey face of Uchiha, and this thought suddenly rose in his heart. No, how is that possible? One of the three illusions in life, she likes me. Shimura Danzo was frightened by his own illusion. After all, it was too ridiculous. But if you think about it, Uchiha is indeed the best person to be a wife. Although it is said that she is a royal sister fan, she is not so strong. Instead, she has the gentleness of Zyujiabu, and she knows how to care for people. In the end, I just think about it. Let's think about how to reshuffle the cards. Shimura Danzo shook his head to get rid of these irrelevant thoughts and resumed his work. If Shimura Danzo was made aware of the small theater in Uchiha's heart, he would be really stunned, and he couldn't even believe the fact in front of him. In his impression, Uchiha, who has always been a gentle big sister type, even has the side of this little girl. Pity that Shimura Danzo doesn't have the ability to read minds, otherwise it will subvert his cognition of Uchiha. I just lost my temper. Sitting alone on the Hokage rock, Uchiha murmured while enjoying the breeze. Thinking of his gaffe scene just now, Uchiha really wanted to find a ground seam to go to the nearest place. But the scene where Shimura Danzo came forward for himself couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Except for his younger brother Uchiha Kagami, no one has been so kind to him for a long time. Therefore, Uchiha cherished this hard-won tenderness very much, and cared for it in his heart. Well, but what does this change? Uchiha's eyes darkened for a while. Because the Uchiha family will not intermarry with foreigners in order to ensure the inheritance of the Sharingan and the purity of the blood. Not to mention her a woman who has turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if she wanted to, the Uchiha clan would not agree. Chapter 38. Konoha advisors were relieved of their duties, and there was a major shake-up in many departments. No one expected that this storm would come so suddenly and so fiercely, and they didn't have any time to prepare at all. And what's even more terrifying is that no one dares to stand up against Shimura Danzo's actions. Because they all know who is the third Hokage of Konoha village now, who has the most decision-making power. So naturally, he would not stand up to impeach Shimura Danzo stupidly. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to hold back. Even if he kicked many of his Sarutobi family out of the Konoha power Uzumaki, he would have to break Kaiba and swallow it in his stomach. Rather than a purge, it was more a blood exchange for the Sarutobi clan. But there is only one place Shimura Danzo did not move, that is the police force in charge of the Uchiha clan, the force guarding the safety of Konoha. Shimura Danzo's ideas are not as extreme as Senjudo Birama and Danzo in the original book, and he has personally investigated the current Uchiha family in depth. Everything must have a cause and effect, Uchiha Madara wanted to take the Uchiha family out of Konoha back then, but the Uchiha family did not agree. They really wanted to stay in Konoha. Because one, they don't want to live a life of slaughter and blood, they just want the hard-won stability in front of them. At this time, the Uchiha family has no intention of coup d'état for Konoha, and they still want to live a peaceful life. But because of the taint of Madara, the second generation began to study and prevent the Uchiha family. And Shimura Danzo knows very well what Senju Tobirama's intentions are. It would be better to say that Senju Tobirama has calculated the entire Uchiha family to death. Create a guard force, try not to let the Uchiha clan go to the front line and participate in major battles, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from opening Mangekyo. This is why there will be so few members of the Uchiha family Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. After all, Senju Tobirama knew that the main reason for the Uchiha family to open Mangekyo Sharingan was because of the loss of love according to the research before his death. It can be said that Senju Tobirama had calculated the destruction of the Uchiha clan before that, and the calculation was deadly, leaving no room for it. He counts the arrogant character of the Uchiha family, and will definitely be dissatisfied with the current power and want to go to the next level. At that time, they will set their eyes on the entire Konoha, and that time is the day of the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Let's take one step at a time and see how you guys are doing. Shimura Danzo murmured while looking at the sky outside the window. Then he moved his gaze to Uchiha, who was concentrating on helping Shimura Danzo to review the documents, and a slight smile could not help drawing the corners of his mouth. After all, the current Konoha really needs strength, and he doesn't need to do anything to the Uchiha family unless he really has a rebellious mentality. When that time comes, Shimura Danzo will definitely do it directly without leaving any trace of affection. In fact, the main reason is because Uchiha and Uchiha Kagami let Shimura Danzo have a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha family. Master Hokage, today's work has been completed, and the rest only needs your signature. Uchiha showed a gentle smile like a spring breeze. Well, I see. Let's put it here first. I still have some things to deal with today, so I'll go first. Shimura Danzo nodded with satisfaction, then said slowly. Is that so? Then you go slowly. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, a little surprised that Shimura Danzo would say these words. See you tomorrow then. Shimura Danzo smiled faintly, then walked outside Hokage's office, leaving a dashing shadow for Uchiha. Looking at the closed door, Uchiha bit his lip and looked at the door of the office a little unwillingly, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. It's almost a little bit, but I still don't dare to say it. And Shimura Danzo left the Hokage office in such a hurry because he hadn't visited Orochimaru for a long time. Six Paths ninja equipment. Since he was accepted as an apprentice, he couldn't help laughing. By the way, Tiantai is the grandfather of Tenten, one of the 12 younger players in the future. Shimura Danzo threw the Six Paths ninja gear and Orochimaru to him directly after learning that the other party had extremely high attainments in ninja gear. And Tiantai was extremely shocked, because this is the ninja tool handed down by the Six Paths Immortal in the legend of Six Paths ninja gear. This is what countless ninja blacksmiths want to pursue, but now they have gotten it by themselves. So Tiantai directly closed his ninja shop in the village, and immediately brought his equipment to the secret base Shimura Danzo prepared for them to conduct research on Six Paths ninja gear. Soon, Shimura Danzo came to the secret base that had been prepared earlier. Whoosh whoosh! Several figures suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzo, and their bodies carried a trace of fierce killing intent. But when they saw that it was Shimura Danzo, they hurriedly restrained all the killing intent on their bodies. Sorry, Lord Hokage, we didn't recognize you. Anbu in the lion mask immediately pleaded guilty. Because the behavior just now is really disrespectful, assassinating Hokage is a death sentence, even Anbu is no exception. It doesn't matter, it can be seen that you have done a good job. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to show that he didn't care, but nodded with satisfaction. After all, this is the task quality that an Anbu should have. You guys continue to patrol, I'll go in and see Orochimaru and the others. Shimura Danzo shook his hands, signaling that they could leave. Yes. In an instant, the figures of several people disappeared in place, as if they had never appeared before. Chapter 39. Yo, Orochimaru, Tiantai, it seems that your research is progressing quite well. Shimura Danzo entered the base. There are many strange ninja tools here, and there are only Orochimaru and Tiantai in the entire base. Teacher? Lord Hokage, why are you here? And Orochimaru saw Shimura Danzo's arrival and hurriedly put down what was in their hands and walked over. Let's take a look at the results of your research on the 6 Paths Ninja Gear. It seems that your progress is not very good. Shimura Danzo smiled at the discarded ninjas. No way, after all, this is the ninja tool of the legendary 6 Paths Immortal. If it was so easy to study, Kumagakure would have been armed long ago. Tiantai smiled helplessly. Indeed, if the 6 Paths ninja tools are so easy to decipher the mystery, I am afraid that the first ninja war has come to an end. Kumagakure armed the ninjas in batches, and that's a fart, so let's just admit defeat. Orochimaru, this kid shouldn't have caused you any trouble. Shimura Danzo asked Tiantai with a teacher's seriousness on his face. And his question made Orochimaru's figure involuntarily tense up, and his little face was full of seriousness. After all, this person in front of him is not only his teacher, but also the 3rd generation of Hokage in Konoha village. How come? This child's talent in ninja gear is far beyond my imagination, even more terrifying than those lunatics in the country of craftsmen. If I give him a few more years of growth, even my attainment in ninja gear is definitely not as good as his. Hey, if it wasn't for Lord Hokage, you accepted him as a disciple, I really wanted to grab it. Tiantai glanced at Orochimaru, who had a proud look on his face, and sighed helplessly. After all, Orochimaru's talent is the most outstanding person he has ever seen, and if cultivated, he can really surpass all ninja world blacksmiths. Haha, Tiantai, you are joking, I know how much this child has. Shimura Danzo said so, but the smile on his face did not weaken. When someone praises his disciple, his heart as a master is naturally happy. Tiantai, go ahead and work, I'll have a chat with this kid Orochimaru. Tiantai nodded blindly, and then continued to study the 6 Paths ninja tools. And Shimura Danzo took Orochimaru outside the base for a walk and chat. Although I haven't been able to teach you cultivation personally, I can see that you are very interested in the study of 6 Paths ninja gear. Shimura Danzo's words. Teacher like this, you are Hokage, it is the greatest blessing to be able to accept me as a disciple and let me study the 6 Paths ninja gear. How dare I ask for anything else? Orochimaru shook his head and said there was no big problem. You are indeed a good apprentice of the master. Shimura Danzo was obviously surprised by Orochimaru's sensibleness, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. After the two chatted for a while, Shimura Danzo didn't stop there too much, after all, this would delay the research process of 6 Paths ninja tools. Konoha, the gate of the Senju clan. Shimura Danzo stood at the gate of the Senju clan, a little afraid to go in. Senju clan since the last time Uzumaki Mito forced marriage. Although it was because of busy affairs, most of the reason was that Shimura Danzo didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui very much, and there would be some embarrassment in that case. Uzumaki Ling Shui was eavesdropping on those things last time, but he didn't point it out. Click. Senju family was suddenly pushed open. 2 figures came out, 1 UI and 1 gold, 1 big and 1 small, and 2 beautiful women. UI-haired woman is petite, but the scale in front of her is not small. UI's long ink-like hair is scattered around her waist, and her beautiful face is full of tranquility. This kind of girl looks like the girl next door of Zyujiabu, sometimes gentle, sometimes naughty. The same is true for the little blonde girl. She is a beauty at a young age, and her small face carved with pink and jade makes you want to kiss Fang Zi. And these two people are Uzumaki Ling Shui and Tsunade. When the two of them saw Shimura Danzo standing at the door of the Senju clan, their reactions were different. Uzumaki Ling Shui's small face swooshed, a trace of UI appeared on his face, and his eyes did not dare to meet Shimura Danzo's eyes. Tsunade was different. The moment she saw Shimura Danzo, her eyes were filled with undisguised joy. She rushed up and jumped into Shimura Danzo's arms, and gave a sweet cry. Teacher! Facing such a lively Tsunade, Shimura Danzo couldn't resist, and it took a lot of effort to get the other party off him. And Uzumaki Ling Shui saw that the two were so intimate, and there was a trace of grief in his heart, and he seemed to be jealous of Tsunade. Ling Shui, long time no see. In order not to be embarrassed, Shimura Danzo also greeted Uzumaki Ling Shui with a smile. Danzo, long time no see. Uzumaki Ling Shui was a little nervous for a while, and even stuttered, so he hurriedly corrected. Teacher, you haven't come to guide me in training for a long time, I'm dying of boredom. Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzo with a resentful look on his face and said. This teacher of my own is really different from other people, and I can't teach myself to cultivate every day. There's nothing I can do about it, after all, Hokage things are too busy. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly, saying that he had no way to escape. And I heard you hired a girl from Uchiha to be the Hokage assistant, how about that? Isn't that assistant pretty? Tsunade asked in a mysterious tone. But the voice was not small, and it just entered the ears of Uzumaki Ling Shui. Uzumaki Ling Shui's face in a good mood a little stiff, his heart sank slightly, and the look in Shimura Danzo's eyes also became subtle. Yeah, Danzo, isn't that Uchiha girl very beautiful, otherwise how can I be the Hokage assistant? The bright and sunny smile is full of tenderness, which seems to be just an ordinary greeting, but in Shimura Danzo's eyes, there is a bit of yin and yang. What the fuck? Are you also an onmyoji? For a while, Shimura Danzo didn't know how to answer Uzumaki Ling Shui's question. Because he would definitely not be able to say something that belittled Uchiha's appearance, but if he told the truth, he had a hunch that today's end might be miserable. What to do? Wait online, urgent. Chapter 40. God-level choice. Option 1. Depreciate the appearance of Uchiha and make Tsunade and Uzumaki Ling Shui feel better. Quest reward, increase the body of the immortal by 10%. Option 2. Forcibly change the topic, neither side will be offended. Quest reward, get demonic illusion immunity, Ashura a trace of origin chakra. I choose the second one. Shimura Danzo said very calmly in his heart. The second option is arguably the safest, so there is no need for any hesitation. Rewards have been issued. Instant, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt that the chakra in his body suddenly increased by another, and he was able to accumulate it soon. Cough, let's go first, after all, the influence here is not good. Shimura Danzo didn't answer Uzumaki Ling Shui and Tsunade's questions, and turned into a phantom and flashed directly into the door of the Senju family. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to react like a thunderbolt. Tsunade hurriedly chased after him, but Uzumaki Ling Shui didn't move forward, only to see a shadow on her pretty face. Then slowly closed the door of the Senju clan and followed the steps of which two people to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Danzo, I heard that you recently transferred that girl from Uchiha to be Hokage's assistant. Uzumaki Mito asked Shimura Danzo as if he was still at ease. Well, Mito-sama don't have to worry about anything, she is different from other Uchiha people. Uchiha Kagami is very different from the rest of the tribe because of the influence of Yuri, so she can be trusted. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly. About Uzumaki Mito's question. Although the other party asked, he never interfered in any affairs of Konoha. That's why Shimura Danzo trusts Uzumaki Mito, knowing that there are some boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. Yuri? Is the name so intimate? Uzumaki Mito murmured inwardly. She suddenly became a little worried about her niece. After all, that character must be that Uchiha's opponent? You must know that the two of them, who are Hokage's assistants, can be said to get along day and night, and it is not false that the so-called close to the water, get the moon first is not false. But just to see if you like Ling Shui in your heart. Uzumaki Mito's mouth curled up in a subtle arc, as if there was some kind of conspiracy. Ling Shui, she is going back to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Shimura Danzo and said lightly. Are you going back? It's time to go back after staying here for so long. Shimura Danzo was slightly taken aback when he heard the news, but quickly reacted. After all, Uzumaki Ling Shui had been living in Konoha for almost 4 months, and it was perfectly normal for her family to miss her in the land of Vortex. Seeing Shimura Danzo's so bland reply, Uzumaki Mito continued. She may be going back this time to get married and intermarry with the Uzumaki family's own clan. This time, Shimura Danzo was a little surprised. And his incident made Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction. It seems that what he said that day is not false, Shimura Danzo still has Uzumaki Ling Shui in his heart. Are you married? Shimura Danzo obviously did not expect such a result. Uzumaki Mito wanted Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Ling Shui to be together not long ago, but now there is such a sudden change. Yes. Uzumaki Mito did not continue to speak, but drank tea on his own. Effect has been achieved, and it is up to him what kind of behavior Shimura Danzo will do. For a time, Shimura Danzo was somewhat unacceptable. Possibly the inner possessiveness is at work. After all, who wants to see such a beautiful girl put on a wedding dress and take another man's arm to the marriage hall? Obviously, Shimura Danzo is such a selfish and possessive man. He was very clear in his heart that he didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui marry anyone other than him. This is a common problem for every man, unless he really reaches the so-called sane state or is gay. How is it? Are you reluctant? Uzumaki Mito squinted slightly and smiled lightly. Well, it's really reluctant. Shimura Danzo admitted generously after taking a deep breath. Because there is nothing to hide, from Uzumaki Mito's actions, he knows that the other party did it deliberately. Although he didn't understand why Uzumaki Mito was so persistent in marrying Uzumaki Ling Shui to him, he could feel that Uzumaki Mito had no conspiracy. Since you said so yourself, I don't need to say anything else. You should know what to do. When I'm old, the only way I can help you young people is here. Uzumaki Mito got up and stretched lazily. Shimura Danzo along with the sunset, and this scene forms a beautiful landscape. Ling Shui, the child's life is not good, her parents died early, and her uncle wants to use marriage to win people's hearts. I hope you can cherish it. You are the first person to give her tenderness and to break into her heart. Uzumaki Mito left this sentence to Shimura Danzo just before stepping out of the yard. Sure enough, even a man has a possessive appetite for beautiful girls. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. After all, he didn't want to see Uzumaki Ling Shui marrying someone else in the bottom of his heart. Rather than being cheap to someone else, Shimura Danzo might as well marry himself. Soon, Shimura Danzo also left the Senju family. Not long after he left, Uzumaki Ling Shui, who was behind the house, came out slowly. She was really afraid that Shimura Danzo would show an air of indifference. But the fact now seems that her previous worries are nothing, and Shimura Danzo's last words made her worry disappear without a trace. Chapter 41. Has been several days since that conversation with Uzumaki Mito, and Shimura Danzo has appropriately met Uzumaki Ling Shui several times. The two were able to talk relatively well, and there was not much embarrassment in terms of topics. For Shimura Danzo, this is also a kind of enjoyment. After all, there is no need to hide anything when chatting with Uzumaki Ling Shui. The two of them communicate easily. However, Uzumaki Ling Shui is still the character of the lively girl next door, and Shimura Danzo seems to be able to feel the warmth of the sun when they get along. But today the two were not together because Uzumaki Ling Shui was called back by Uzumaki Mito, so Shimura Danzo was also patrolling Konoha village. Anyway, the current Konoha has completely settled down, and thanks to the overnight efforts of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha, all those piled up documents have been processed. Bastard! Brat! It's you peeping at the bathhouse again. Where are you going? Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and a white figure quickly passed by Shimura Danzo's side. And when the person who hurriedly chased after saw Shimura Danzo, his face suddenly became respectful. Lord Hokage! This man was holding a stick in his hand, and he looked out of breath, obviously losing his strength. What happened? Shimura Danzo frowned. Hey, that kid was called Jiraiya just now, and he wanted to peep at the bathhouse all day long, shouting that he wanted to collect material or something, and I happened to be caught by me today. The middle-aged man holding a stick panted. Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed after hearing the name. Yes, does Lord Hokage know him? Seeing a hint of surprise in Shimura Danzo's eyes, the middle-aged man said strangely. He's just a kid who peeps at the women's bathhouse. Could it be that he is a relative of Hokage-sama? This is too bloody. No, just a little curious about the surname. Shimura Danzo shook his head and laughed. But that kid probably ran away. You're not a ninja, so it's hard to chase this kid. Ah! Forget it, next time I'm teaching him a lesson and making Lord Hokage laugh. Middle-aged man gave Shimura Danzo a goodbye with a wry smile, then turned and left. As Shimura Danzo said, how could he, a commoner, catch up with a ninja with agility, or wait for the next opportunity to teach this guy a lesson? Jiraiya? I almost forgot there was such a person among the Sunin. Shimura Danzo showed an interested smile. For Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya is a rare talent. Not because of his achievements in ninjutsu or his great strength, but because of his talent in literature. After all, the best-selling book Intimacy Paradise in the ninja world is a masterpiece written by Jiraiya, which makes the whole ninja world go crazy for it, even men like Kakashi are indulged in it. From this point it becomes clear how amazing Jiraiya is at writing novels. It can be said that if Shimura Danzo cultivates Jiraiya's literary talent, then there will be an unprecedented big writer in the ninja world. As for the type of text, an evil plan suddenly rose in Shimura Danzo's heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to meet Jiraiya, and to exchange the charm of literature with each other deeply. Today is another day full of inspiration. Haha. Sure enough, only writing this picture into a novel is the truth of life. In the forest, a white-haired boy was waving his pen on the notebook vigorously, and a trace of saliva seemed to flow from the corner of his mouth. And if you look closely, you will find that what this young man wrote is simply embarrassing to the eyes, and it is simply unsightly. But if you look closely, you can see that the white-haired boy's writing, plot and aspects are simply impeccable and shocking. It's hard to fathom what it is that allows a teenage child to write so well on this subject. It's done. After a while, Jiraiya raised the notebook in his hand excitedly and laughed. This can be said to be his most proud work, and also the first work on this subject in his life. Yes, it's really good. The sound of admiration came from behind Jiraiya, making him jump back subconsciously. And when he saw the person in front of him, his face suddenly changed greatly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Lord Huo Hokage. Jiraiya had met Shimura Danzo. After all, he couldn't have known Hokage in Konoha village. But the strange thing is that the other party actually appeared behind him, and also praised himself for his good writing, which made Jiraiya's brain circuit suddenly insufficient. What? You seem surprised by my presence. Shimura Danzo quipped, looking at Jiraiya, who was startled. It's more than a surprise, it's almost scared out of my soul. Jiraiya realizes and complains. Because what he just wrote is really unsightly, and it has been seen by Lord Hokage. But I'm curious who taught you these things, how a teenage kid can write so well. Shocked Jiraiya was that Shimura Danzo did not educate himself, but was curious about his writing and what he wrote. Of course it's a lot of reading on this subject, plus constant practice. Don't look at how easy I write it. In fact, I used to be a frequent Calvin a long time ago, but I find that every time I go to the women's bathhouse, it can stimulate my inspiration. So that's why you peeped at the women's bathhouse. Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly became cold, and this directly made Jiraiya's figure tense, and cold sweat broke out. Hokage-sama knew about his peeping at the women's bathhouse? It's miserable now. Jiraiya was in despair. At this time he was really speechless. And just when he was nervous and trembling, Shimura Danzo's words suddenly made him stunned. Not bad, little one. Chapter 42. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Yushu Linfen, Gao Fengliang Festival, respected, the beloved 3 generations of Hokage actually praised him. And I also appreciate that the novel I wrote is good, which is simply subverting Jiraiya's worldview. An instant, Jiraiya felt that her cognitive image of the 3 generations of Hokage collapsed. There is a specialization in the art industry. Even if you write this type of novel, I will not discriminate against you. After all, this is also a survival skill, and others may not envy it. Shimura Danzo shook his head and smiled lightly. This is a kind smile, nothing is mixed, only the expectations of an elder to a younger generation. Jiraiya can feel that Shimura Danzo's remarks are not malicious, on the contrary, they are encouraging themselves. For a time, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but become a little wet. Because he knew that writing this kind of thing was definitely disgusting, so he kept writing it secretly, and then published it when he grew up. This is one of his hobbies, it can also be said to be lustful. But for this literary masterpiece, Jiraiya did not know how much effort was spent to understand this knowledge and to construct the plot. Lord Hokage didn't expect you. Jiraiya's eyes kept spinning, slowly flowing down her cheeks, with an excited look on her face. Because this is the first time he has been understood, he did not show disgust after learning his preferences, but understood himself. Why do big men cry? 2 or 3 sentences will make you cry. How can you create better literary works in the future? Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly as he put his hand on Jiraiya's white hair. No, I'm just too excited, no one has ever said something like this to me. Jiraiya hurriedly wiped away her tears and said in a choked voice. Shimura Danzo's 2 short sentences really touched his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be so excited. Cough, let me appreciate your work and see how strong you are. Shimura Danzo said seriously after coughing twice. With a serious face without any other emotions, like a parent checking his child's homework. If there is anything that needs to be improved, please also point out Hokage-sama, and I will improve it. Jiraiya immediately bowed 90 degrees and handed Shimura Danzo the notebook, as if to explain something sacred, otherwise it would not be such a big gift. However, Shimura Danzo's image in Jiraiya's heart has become extremely stalwart and tall, covering him like a giant. So Shimura Danzo took Jiraiya's notebook and sat on the floor to start reading from the first page. And Jiraiya is not idle, sitting next to Shimura Danzo and watching him quietly, he is waiting for Shimura Danzo to point out what he needs to modify. The 2 sat side by side like this, looking like a master and apprentice, but what they were studying was a bit surprising. My good guy, as expected of a writer in the ninja world. Although there are some minor flaws in the plot, this superb writing can already make up for it. Shimura Danzo slowly closed the notebook and sighed inwardly. Jiraiya went to the battlefield. If such a good literary talent is trained, he will definitely become a writer who is admired by gentlemen in the ninja world. How is it? Lord Hokage, do you think there is something wrong? Shimura Danzo with a glint of hope in his eyes. There are countless expectations and excitement in the words. Because this is the first time he has given his work to others, and this person is also the 3rd generation of Hokage in Konoha village, which makes Jiraiya very nervous, and his body even trembles uncontrollably. There is still a little room for improvement in the plot, and the writing is very good, but it still needs to be improved. Shimura Danzo groaned while dragging his chin. Serious eyes and eyes full of seriousness, as if they were discussing something major, but in fact they were discussing alternative literature. But overall it's good, so keep going. Shimura Danzo's 2 sentences made Jiraiya's mood instantly go from falling to the bottom of the valley and back to the top of the mountain. The ups and downs made him wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Then the Hokage is hot, can you teach me about the plot? I'm sure you know better than me. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said slowly. It was a bold decision, and one that Jiraiya reluctantly said after struggling a bit. Because he couldn't imagine whether Lord Hokage would sneer and then laugh at his naivety, even if he knew it was, he would ask. His inner thirst for knowledge does not allow him to remain silent, and a more perfect plot must be obtained. Yes, but you have to listen carefully. I'll only say it once. It's up to you whether you remember it or not. Shimura Danzo looked serious, and his tone was full of solemnity. And his words suddenly made Jiraiya's expression become ecstatic, and then hurriedly opened his notebook. His face was covered with the word question for knowledge. I'll record it all, Hokage-sama, and I'll definitely live up to your expectations. Jiraiya's face was full of joyful excitement, and the whole person was in a state of extreme excitement. Okay. Then I will teach you the knowledge about the plot. This is the knowledge passed on to me by the seniors on the other side. Now I will pass it on to you. I hope you can carry forward these things. Shimura Danzo said heavily. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly felt that her whole body was boiling with enthusiasm, as if she had endless energy. So Shimura Danzo started preaching to Jiraiya. You must know that in his previous life, he was a second thorn ape, and Jiraiya's talent is extremely high, and it is easy to understand these things. It will not be long before Jiraiya's name will resound throughout the ninja world. After a long time, the two ended their conversation. Jiraiya got a lot of new knowledge, and can't wait to start writing. Wait, your book hasn't been titled yet? Yes, no title yet. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's called Biwa's Betrayal of Intimacy. What do you think? Nice name. As expected of Hokage-sama. It really is extraordinary. Okay, the name of this book is called Biwa's Betrayal from the Intimacy Paradise series. As for the names of the characters in it, I will modify it according to your future instructions, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya looked excited, and said Ui's face. He had a hunch that this book would sell well in this ninja world. Well, Rizai can be taught. Shimura Danzo nodded in relief, showing a faint smile. Chapter 43. Something happened in Konoha today that put the entire village on alert level 1. Senju family, and the majestic chakra fluctuations directly swept the entire Konoha village. Homura Mito-Kato got Shimura Danzo's order immediately to evacuate everyone within 100 meters of the Senju clan. Jainin forces in the current village and all the Anbu ninjas are left. Shimura Danzo is no stranger to this imposing force, because this fluctuation is exactly the chakra of Uzumaki Mito. Although the rest of the people didn't know why Uzumaki Mito suddenly burst out with such terrifying chakra fluctuations, Shimura Danzo was very clear. Because the opponent has Kaibi, 9 tails, in the body, that is to say, the sudden burst of such a vast chakra this time is to suppress the Kaibi, 9 tails, in the body. Zhang, Zhili, minion, you are guarding this gate, and anyone who wants to enter is allowed. If you enter by force, you can kill first and then play. Shimura Danzo left these cold words before closing the door of the Senju clan. The three looked at each other and nodded. Homura Mito-Kato jumped directly onto the roof and sat cross-legged, while Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri also leaned on the Jinchuriki/column sun. Shimura Danzo's face just now, the Senju clan might have something really happened, otherwise they wouldn't have explained it like this. Ta-da-da. Soon, a swift monkey-like figure jumped down from the sky. At this moment, the three Uchiha Kagame's bodies swayed like ghosts for a while, and then they directly surrounded the person. Me. It's me. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Menyan, Jing, stop quickly. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who came, and he hurriedly shouted when he saw the two blades on his neck in an instant. When the two of them saw that the person was Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were also relieved slowly, and then retracted the blade into the scabbard. What's the matter with you? The reaction is so intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. After all, this is in front of the gate of the Senju clan, so what they have done is a bit too big of a deal. 3 generations of Hokage have orders that no one is allowed to approach the Senju clan. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Uchiha's cold voice sounded slowly, which also made Sarutobi Hiruzen notice her. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to underestimate the beautiful-looking woman in front of him, to know that Uchiha Kagami is his younger brother, and all his skills are hers. Imagine how powerful the woman in front of him was, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to be a little wary. Sure enough, something major happened, otherwise why would it be so serious all of a sudden? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone. Shimura Danzo's character is clear, and it must be very difficult to be treated like this by the other party. But Sarutobi, why are you here? I remember Jainin was not in charge of guarding, why did he suddenly run here? Homura Mitokado said with some doubts. He clearly passed down the order of the 3 generations of Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know why. I'm not worried about what happened to Mito-sama, so I thought about coming over to have a look. After all, we are the teacher's students. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly smiled brightly. And these words also made several people rolled their eyes and closed their eyes, but did not say it. Uchiha's eyes, but it was very clear. At this time, I am concerned, I am afraid that it is not the weasel who greets the chicken for the new year. Since Senju Tobirama's death, except for Shimura Danzo who came often, only Uchiha Kagami came to greet him once in a while, and the other disciples and guards basically never came. Didn't even come to put a stick of incense on Senju Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were not afraid of people laughing. At that time, even his face thicker than the wall may not be able to withstand others pointing at him behind his back. So the scene was so embarrassing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no plans to leave. Chiki and Uchiha Kagami began to talk nonsense. The end. Uchiha Kagami's character is not so indifferent, or he still has friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he didn't drive him away directly, so we started chatting. At the same time, Shimura Danzo also came to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Tsunade and Uzumaki Ling Shui were not there. He must have been shocked by Uzumaki Mito's powerful aura at close range. And there is a golden figure in the center of the yard. It should be said that the golden chakra completely shrouded the whole body. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the rock, her eyes were closed, and the person in front of her was not her, it was Uzumaki Mito. It's just that her state has soared to an extreme now, and her momentum is like a rainbow shining through the sun. If it hadn't been for the barrier that she created herself to cover up the chakra in the hospital, everyone in Konoha would have already known about it. Lord Mito, it seems that the matter has been resolved, the Kaibi, 9 tails, in your body does not pose any threat. Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mito not far away and smiled faintly. And his voice was quickly heard by Uzumaki Mito, whose face was full of seriousness, and a golden flame of light appeared in his beautiful eyes. Uzumaki Mito's body was filled with pale golden light, and it was as dazzling as it was covered in flames. Tomo appeared on the front and back of the kimono, as if it had been engraved on it. The same is true for the paper spell hanging from both ears. The flames could not burn these 2 seemingly fragile pieces of paper. I saw her eyes slowly opened, and when she saw that the person was Shimura Danzo, her face softened. Danzo, sorry for causing you trouble. Uzumaki Mito smiled apologetically, and his words seemed to be filled with a little helplessness. We'll talk when I get Kaibi, Nine Tails, under control. After speaking, Uzumaki Mito closed his eyes again. She didn't dare to use all her power before, because she was afraid that someone in Konoha was lurking waiting for this moment. But now that Shimura Danzo is here, then she can let go of the suppression of Kaibi, Nine Tails, with her hands and feet, and don't care about everything outside. Because the person she trusts most now is Shimura Danzo. And Shimura Danzo didn't continue to ask, he knew what Uzumaki Mito meant, so he took a deep breath. He wants to see who dares to do things under his nose. Chapter 44. After a long time, the chakra fluctuations emitted by Uzumaki Mito slowly gathered at this moment. And Shimura Danzo also relieved his vigilance at this moment. Because he could feel that Uzumaki Mito had completely suppressed Kaibi, Nine Tails, he didn't need to worry anymore. Sorry, Danzo. Uzumaki Mito gradually opened his eyes and smiled apologetically. This is what I should do, and Mito-sama doesn't need to apologize. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing serious, he was just protecting Uzumaki Mito from any disturbance. But why did Kaibi, Nine Tails, suddenly riot? Could it be that Mito-sama, you can't suppress it? Shimura Danzo asked with a worried look on his face. Although Kaibi, Nine Tails, poses little threat to his coming to the book, he can pose a great threat to Uzumaki Mito as a human Jinchuriki/column force. After all, he didn't know what seal Uzumaki Mito was using. It's still very easy to suppress it, but this time he secretly accumulated most of his strength to break through the seal, which made me a little off guard for a while. Otherwise, its strength is not enough to break through the seal of 8 trigrams that I have arranged. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said. Kaibi, Nine Tails, is strong, but his own strength is not weak, not to mention the seal of the 4 elephants constructed by sage art. It's just that Kaibi, Nine Tails, has been quiet for too long, so Uzumaki Mito has not been so vigilant about it for a while, which is why today's small situation is caused. Is that so? No wonder. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly. After all, he can feel that Uzumaki Mito's strength is definitely not weak, not to mention that she can now control Kaibi, Nine Tails, chakra. From the golden-tailed beast mode just now, it can be seen that Uzumaki Mito has absolute suppressing power on Kaibi, Nine Tails, and there is no need to perform tug-of-war like Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Uzumaki Mito's own strength must be extremely powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to treat Kaibi, Nine Tails, as a two-hit. It made Ling Shui and Tsunade scared. After all, they couldn't bear the oppression. Uzumaki Mito had a helpless smile on his face. And Shimura Danzo said slowly after being silent for a while. Mito-sama, can you let me meet Kaibi, Nine Tails? I want to talk to him. This decision of Shimura Danzo caused a slight change in Uzumaki Mito's expression, and a look of surprise appeared in his beautiful eyes. Danzo, Kaibi, Nine Tails, his hatred of mankind is inexorable. The damage that Uchiha Madara did to him back then was too great. Uzumaki Mito said slowly after hesitating for a while. After all, Kaibi, Nine Tails, was used by Uchiha Madara to control the battle using Mangekyo Sharingan. After that battle, Kaibi, Nine Tails, was weakened by Senju Hashirama's use of Mokuton, wood style, to absorb the body's chakra. In the end, he was sealed by himself with the 4 elephants and sealed in his body, and he hated humans since then. It doesn't matter, I just go in and have a chat with it won't be a big problem. Shimura Danzo gestured to Uzumaki Mito not to worry about himself. Well then, since you insist on it. Uzumaki Mito nodded, but after all, Shimura Danzo was the only one who agreed. Immediately after, Uzumaki Mito's right hand was slowly raised. And the green finger was slightly touched on Shimura Danzo's forehead. Chakra slowly injected into Shimura Danzo's brain from his fingers. For a time, Shimura Danzo suddenly felt darkness in front of him. When he fully reacted, he found that he was already in a space full of water. The water was just over his heels, and Uzumaki Mito stood beside him. Front of him is a dark cage, a huge cage formed by UI-colored Jinchuriki/column suns, and there is a talisman paper above Shimura Danzo. And this piece of paper completely bound the freedom of Kaibi, Nine Tails. Shimura Danzo carefully looked at everything around him and found that it was no different from the space inside Uzumaki Naruto's body. The only difference is that the Kaibi, Nine Tails, in front of you is a completed Kaibi, Nine Tails, not a partial Kaibi, Nine Tails. Kaibi, Nine Tails, who was originally suppressed by Uzumaki Mito, saw the appearance of the two at this moment. His eyes instantly became open to UI, full of hatred and anger, and his flaws were torn apart. Uzumaki Mito. The sound of roar resounded in the entire tailed beast space, and the huge claws tightly grasped the sealed door made by the gate of the great god in front of him, and opened the bloody mouth towards Shimura Danzo and the two. Come on, stop being incompetent and furious. Anyway, you'll be obediently being 1 and 2 in this life. Shimura Danzo looked at the resentful Kaibi, Nine Tails, and said frivolously. His frivolous voice made Kaibi, Nine Tails, jump into a rage, almost wanting to swallow the Shimura Danzo in front of him. Bastard! A mere human being, how dare he put on an aloof appearance? For Shimura Danzo's contempt, Kaibi, Nine Tails' arrogant heart was instantly ignited with anger, and he directly fought Shimura's team battle. But what is a small Kaibi, Nine Tails, even if it has lived for thousands of years, but only with that little vocabulary? 10% off? 10% off? 10% off water bottles? Life of Bai, wood expulsion, the god of Ziyuan. How strong is it? For 3 years in Zon, no one in the family tree has ascended to heaven, and only 5 sentences left the other party speechless. And Shimura Danzo scolded Kaibi, Nine Tails, without swear words, and made personal attacks from various aspects. Uzumaki Mito on the side could not understand the meaning of some of Shimura Danzo's words. But from the tone and meaning, it can be heard that it is some indecent language version. This also made Uzumaki Mito smile helplessly. It turned out that Shimura Danzo regarded Kaibi, Nine Tails, as a decompression machine, and came in to scold him to release the pressure. Woohoo, it's much more comfortable. It's really cool to scold you. Shimura Danzo's face was full of joy, and the unhappiness and depression in the past were all dissipated at this moment. Let's go out, Kaibi, Nine Tails, we'll be mad at you if it goes on like this. Kaibi, Nine Tails, who looked like he was eating shit, Uzumaki Mito smiled helplessly. She didn't expect Shimura Danzo to have such a violent side. It seems that the pressure on Hokage is not so great. Well, thank you Mito-sama. Shimura Danzo nodded happily, and then Uzumaki Mito left the tailed beast space together. Only the innocent suffering Kaibi, Nine Tails, was left. Because it was scolded by Shimura Danzo without the power to retaliate, and even the speed of speech could not keep up with the other party. This 3-generation Hokage, he seems to have an inexplicably familiar chakra about him. Kaibi, Nine Tails, came back to his senses and found that when he was perceiving the other party just now, he seemed to perceive a very familiar chakra in the other party's body. And this chakra is actually similar to the old man of 6 paths. Thinking of this, Kaibi, Nine Tails' eyes suddenly filled with disbelief, and a terrifying thought filled his head. Could Shimura Danzo be the reincarnation of the 6 paths sage? Chapter 45. Shimura Danzo didn't know that Kaibi, Nine Tails, would actually perceive the Azura chakra within him after he left. Has become strange in the heart of Kaibi, Nine Tails, at this moment, even thinking that he is the reincarnation of the 6 paths immortal. At this moment, he has returned to reality. Mito-sama, since the matter has been resolved, then I will go to lift the state of alert. Shimura Danzo opened and left after seeing that Uzumaki Mito was okay. Because the current Konoha is still on alert, the Senju clan is still protected by Anbu, and he must give the order in person. Well, you go. Uzumaki Mito nodded. This time she didn't leave Shimura Danzo behind. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui and Tsunade are both in a coma, in order to ensure the safety of the two of them, Uzumaki Mito must be on guard. Getting the reply from Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo didn't stop for too long, and instantly disappeared into a black shadow. Take off the alert, it's just a false alarm. Shimura Danzo came to the gate of the Senju clan and looked at the three Uchiha Kagami, who looked vigilant and serious, and said slowly. Has it been resolved? Then I will let Anbu notify everyone to lift the alert status. Homura Mito Kato didn't leave immediately, and there was a look of questioning in his eyes. After all, he is only an Anbu captain, and although he is friends with Shimura Danzo, they are subordinates on this occasion. So Homura Mito Kato is very clear about the power he currently holds as master and who gave it to Anbu. Go ahead. As for the reason, Mito-sama developed a new ninjutsu. You know what to do if someone deliberately spreads rumors. Flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes, which was fleeting. Yes, I see. Homura Mito Kato nodded solemnly, then put on the mask unique to Captain Anbu and left quickly. I'm sorry to trouble you both. Shimura Danzo glanced apologetically at both Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri. After all, he was afraid that Kaibi, Nine Tails, would get out of control, so he took out two insurances, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Chiri. Although such a thing is unlikely, Shimura Danzo must minimize all risks. It's nothing to worry about. Since it's a false alarm, then I have a mission. I just took a mission, and then I was transferred back directly by you. Uchiha Kagami smiled helplessly, but this smile was a little weird. After a wink at his sister, he left quickly, with a very handsome back. Come on, go with me to appease the civilians. Shimura Danzo, of course, understood the intention of Uchiha Kagami, and smiled helplessly, and then said to Uchiha. After all, the movement was a bit loud this time, and many Konoha civilians were extremely frightened. Shimura Danzo, who is Hokage, naturally wanted to come forward to give an explanation. Otherwise, people will be panicked, and I am afraid that some pressure will be accumulated in people's hearts. Uchiha nodded when he heard the words, and then quickly followed Shimura Danzo's pace. And Uchiha suddenly thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen before. His expression flickered, he seemed to be hesitating, but he quickly made up his mind. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared shortly after you and I entered. Uchiha stopped Zhu's footsteps and said softly. Sarutobi? I don't remember letting all the Konoha Jainin level ninjas deploy the evacuation net, what is he doing here? Shimura Danzo heard that his brows suddenly wrinkled, and his words were full of doubts. I don't know, he said he was here to check on Shimato-sama's situation, but I don't think it's that simple. Uchiha was also puzzled, but he had no clue. After all, the sudden arrival of the other party made Shimura Danzo somewhat incomprehensible, and even some could not understand the operation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Shimura Danzo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was definitely not that simple. Just kidding. Suddenly came to ask Uzumaki Mito's physical condition at this time? Why didn't you come earlier? It's the Senju clan that Sarutobi Hiruzen never came after the death of Senju Tobirama. Oh, no, after the Senju clan expressed their support for Shimura Danzo, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely cut off relations with the Senju clan. After all, this is an opponent for him, so why should he befriend him? Sarutobi, it's interesting. Shimura Danzo finds Sarutobi Hiruzen more and more interesting. Although he couldn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing, he thought things were starting to get interesting. You must know that the three senior advisors of the Sarutobi clan were personally appointed by Senju Tobirama, and they had a strong voice in the village. However, Shimura Danzo directly and resolutely removed their advisor position, but Sarutobi Hiruzen never came to him once. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to control Konoha for decades in the original, and it makes sense to survive every ninja war. In terms of forbearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to have reached the realm of a master. Come on, Sarutobi, let me see how tolerant you are. Shimura Danzo wanted to see if Sarutobi Hiruzen could continue to hold back like last time after learning that he had been cuckolded. You must know that this is the taboo in a man's life, and no one can accept it. But whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can accept it, Shimura Danzo doesn't know. Anything that can't be said is absolute, there may be exceptions. I don't dare to add more rules, the author has a handicapped party, so I can make as many as I can. After all, the author was once educated by the background of the reader's boss. Chapter 46. After the Kaibi, 9 Tails, riots ended, Konoha returned to its former serenity. Because Shimura Danzo came out to explain it himself, many people believed in this fact, and there was no need to question it. After all, the war has just passed, and no one wants to return to that dire state again. For Shimura Danzo these days are still so leisurely, this Hokage is also very relaxed. Uchiha's ability to handle affairs is much faster than Chizuru's heart, and this also makes Shimura Danzo very comfortable. With such a beautiful little assistant to be eye-catching, who doesn't like it? At this moment, 3 uninvited guests appeared outside the Konoha village, all with UI-colored hair and wearing the same vest as Konoha. Konoha ninja who was guarding the gate looked a little surprised when he saw the 3, and then hurriedly got up. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan? It should be to pick up that Uzumaki Miss Ling Shui. After all, Uzumaki Ling Shui in Konoha can be said that many people know her existence. Aside from being Mito-sama's niece, she often plays Konoha with their Hokage-sama, which makes some doubts about their relationship. Some people have begun to speculate that this girl from the Uzumaki clan will be their future Lady Hokage. After all, the first generation of Hokage married Uzumaki Mito, and now the third generation of Hokage has married a girl from the Uzumaki family, and the friendship between the two countries should be further promoted. Of course, this is the idea of civilians as well as ordinary ninjas. The rest of the people who knew the situation were watching the attitude of this third-generation Hokage. It is said that even Mito-sama had the intention to let Uzumaki Ling Shui marry him, but the result was nothing. A few friends of Uzumaki, are you here to pick up Miss Uzumaki Ling Shui? The gatekeeper ninja stepped forward and said with a smile. And the Uzumaki clan are of course not those brainless villains, and this is Konoha, not the country of Vortex. Naturally they dare not be arrogant. He also smiled politely. Yes, Miss Ling Shui has been in Konoha for too long. The patriarch misses her very much, so he sent us to bring Miss Ling Shui back. The Uzumaki ninja at the head nodded and smiled. The other 2 glanced around the Konoha village in front of them and the Hokage rock at the end, and a shock suddenly rose in their hearts. Is this Konoha? As the head of the 5 major countries, the first ninja village in the ninja world is indeed magnificent and breathtaking. Because of their Uzumaki clan's innate sense of superiority, when they approached the Konoha gate, they felt dozens of tyrannical breaths and immediately locked them in. And these people are directly under envy of Hokage, founded by the 2nd generation of Hokage, responsible for patrolling the village and cutting off everything that threatens the village. Uzumaki clan can conclude that the lowest strength of these Anbu ninjas is also running Chunin, and some people have even reached the elite Jainin. The distance to become a cage-level powerhouse may be so close. The 2 of you please go to the hotel and wait, we have already arranged accommodation. As for the news, it has already been communicated to 3 generations of Hokage and Mito-sama, so just wait for a reply. Another gatekeeper ninja laughed after fiddling with what he was holding. That's troublesome for the 2 of you. The Uzumaki ninja at the head was not angry. After all, this is Konoha, not a place where they can go wild. Even if they had the capital to threaten Konoha village, they would only be able to use it as a last resort. After all, judging from all the rumors about Konoha's 3 generations of Hokage, it seems that this Hokage is not very easy to mess with. At least 2 of Konoha's 3 major families have expressed support for the 3rd generation Hokage. So this is not as simple as a hairy boy. If it is really a hairy boy, it is absolutely impossible to sit on this Hokage position. For a while, Sunin of the Uzumaki clan began to discuss countermeasures. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui is very likely not to return to the country of Vortex with them, and then some measures must be taken. Someone from the Uzumaki family is going to take Uzumaki Ling Shui back. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly after hearing the news. As Uzumaki Mito said, that day is coming. God-level choice. Option 1. Stop Uzumaki Mito from returning to the country of Vortex and keep him in Konoha. Quest reward, increase the body of the fairy by 15%. Option 2. Let it return to the country of the Vortex, and then be forced to marry. Task reward, the second brother disappeared for 5 years, and the body and voice gradually evolved into a woman. The reward reminded in his head suddenly made Shimura Danzo take a breath. If this reward is wrong, Shimura Danzo's life is estimated to be explained here. Feminine hosts are provided below. Suddenly, a virtual page appeared in front of Shimura Danzo's eyes. The woman on the screen has long black hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall. She has a graceful figure and 2 extremely magnificent fronts. Her slender jade legs are covered in black silk. A bit of temptation. Good guy, just want to play the real thing. Shimura Danzo was shocked by the sudden operation of the system for a while, and hurriedly waved his hand to close the screen in front of him. I choose the first one. Successful selection, quest rewards have been issued. In an instant, a warm current passed through Shimura Danzo's body. At this moment, he can feel that his strength has increased a bit. Although it is not obvious, it is better than nothing. Then let me meet the ninjas in the country of Vortex. Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with icy cold light. At this moment, he remembered what Uzumaki Mito had said to him. The country of the Vortex seems to be a little ambitious. Chapter 47. Senju Family. Uzumaki Ling Shui learned of the arrival of the Uzumaki clan. The small face that was full of joyful expression instantly condensed at this moment. The beautiful eyes that were originally bright were now dim and colorless, and the mood fell to a trough in an instant. The thing she was most worried about happened after all, and it was also the last thing she wanted to face. She didn't want to go back to the country of the Vortex. She liked Konoha, and liked the days when Tsunade was still with Aunt Mito. The most important thing is that there is a person in Konoha who broke into her heart, which is what she is most reluctant to bear. Therefore, she was reluctant to leave Konoha, Shimura Danzo and Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito from the bottom of her heart. Ling Shui, I can't stop this matter. After all, according to the agreed time, it is indeed time for you to return to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Mito looked at the depressed Uzumaki Ling Shui and sighed helplessly. Aunt Ling Shui, are you going back? Tsunade tugged at the corner of Uzumaki Ling Shui's pale UI-colored clothes with a small hand. A faint mist appeared in his eyes, and the pitiful eyes were pitiful. It was as if crystal tears would fall from his eyes in the next second. For a while, Uzumaki Ling Shui was a little reluctant to leave. She was too reluctant to be here. Danzo, do nt let me down. Uzumaki Mito murmured silently while looking at the blue sky. Because she knew why Uzumaki Ling Shui returned to the village this time. As long as he returns to the country of Vortex, Uzumaki Ling Shui will fulfill the marriage contract. Nothing else. By that time, the bits and pieces between Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Ling Shui will turn into memories. Yes, my cousin is going back. What's there to cry about? I'll see you next time. Uzumaki Ling Shui returned to his usual mood and comforted Tsunade softly. After all, for this princess-like girl, she really didn't want the child to cry. Ta. 3 Uzumaki clan walked through the corridor and came into the hall. Their plain and serious expressions turned into respect when they saw Uzumaki Mito. There is nothing else, because Uzumaki Mito is a respected existence in the Uzumaki clan, and has high attainments in sealing and enchantment. Not to mention that Uzumaki Mito's identity is even more noble than them. After all, the other party was once the princess of the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Ada, Uzumaki Ichiro, Uzumaki Naoki met Mito-sama. Three of them bowed 90 degrees to Uzumaki Mito at the same time, with respectful expressions on their faces. After all, this Mito-sama is a respected existence in the Uzumaki clan. If she is a male, I am afraid that the position of the head of the Uzumaki clan must be the person in front of her. But unfortunately, there is no if. I didn't expect that someone would know about my old lady. Uzumaki Mito was quite surprised by the performance of the three. Lord Mito is joking, the patriarch has been thinking about you, if it weren't for the family affairs, he couldn't leave. Presumably this time, I will come to visit in person and pick up Miss Ling Shui. Uzumaki Jiangta, who was standing in the middle, smiled lightly. Do you miss me? If I had my heart in those days, I'm afraid his position as the patriarch would not be so stable. Uzumaki Mito sneered in his heart after hearing Uzumaki Ada's words. She is very clear about the ruthless character of her eldest brother, and she is desperate for the position of the patriarch. And she was very suspicious that the death of Uzumaki Ling Shui's parents was really inextricably related to her eldest brother. Otherwise, how could he die so young? So is Miss Ling Shui ready? If we are ready, then we will set off for the country of the vortex. Uzumaki Mito ignored him. Uzumaki Zhang did not ask himself for boredom, and asked Uzumaki Ling Shui. After all, it was their ultimate goal to bring Uzumaki Ling Shui back to Konoha, and Uzumaki Mito was just incidental. But Uzumaki Ling Shui didn't speak, and there was a trace of reluctance and expectation in his eyes. Senju family in the distance, there is a hint of hope, as if someone will appear. Can it be postponed for another 2 days? I want to live here a little longer. Uzumaki Ling Shui bit her pink lips lightly, a complex color flashed in her eyes. I also asked Miss Ling Shui not to embarrass us, after all, we are just following orders. The patriarch can give you so many deadlines, presumably the time is enough. Uzumaki Zhangtai's expression still did not change, but his tone increased a bit. Obviously, he is bound to bring Uzumaki Ling Shui back to the country of Vortex today, and no one can stop him. Uzumaki Ling Shui turned his eyes to Uzumaki Mito for help, but Uzumaki Mito also shook his head helplessly, expressing his helplessness. And Tsunade had already been sent outside by Uzumaki Mito, so she couldn't be allowed to mess around here. Otherwise, all that Uzumaki Mito has been waiting for will be in vain. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to have worked very hard. And after Uzumaki Ling Shui stared at the door not far away for more than 10 seconds, the hope in his eyes slowly turned into endless loss. It turned out that she was only a friend in his heart after all. I am back with you. Just as Uzumaki Ling Shui was about to speak, a whistling sound suddenly came from outside the door. I saw a man appear outside the door, and then the other party walked in slowly. And his appearance made Uzumaki Mito's original dignified look relaxed at this moment, and his hanging heart was also relieved. The moment Uzumaki Ling Shui saw him appear, the loss in his eyes instantly turned into joy and excitement. He finally came. Who are you? How dare you break into the Senju clan? Uzumaki Jiangtai and the three suddenly became unhappy when they saw the young man who suddenly appeared, and frowned. Could it be that the Senju family is already a place where anyone can enter? And without knocking on the door? You must know that when they came in, they waited outside for a long time before someone saw them bring them in. After all, this is Senju, the largest Konoha clan, and etiquette rules are naturally indispensable. I saw the young man speak coldly. Konoha village 3 generations Hokage, Shimura Danzo. I like the midnight update so much. Chapter 48. Uzumaki Jiangtai and the three suddenly changed drastically, and their pupils shrank suddenly. But after seeing the expressions of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Ling Shui, they believed that the young man in front of them was the third generation of Hokage. Although they have not seen the 3 generations of Hokage, but from the statue of Hokage Rock, it can be seen that the Shimura Danzo in front of them is the 3 generations of Hokage. It turned out to be 3 generations of Hokage, which is really disrespectful. Under Uzumaki Ada, I apologize for the rude words just now. Uzumaki Jongtai bowed slightly, and his words were full of apology. Konoha now, and he does not underestimate Shimura Danzo because of his age. After all, it was this ruthless man who forcibly rectified the entire Konoha, and then signed a peace agreement with the 3rd generation Reikage to stop the war. And the most important thing is that the 3 generations of Reikage can't get back the 6 Paths ninja tool of the master of the silver corner of the golden corner of Kumagakure village. In other words, these ninja tools are currently on Shimura Danzo's body, which is shocking. You must know that the guys in Kumagakure are used to being domineering. How can they allow such a powerful ninja tool to be in the hands of others? But they were crushed by Shimura Danzo's hands, and they couldn't get any benefit. If he hadn't collected information on the way, he would have foolishly thought this Hokage was a jerk. Whoever does not know is innocent. I'm here this time for one thing. Shimura Danzo's voice was indifferent, full of the coercion of the superior and a trace of momentum. And this also caused the 3 of Uzumaki Jongtai to look at each other, and there were some subtle changes in their faces. While under the pressure of Shimura Danzo, they were also shocked that the opponent's strength was stronger than them, and they were able to oppress them, somewhat unable to lift their heads. It seems that he killed the Kumagakure surrounded by the 2nd generation of Hokage's body, back out and jumped out of the circle of the deeds will not be false. I don't know what the 3 generations of Hokage are for. If we can help, we will do our best. Uzumaki Jongtai said with a polite appearance. As if he didn't care about the oppression Shimura Danzo gave them just now. It's very simple, Uzumaki Ling Shui's decision is up to her. She doesn't want to go, and no one can take her. Shimura Danzo didn't say too much nonsense, and directly said his answer. And his words suddenly made the faces of Uzumaki Jongtai and the 3 people suddenly change greatly, becoming a little blue and gloomy. Uzumaki Ling Shui heard Shimura Danzo's words, he couldn't control his emotions for a moment, and tears fell from his eyes. Uzumaki Mito saw this scene, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he nodded gently towards Shimura Danzo. It seems that what he expected has finally happened, and as for what will happen next, Uzumaki Mito does not need to intervene. She has reached her limit, and now it's up to Shimura Danzo to do it. What does the 3 generations of Hokage mean? Miss Ling Shui is from the country of my vortex. Do you need your advice to go back? Uzumaki Jongtai's tone suddenly became a little sharper, directly confronting Shimura Danzo. If she wants to go back, I won't stop her. But looking at her like this, it seems that she is very reluctant to return to the country of Vortex. It would be a good choice to live in Konoha. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he looked at Uzumaki Ling Shui. Tell me, do you want to go back? In an instant, the scene became silent, and everyone was waiting for Uzumaki Ling Shui's answer. I don't want to go back, I want to stay here, I like Konoha, I like you Danzo. At this moment, Uzumaki Ling Shui finally spoke out the words that had been buried in her heart. This also means that this seemingly love war has come to an end at this moment, and Shimura Danzo insisted to the end. And with her last sentence, the faces of Uzumaki and Ling Shui became extremely ugly. Because they did not expect that things would progress to such a degree, if the patriarch knew about this matter, I am afraid it would not be so simple. So do you want me to repeat it again? Shimura Danzo stepped forward and hugged the crying Uzumaki Ling Shui, looking at the 3 people in front of him with an indifferent expression. 3 generations of Hokage, I advise you not to go your own way, otherwise don't blame us. Uzumaki Jongtai knew that at this time it was really to the point of tearing his face. Then he slowly took out the letter that Patriarch Uzumaki gave them, and then slowly opened it. It records how to open and close the Konoha barrier. As long as the Grand Master seals and the barrier, Uzumaki clan can remove the barrier at will. That is to say, at this moment, the sturdy protective cover master of Konoha is in the hands of Uzumaki Jongtai and others. As long as they are willing, the barrier protecting Konoha will disappear in an instant, and then Konoha will be in danger. This is a technique to remove Konoha's enchantment. As long as I am willing, Konoha will be completely exposed in an instant. If there is another war, it will be bad for you and me, 3 generations of Hokage. Uzumaki Jongtai looked at Shimura Danzo and sneered proudly. But his appearance made Shimura Danzo laugh, as if he didn't take such a threat seriously at all. Oh? Is it? Then please show me the experiment? Shimura Danzo said in a mocking tone. As if to say that if you don't remove this barrier, you are my son. Good. 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 It seems that the 3 generations of Hokage are confident in Konoha's defense, so don't blame me. A sharp look flashed in Uzumaki Jongtai's eyes, and then he began to quickly hand seal, and the chakra in his body was also mobilized. Solution. I saw him shouting loudly, and chakra broke out instantly. But the result did not seem to be what he expected. The barrier that enveloped Konoha was still intact, and there was no sign of being lifted or broken at all. After several attempts, Uzumaki Jongta found that it was useless at all. Chapter 49. How is it possible? How could the method of the patriarch be invalid? Uzumaki Jongtai's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of shock. Because Konoha's enchantment was designed by the people of their Uzumaki clan, why can't he close it? Could it be that the enchantment has been modified, and the backhand that was originally prepared can no longer be used? Go ahead, I can give you a few more chances to experiment. Shimura Danzo's eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. People in the country of Vortex don't really think they believe in them like Senjuto Birama. A long time ago, Shimura Danzo took Uzumaki Ling Shui to modify Konoha's barrier structure. Although the defense power has dropped a little, the way to open and close the barrier of the master in the hands of the Uzumaki clan is already laughing. The choice between fish and bear's paw, Shimura Danzo of course chooses the latter. Because he doesn't allow this line of defense of Konoha to be mastered, which is equivalent to the lifeline of the entire Konoha, as a Hokage, he naturally does not allow such a thing to exist. Uzumaki Ling Shui, how dare you betray us? Uzumaki Naoki suddenly roared. At this moment, the face that was originally blue and gloomy became extremely angry, and his eyes were full of angry flames. And his remarks made Uzumaki Ada and Uzumaki Ichiro instantly understand what was going on. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui's main purpose in coming to Konoha is to repair Konoha's damaged enchantment, followed by visiting Uzumaki Mito. Moreover, Uzumaki Ling Shui has high attainments in enchantment, and it is not too simple to change the enchantment. They didn't expect that Uzumaki Ling Shui would actually do that, directly killing the last resort they could use to threaten Konoha. It seems that you really don't know how to live or die, so let's abolish you first. Shimura Danzo shook his head and looked at Uzumaki Mito. After all, this is the Uzumaki family, and he wants to see how Uzumaki Mito decides. He wanted to know what Uzumaki Mito's attitude was, although that didn't stop him from abolishing the 3 in front of him. But Uzumaki Mito didn't speak, still looking like an old god at ease, then slowly got up and left. Mito-sama. You. Uzumaki Ada saw Uzumaki Mito get up and leave directly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. I never thought that Uzumaki Mito would be so heartless, even caring about the life and death of his own clan. Boom! In an instant, a strong momentum erupted from the 3 of them, setting off gusts of strong wind. From this momentum, it can be seen that the strength of these 3 people is at the level of Jainin. Abolishing us, the 3 generations of Hokage are too confident. Even if you are cage level, my Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is not vegetarian. Uzumaki Jongtai and several people are very clear that now they have torn their faces. If you don't show some means, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to leave this Konoha today. Go find Mito-sama, leave it to me here. Shimura Danzo rubbed the small head of Uzumaki Ling Shui and smiled softly. The doting in his eyes is like overflowing water, which directly makes Uzumaki Ling Shui's face turn into UI, a shy and cute look. Are you really okay alone? They are all masters of the Uzumaki clan, and they are very good at Grandmaster sealing. Shy was shy. But Uzumaki Ling Shui's face suddenly showed concern. Although she is very confident in Shimura Danzo's strength, she also knows how strong her three tribes are. When the three of them join forces, even the strong Kage level might not necessarily be their opponents. Have some confidence in me, after all I'm Konoha's third Hokage. Shimura Danzo smiled confidently. The bright smile like Mu Chunfeng made Uzumaki Ling Shui's worries dissipated a lot. Well then, be careful. Uzumaki Ling Shui nodded and then left. Shimura Danzo here at this time, but if she left, she could let the other party let go and not worry about herself. It's been a long time since I became Hokage. You three are lucky. Shimura Danzo stepped forward slowly and directly forced the three of the Uzumaki clan into the open space outside the door. After all, it's not good to break something. Go. Whoosh. Instant, Uzumaki Naoki and Uzumaki Ichiro took out Kunao and quickly attacked from both sides. The bitterness and coldness are exposed, as if it can be broken by blowing hair. The movements are fast and ferocious, and the shot is the ultimate move. It is not like the Uzumaki family can only use sealing techniques as the world says, but the actual physical techniques are not very good. But Shimura Danzo's speed was faster, so fast that they couldn't capture it at all, and even left an afterimage. Uzumaki Jongtai, who was preparing for the sealing technique in an instant, and in an instant, he was like a ghost and unbelievable. How is it possible? Uzumaki Jongtai turned his head to look at Shimura Danzo, who appeared behind him in an instant. His eyes were full of shock and his expression was terrified. Hokage Senju Tobirama, who is known as the first speed in the ninja world, has passed away. Could it be that Shimura Danzo has learned the speed of Senju Tobirama? No wonder being able to be designated by Senju Tobirama as a three-generation Hokage by Senju Tobirama. There's nothing impossible, you're just a frog in the well. Shimura Danzo sneered. A kick with terrifying power suddenly kicked out, and Uzumaki Jongta's body flew out like a cannonball in an instant. Immediately after hitting the wall, a puff of smoke was thrown up. But from the painful scream of Uzumaki Jongta just now, it can be seen how terrifying the power contained in Shimura Danzo's foot. Not to mention death, but without half-life is certain. If it is said that an ordinary person suffered this kick, it is estimated that he would have died. Fortunately, the vitality of the Uzumaki family is more powerful than ordinary people, so there is only one breath left. But this is no different from death, or torture. Chapter 50. Uzumaki Naoki and Uzumaki Ichiro became extremely solemn at this moment, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. At this moment, their whole body was filled with a sense of danger. And the source of this danger is from Shimura Danzo in front of him. The traces of killing intent exuded made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. It was obviously a hot summer season, but it seemed to be in the cold winter of December. Even as Jainin, they have gone through life and death missions large and small, but they have never felt this way. Konoha, it's not a place where you can go wild. As soon as Shimura Danzo finished speaking, his figure turned into a phantom again and suddenly disappeared from the sight of Uzumaki Naoki. Quick! Use the diamond lock! The expressions of the two of them changed suddenly, and Uzumaki Naoki roared in a decisive manner. This is their last hole card and their only hope of leaving Konoha. Whoa! Several golden chains filled with chakras stretched out from behind them, only to stab them in all directions. All they have to do now is to guard against Shimura Danzo's silent speed as death harvests life. But before their Vajra locks were fully unfolded, a muffled sound suddenly sounded from Uzumaki Naoki's abdomen. Puff! From the back of Uzumaki Naoki, the sword had golden thunder light beating, and then poured directly into Uzumaki Naoki's body. Zzz. In an instant, Naoki Uzumaki's body began to twitch. The electricity of the Thunder God sword has poured into his body, and I am afraid that he can no longer act again. Too fast. Can't catch it at all. Uzumaki Ichiro's body quickly jumped back, and then the head of the Congo chain slammed down directly towards Shimura Danzo. But everything he did was just in vain, and everything was just vain in the face of absolute strength. Adamantine sealing chains of this level are not much of a threat to Shimura Danzo. If Uzumaki Mito's level powerhouse uses adamantine sealing chains, then Shimura Danzo will be a little more afraid. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the country of Vortex will be hostile to the country of Fire, and then the war is not something you Konoha can bear. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro is really panicking. After all, no one is not afraid of death, and Shimura Danzo doesn't seem to hold back at all, and wants to kill them. If it is one of the 5 major countries, this kind of words may have some weight, but you are a small country of Vortex, and you have put yourself too low. Shimura Danzo looked indifferent, and did not take Uzumaki Ichiro's threat in his eyes at all. Asshole! Since you want to kill me, then the whole Konoha has to be buried with me. Suddenly, a terrifying madness appeared in Uzumaki Ichiro's eyes, and his hideous face was like a lunatic at this moment. I saw him tore his shirt suddenly, and the black seal lines on his body were revealed at this moment. Others may not recognize what this seal pattern is, but Shimura Danzo is very clear. The seal of the 4 elephants. Go to hell with me. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro laughed wildly like a madman, and raised his hands to quickly hand seal. Call out. In an instant, there was a trance in front of him. Uzumaki Ichiro suddenly felt a coldness in his hands, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, and the terrifying pain suddenly surged. His hands were cut off by Shimura Danzo. For a time, blood fell on the ground like a spray, and Uzumaki Ichiro let out a scream of pain. Ah! The piercing screams were so terrifying that no matter who heard them, they would be moved. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, dozens of black shadows jumped from outside the gate instantly and half-kneeled in front of Shimura Danzo. Lord Hokage, we are late. The voice that spoke was Anbu Captain Homura Mito Kato, and his face changed slightly when he saw this scene. Clean up this place, and let the country of Vortex lead people. Let them bring some money, or else. Shimura Danzo's voice was extremely cold, like the ice in the 9 Serenities hell, which could not help but tremble. But no one dared to question his behavior. Because he is the 3rd generation of Hokage, they are Anbu directly under Hokage, and they have no right to ask why all this happened. The only thing they can do is to execute Shimura Danzo's orders. Yes. Homura Mito Kato nodded heavily, and then ordered people to start cleaning up the mess. And Shimura Danzo did not leave, but chose to go to Uzumaki Mito's yard, because there were still people waiting for him there. Mito-sama, I'm sorry. Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mito who was sitting in the courtyard thinking and apologized. After all, this is a member of the Uzumaki family, and Uzumaki Mito has some feelings no matter what. Danzo, you don't have to apologize, you can blame them. I didn't expect them to threaten you with Konoha's enchantment. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and smiled lightly, saying that this was what they should have done. After all, threatening Shimura Danzo, the Hokage, with this kind of thing is really unknown. Uzumaki family has changed since the eldest brother took power, and began to become arrogant and proud. Relying on the alliance of the Fire Nation and the sealing technique in the clan, they frantically plundered the resources of the surrounding small countries, and even showed signs of reaching out to the Water Nation. Uzumaki clan will be destroyed by her big brother. Danzo, are you all right? Uzumaki Ling Shui hurriedly got up to check Shimura Danzo's physical condition. The anxious face was mixed with worry and a trace of panic, which made people feel pity. After all, she knew the fighting strength of the three, and even though Shimura Danzo's strength was very strong, she was still uneasy. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Mito to stop her, I'm afraid he would have rushed over when he screamed just now. No problem, just leave everything to me. You can stay here in peace with Mito-sama and Tsunade. Shimura Danzo's face was full of tenderness, and his eyes were full of doting. And Uzumaki Mito saw the scene in front of him, his heart was mixed, and his mind was full of thoughts. Because Uzumaki Ling Shui also has a strong competitor, Hokage assistant, Uchiha. Tilt towards Uzumaki Ling Shui because of this incident. I don't know who will win this battle. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to do her best. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.